Chapter 350. The dark green bamboo branch in Yan Zhaoge's hand flickered with purple light as he casually raised it, then brought it down. However, as the dark green silhouette flickered, Zheng Shuo saw stars before his eyes. If Yan Zhaoge had suddenly taken out a high-grade spirit artifact, Zheng Shuo would not have been caught unawares like this. However, looking left and right at that dark green bamboo branch, other than a faint layer of purple light covering its surface, there was nothing special about it at all. When it had displayed its mighty might, repelling the baleful black saber and breaking Zheng Shuo's low-grade spirit artifact, it had still looked completely ordinary and unremarkable, with Zheng Shuo not feeling any shocking power within. It was like an ordinary bamboo branch that Yan Zhaoge had casually snapped off from somewhere. However, as Zheng Shuo barely retracted his saber to defend, the dark green bamboo branch whipped down on the baleful black saber once more. A crack appeared on the mid-grade spirit artifact, the baleful black saber once more. Yan Zhaoge ignored the fleeing Lin Zhou, glancing at the time connection spring down below which had been affected intensely, before looking at Zheng Shuo before him. Swinging the dark green bamboo branch, it descended once more, leaving Zheng Shuo only able to barely raise his saber to parry. Beaten to the point of suffocation, Zheng Shuo wanted to fight with his life on the line, attacking Yan Zhaoge, but was blocked by the earth-devouring burner in Yan Zhaoge's left hand. The bamboo branch in Yan Zhaoge's hand descended like a tempestuous storm. After a short while, Zheng Shuo suddenly felt the baleful black saber in his hands shudder intensely. The next moment, the saber that was already riddled with cracks finally couldn't bear the burden anymore as it broke apart. This mid-grade spirit artifact was shockingly also shattered by Yan Zhaoge's dark green bamboo branch. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shuo's expression was wooden, clearly already numb from shock. What he cared about was that he was heavily injured, also having lost the baleful black saber, being even less of a match for Yan Zhaoge. Indeed, the dark green bamboo branch in Yan Zhaoge's hand whipped over, directly sending Zheng Shuo plummeting downwards, plummeting into the spring water of the time connection spring down below. Seeing this, Ahu was about to stop him, but seeing Yan Zhaoge's gaze he did not move, still sitting peacefully in the air above the golden light. Yan Zhaoge pursued downwards, a majestic sword light rising, piercing straight through Zheng Shuo's body. An essence spirit martial grandmaster had been slain by Yan Zhaoge within this time connection spring. In the instant that Zheng Shuo died, in that instant from life to death, the ritual that Yan Zhaoge had set up within the time connection spring circulated to the maximum, transforming a great amount of death chi into life force. This life force wasn't used on Zheng Shuo's body. Instead, under the control of the ritual, it endlessly blessed Shijun, Yuzhen, and her son. Zheng Shuo stared wide-eyed, unable to die in peace as he stared at Yan Zhaoge who was currently similarly within the spring water. Yan Zhaoge's attention was no longer on him. Instead he was fully focused on activating the ritual. At the same time he was staring at Shijun and Yuzhen. Zheng Shuo's fresh blood flowed into the spring water. How powerful was the qi and blood of an essence spirit martial grandmaster. The rippling spring water seemed to be boiling at this moment. Zheng Shuo's blood disappeared into the time access spring, and then the blue radiance appeared again, quickly turning into a blood-red color. The power of life was continuously channeled into the bodies of the two of them. Although the two of them were still unconscious and seemed to be in a deep sleep, their pale faces gradually faded and became rosier. Shijun's condition was even better. The dejected look on his face had already completely vanished, looking like a jade sculpture as if he had really just fallen asleep. His mother Yuzhen's condition wasn't as good, but it had already improved greatly. When Yan Zhaoge had first seen her lying within the ice coffin, it had really been very hard to call her a living person. From a certain perspective, she had only been half a breath away from being a dead person. Now, it could be confirmed that Yuzhen had also finally struggled back from the brink of death. While there was still a long way to go before she could fully recover and wake up, with even Yan Zhaoge not being able to say for sure when she would wake up, at least there was hope once more now. Looking at Shijun and Yuzhen, a heartfelt smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. He let out a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, his tense mind finally relaxed. As the blood color within the spring water gradually grew faint, completely vanishing, the lights on the two poles were also extinguished. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand, keeping the two poles before sweeping Shijun and Yuzhen with his aura qi, rising up from the spring water together. Lowering his head, the spring water was already no longer emitting steam, its temperature also cooling down. The spiritual qi of this time connection spring had already been depleted. Yan Zhaoge carefully inspected the condition of Shijun and his mother. Little Shijun's condition was extremely good, as though he might awaken at any time. While his mother Yunjin's condition was a little worse, at least Yan Zhaoge didn't have to worry about her passing away at any time. This way he could slowly think of other methods to save her. Looking at these two faces that were somewhat familiar yet also somewhat foreign, Yan Zhaoge sighed softly, reopening the two ice coffins, placing the bodies of Shijun and his mother within. Not only did the ice coffins have a sealing effect, they could also nourish their qi and blood at the same time. Placing Yunjin's body within, it would be convenient for her to continue recuperating, awaiting further treatment. And Shijun's body within the ice coffin would also not be a problem. When Shijun awoke on his own, Yan Zhaoge, who was keeping the ice coffin, would be able to sense it. Before that, while Shijun himself did not know anything, he would still be nourished by the ice coffin. Closing the lid of the ice coffin once more, Yan Zhaoge touched the surface of the ice coffin, clicking his tongue. It actually succeeded. It was better than I had expected. Originally, because the spiritual qi within the spring water was insufficient, he had expected that it would only be enough to save one person. When Zheng Shuo and Lin Zhou had attacked, Yan Zhaoge had suddenly had a wonderful idea. In the end, being able to save both Shijun and Yunjin at the same time to Yan Zhaoge, it could also be considered a pleasant surprise. Looking at the already dead Zheng Shuo at the mouth of the spring below, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, stomping his foot as the soil and rocks above the mouth of the spring collapsed together, burying the mouth of the spring once more. On the other side, who had already arrived a distance away, keeping Yan Zhaoge's jade dragon sword. Keeping the two ice coffins properly, Yan Zhaoge came over to whose side, retrieving his jade dragon sword before gazing at the snowy plains before him. There, the purple light of thunder rampaged. While it was already much weaker than before, it was still extremely violent. A purple bow landed on the ground. It was precisely the high-grade spirit artifact Heaven Shocker. Currently, it was widely known in the Eight Extremities world that the two best treasured bows were the Sun-Shooting Bow of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heaven Shocker of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Before the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge had still been looking for treasured bows with who, having been rather interested in the Sun-Shooting Bow and Heaven Shocker. Sadly, they had been hard to obtain. Now, however, the Heaven Shocker was right in front of him. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This gain is even more of a pleasant surprise. Imitating him, who also stroked his lower chin. Young master, this really is an unexpected gain. However, a high-grade spirit artifact, how do we collect it? Chapter 351. In the current Eight Extremities world, sacred artifacts were limited and hard to come by, with high-grade spirit artifacts being the peak weapons. Although they weren't as rare as saint weapons, high-grade spirit weapons were still extremely rare and expensive. At the same time, corresponding to their rarity, the power and spirituality of high-grade spiritual weapons far surpassed mid-grade spiritual weapons. Currently, the Eight Extremities world did not have any Bao-type sacred artifacts. Therefore, the high-grade spirit artifact Heaven Shocker was the best Bao. Other than the Sun-Shooting Bow, there were no similar weapons that could match it. Even if it didn't have an owner, it wouldn't be easy to collect it. Previously, Lin Zhou had only barely been able to wield Heaven Shocker with the help of the Heavenly Thunder Hall seniors. Furthermore, Shocker was not in a calm state at the moment. Instead, it was extremely violent. While the feeling it gave off was not as terrifying as that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, it was still enough to shake one's soul. Who knew that his young master had once successfully pacified and subdued other people's spiritual weapons with his outer invulnerability Grandmaster Cultivation. However, there had most likely been other spirit artifacts helping Yan Zhaoge to temporarily suppress and restrict the target at that time. Thus, Yan Zhaoge had succeeded in a single stroke. Even so, it was still something that made many people's eyes pop out of their sockets. Whose admiration for his young master was like the endless river water. However, right now, there wasn't another high-grade spirit weapon to help restrain the Sky Shocker. It was no wonder that even the usually bold who was a little uncertain. Hearing whose question, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. It's not difficult. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was dormant, the Pillar of the Divine Palace was suppressing the true dragon's body, and the Earth-devouring burner could not be activated. Still, even without the assistance of these treasures, Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base was already far from what it had been in the past. Nearing the rampaging purple light of thunder, the mass of qi within Yan Zhaoge's body that resembled chaos fluctuated, gradually transforming into thunderbolts. Numerous arcs of electricity surged from the various acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body, before leaping about within the air. This was not something that could be merged with just thunder and lightning. Just as Yan Zhaoge neared Heaven Shocker, the pure, refined cheese of thunderbolts collided, crackling explosively, resounding as they appeared even more shocking to the core. However, very quickly Yan Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted the movement of his aura chi of thunder and lightning, gradually resonating with the masterless Heaven Shocker. Afterwards, Yan Zhaoge successfully arrived by the side of Heaven Shocker, before reaching out and grabbing this high-grade artifact. The longbow suddenly vibrated, and the bowstring buzzed as if thunder was exploding between heaven and earth. Yan Zhaoge gripped Heaven Shocker with both hands, his 10 fingers jumping together as they struck rhythmically, seeming to contain some unique rhythm. Gradually, the unusual movements of Sky Shocker began to stop, and its irritation began to subside, recovering from its uncontrollable state. When Ahu saw this scene, he clicked his tongue in wonder. "Young master, this move of yours is really amazing." Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, grasping the bowstring before pulling it back forcefully. Although no arrow was knocked, a powerful and surging explosive force immediately manifested. Yan Zhaoge abruptly loosened his grip, the bowstring shuddering as a thunderstorm seemed to have been triggered on the spot. His hands did not cease as Yan Zhaoge consecutively drew 3 bows, gradually merging his martial true intent with the concept of Heaven Shocker, grasping this treasured bow. After a while Yan Zhaoge put down his hand, smiling. It is indeed much stronger than high speed. The difficulty of using it is also naturally much greater. At this moment Heaven Shocker had already regained its calm, its aura retracted, the flickering purple light of thunder also gradually vanishing, its entire body having calmed down. Keeping this bow, Yan Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Let's go. Having achieved all our objectives, there is no longer a need to continue playing with those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall here." In coming to the extreme northern snowy plains this time, Yan Zhaoge had 3 main objectives. Firstly, to seek a way to treat Shijun and Ing Yuzhen. Secondly, to confirm his guess on the relationship between the 2 extremities of the Ice Pith Vein and the Fire Pith Vein, thereby influencing the Ice Pith Vein to touch the underground palace in the distant southern fire domain, giving the Sacred Sun clan a huge gift. Thirdly, to see if there was anything of value left behind in the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. Now that all 3 objectives had been achieved or even exceeded, with an unexpected pleasant surprise having been obtained, there was naturally no longer a need to remain here. Yan Zhaoge immediately brought Ahu along, leaving the extreme northern snowy plains. However, Yan Zhaoge did not head west, instead going in the opposite direction, heading east. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had infiltrated the eastern part of the extreme northern snowy plains more, while the western part had been affected by the power of Infinite Boundless Mountain. While heading west would allow them to return to Broad Creed Mountain in the Heaven Domain via the Mountain Domain, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall having suffered heavy losses this time, wanting to target Yan Zhaoge, surrounding and obstructing him, they would definitely be guarding against him heading west. Like this, they might as well just return the way they had come, heading east, leaving via the sea once more. Of course, heading east towards the North Sea, there would definitely be Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners setting up defenses to obstruct them. However, they would also have to face the pressure of Infinite Boundless Mountain and Jade Sea City, being hard-pressed to send out too many experts. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu were careful along the way, also having no major problems as they returned to the North Sea. The reason they headed east, re-entering the North Sea, was also because along the way, Yan Zhaoge had unceasingly attempted to piece together those shattered dragon scales. These dragon scales had come from the old residence of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. After carefully analyzing them, Yan Zhaoge discovered that the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint's whereabouts had previously been unknown, possibly having obtained some information from those dragon scales. Therefore he had headed to the Great Sea seeking some secrets. Yan Zhaoge was very interested in what exactly was hidden within. The myriad stars converge, the dragons enter the sea, the ancient, cold abyss, the reverse scale shocks the moon. Standing by the North Sea, Yan Zhaoge took out the underground splitting shuttle that had been repaired by the internal crystal furnace, bringing Ahu along as he entered the sea once more. These shattered dragon scales might be related to this? Sadly, it is not just a simple jigsaw puzzle of fragments. Wanting to repair them would require quite a bit of time and effort. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, his hands crossed before his chest, lowering his head to look at the dragon scales that had been pieced together, yet were still dim and lusterless, damaged and dim. Shaking his head slightly, keeping these things that had to be slowly analyzed and could not be accomplished in a single go, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Let's first have something that can show immediate results. The underground splitting shuttle floated to the surface of the sea, Yan Zhaoge emerging from within, opening his shadow-shrinking pouch. From within the shadow-shrinking pouch, two massive pillars flew out. One was a stone pillar of the Divine Palace, while the other was an ice pillar from the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint, the corpse of a true dragon sealed within. Ahu looked eagerly at the true dragon's corpse. "Young master, how do we deal with this thing?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "If we deal with it reasonably, it would not just be a personal gain. It would also allow the entire clan to rise a level. While it cannot compare to a sacred artifact or a martial saint, it is the body of a dragon after all. The value contained within is not just a little bit. However, this does not contradict with us benefiting from it." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge tapped out with a finger, a round hole melting out of the ice pillar that sealed the true dragon's corpse. Chapter 352. Yan Zhaoge's control over his Orochi was extremely precise as he opened a fist-sized hole on the ice pillar, not damaging the surrounding ice in the slightest. However, from that hole, an extremely powerful qi and blood immediately emanated from within. When praising a martial practitioner for having a strong qi and blood and a shocking physique, one would sometimes use the phrase, qi and blood majestic, resembling a dragon, resembling an elephant. And what lay before Yan Zhaoge and Ahu at this moment was a true dragon. While it had long since died, with only its corpse remaining, that vigorous qi and blood still emanated, shocking the surrounding area. Yan Zhaoge and Ahu seemed as though they were facing a powerful living life form. It could be imagined how shocking its aura must have been when it had been alive. However, while it was only a small hole, the sealing effect of the ice pillar instantly had a loophole, its effectiveness plummeting. The scales of the dragon's body within the layer of ice actually seemed to move in unison. Already dead, this dragon would not come back to life. However, the spirituality contained within had not dissipated for a long time, still unwilling to be bound. Yan Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. As the pillar of the Divine Palace suppressed down once more, the true dragon's body regained its calm once more. Through the hole, white dragon scales that flickered with a faint golden radiance could be seen, emitting layers of white qi. This was an ice dragon. While it was dead, cold qi was still emanating from its body unceasingly, piercing to the bone. Yan Zhaoge extended his index finger, aura qi condensing at his fingertip, gradually transforming into a streak of light which extended within the hole, resembling a long, thin sword of light. The sword of light extended unceasingly, coming into contact with the corpse of the ice dragon. Ahu looked curiously at Yan Zhaoge. Even though it was already a corpse, the sturdiness of a dragon's body was still indisputable, especially since this was a complete corpse of an ice dragon. There were no wounds or openings on its exterior as it was a complete and flawless body. Under such circumstances, wanting to break through the defenses of the dragon scales with external force would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult thing. The defensive power of dragon scales was not to be trifled with. Ahu felt that even with a sharp, low-grade spirit artifact in hand, he would not be able to break through the skin and flesh of this dragon's body. However, Yan Zhaoge often did things that others could not, causing Ahu to still have confidence in his young master. Yan Zhaoge focused, the sword of light at his fingertips unceasingly extending forward until it came into contact with the corpse of the ice dragon. He did not use the light sword to brutally attack the dragon's body. The moment the light sword came into contact with the dragon's scales, it softened and seeped into the dragon's body like water. The luster attached to the ice dragon's corpse and circulated continuously. As if stimulated, the dragon's body, which had already calmed down under the suppression of the Divine Palace's pillars, began to tremble again. Gazing at all this, Yan Zhaoge's extended index finger trembled unceasingly with a unique, yet strange rhythm. As his index finger trembled, the stream of light extending from his fingertip also trembled continuously, attempting to fuse with the aura of the ice dragon's remains. Gradually, the radiance of the stream of light at Yan Zhaoge's fingertip dimmed, becoming no longer so dazzling, instead appearing blurry and indistinct, completely chaotic. Following this change, the ice dragon's slough gradually became quiet again. In the stream of light, one could vaguely see a faint ice-blue liquid seeping out of the dragon's scales and merging into the stream of light. A blazing hot qi and blood emanated, but it caused Yan Zhaoge and Ahu to feel a bone-piercing cold. This originally extremely contradictory phenomenon appeared at this moment, yet it did not seem too sudden at all. Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu both had expressions on their faces as if this was only natural. Looking at that ice-blue blood that had merged into the stream of light, Ah Hu was slightly dazed as he opened his mouth wide. "Young master, this is dragon's blood, pure dragon's blood. This is still the first time I've seen it in my life." While the ice dragon had already been dead for who knew how many years, its flesh and blood had still not decayed, still containing a flourishing spiritual chi within. As Ah Hu had said, true dragons could not be seen in the current eight extremities world, only scaly dragons and hornless dragons at most. Even if they could find the corpse of a true dragon, it would only be its skeleton at most, with many of its skeletons not even being incomplete. Therefore such pure dragon blood was truly rare to the extreme. Other than the founder of the Water Domain's Jade Sea City, who had once obtained a complete corpse of a water dragon, the others at most only had great fortune filling the heavens, having discovered containers containing a small amount of dragon blood left behind in the remains of some pre-great calamity times. However, such good fortune was truly as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Under the heavens, most people, even many martial grandmasters and martial saints included, might not even have personally seen true dragon blood in their entire lives. Through the stream of light that extended out from his fingertip, Yan Zhaoge guided the dragon blood out. As the ice-blue blood came into contact with Yan Zhaoge's finger also involuntarily trembled slightly, feeling an icy coldness as his fingertip momentarily went numb. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, his face gradually turning red. After a short while, a layer of green chi vaguely emanated, the two colors alternating unceasingly, circulating endlessly. The mass of chi within his body that resembled chaos now changed its form, separating into ice and fire, intermingling whilst also opposing each other. With this as the foundation, it opposed the icy cold yet blazing hot dragon blood. The ice-blue blood extended unceasingly, beginning to envelop Yan Zhaoge's finger before continuing to extend upwards, rolling on Yan Zhaoge's palm and even his arm. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's body pulsed, resembling breathing as they unceasingly absorbed the dragon blood within his body, transforming it into refined chi which he then refined and absorbed. Above his head, a roiling pillar of chi surged, condensed and not dissipating as it resembled smoke. Ah Hu stood guard by Yan Zhaoge's side, at the same time vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge ceased his cultivation, the steam that seemed to boil above his head gradually dissipating as the alternating red and green color on his face also faded, his entire person regaining his original appearance. Within his eyes, a radiance was bright as it had never been before, but it was gone in a flash, very quickly becoming gentle once more, also even more restrained than before. The only abnormal thing was that Yan Zhaoge's hand was still flickering with a faint blue light at this moment. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, your hand?" Yan Zhaoge laughed. "It's fine, the essence of the dragon blood still hasn't been completely refined. Some time is needed, that's all. Other than the external appearance, it doesn't affect anything else. You come and try it too." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge continued extracting the essence of the dragon blood from the corpse of the ice dragon, not refining it himself, instead transferring it to Ah Hu. Ah Hu clicked his tongue in wonder, not changing his carefree nature as he began attempting to refine the essence of the dragon blood after absorbing it. In the end, he had taken too big a step, the martial arts he cultivated and also not being as all-encompassing as Yan Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture. In the end, Ah Hu's entire body was enveloped by the dragon blood, illuminated by a blue light. Although he had gradually refined and absorbed most of the essence of the dragon blood, not causing any other negative effects, Ah Hu was still directly stunned. Looking at him, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. "Luckily it's not green." Chapter 353. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu traveled on a vessel, traversing the North Sea. On the way, Yan Zhaoge analyzed the dragon scale fragments left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint whilst also extracting the dragon blood contained within the corpse of the glacial dragon, tempering his body and absorbing the essence of spiritual chi within. Body tempering with the dragon blood caused Yan Zhaoge's fleshly body to grow unceasingly from the inside out, stepping into a new level. And along with the absorption of the dragon blood's essence and spiritual chi, Yan Zhaoge's aura chi cultivation also rose unceasingly. Because of this heaven-blessed fortuitous encounter and resources, Yan Zhaoge's accumulation was even more robust, also saving quite a bit of time in his cultivation. Before leaving the mountain this time, having just nurtured a spirit seed and stepped into the mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel his rate of improvement, being even faster than he had expected. Not just compared to others, it was even faster than Yan Zhaoge himself had predicted. Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that he was already not far from his spirit seed sprouting and forming spirit sprouts, stepping into the late spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. This was something that he had not thought of before coming to the extreme north this time. After all, not many people knew that the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint actually still contained the corpse of a true dragon. As Yan Zhaoge hurried, he cultivated, carefully avoiding the dangers of the sea as well as the Heavenly Thunder Hall's spies. A considerable portion of the inner North Sea was under the control of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, and Yan Zhaoge was currently not in the mood to waste time on them. As he sailed into one of the water domain's 9 cities, Stone City, at the southern end of the inner North Sea, Yan Zhaoge could be considered as having left the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Stone Rock City, one of the 9 cities of the water domain, was also governed by the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Here there was the first seat elder of Jade Sea City, as well as some first and second-rate powers in the water domain and the inner North Sea. They had always been infiltrating the inner North Sea controlled by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the two sides having conflicts from time to time, the smoke of gunpowder rising unceasingly. Jade Sea City had previously received news that Yan Zhaoge had headed to the outer East Sea, his whereabouts thereafter unknown. Now, however, news of Yan Zhaoge causing a great disturbance in the extreme northern lands had vaguely spread. Therefore Yan Zhaoge had not concealed his tracks in coming here. While he was young, his status and identity far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Stepping into the territory of their ally Jade Sea City, he had to inform the other party of his arrival, otherwise it would appear rather impolite. In some aspects, Yan Zhaoge's current authority and responsibility in Broad Creed Mountain was even more important than that of some of the first seat elders. If possible, Yan Zhaoge had originally not intended to enter Stone Rock City. However, navigating above the North Sea, Yan Zhaoge felt that little Shijun within the ice coffin showed signs of awakening. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, he had to make some preparations involving some things. He might as well trouble the Jade Sea City martial practitioners of Stone Rock City to help him gather them. Ascending the massive island that resembled a small continent where Stone Rock City was, the number of martial practitioners walking about gradually increased. Yan Zhaoge was still garbed in a white robe, a blue robe on the outside with a black border around it. He didn't intentionally display it, but also didn't conceal his tracks as he just walked openly on the road. However, the gazes of the passers-by were more focused on Ahu behind Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind this in the slightest. He really didn't mind it at all. Yan Zhaoge was completely not interested in trying Ahu's method of stealing his limelight himself. Along the way, Ahu and Yan Zhaoge had unceasingly absorbed the essence of the dragon's blood, tempering their fleshly bodies and increasing their cultivation bases. However, as compared to the Yan Zhaoge whose external appearance was still normal, Ahu's skin was currently a deep blue, even flickering with a faint blue light. His 5 senses, nose, neck, arms, all parts of his body that were exposed outside his clothes were all like this. With such an appearance, it would be hard for Ahu not to be eye-catching even if he wanted to. What are you looking at? Ahu glared unhappily at the passers-by by the side. Currently he was truly ferocious and ferocious, his features savage. However, Ahu then turned to look at Yan Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face, saying pitifully, "Young master." Yan Zhaoge also couldn't help but laugh. "I already told you long ago that if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls, but you just wouldn't listen. Why bother now?" Ahu was crestfallen, thinking of a way to get himself a cloak, wrapping his entire body within it before pulling up a hood to cover his face. Only then did he avoid being stared at by others. After entering Stone Rock City, Yan Zhaoge paid a visit to the first seat elder of Jade Sea City. Having already received the news earlier, Jade Sea City naturally had prepared a place for Yan Zhaoge and Ahu to stay. The materials and treasures that Yan Zhaoge had asked them to help him find had also mostly been prepared. In the following days, Yan Zhaoge quietly guarded the ice coffin containing Shijun's body. At the same time, after Yan Zhaoge had entered the region of sea governed by Stone Rock City, his communication with the outside world had also become smoother. Stone Rock City was the territory of Jade Sea City. After all, Jade Sea City and Broad Creed Mountain were allies, unlike the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If Broad Creed Mountain wanted to set up a simple information channel here, it wouldn't be difficult. News from the outside world began to be transmitted to Yanzhaoge in an endless stream. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, while Yanzhaoge, with his current age and cultivation base, had already reached the point where there was virtually no reward for him at all. However, compared to before, it was still much more convenient. Other than being able to freely enter any level of the martial repository, Yanzhaoge would also be able to obtain all the information that Broad Creed Mountain had gathered from the outside world at the first possible moment. At the same time, Yanzhaoge could specially designate the various information channels of Broad Creed Mountain, gathering information according to his needs and train of thought. This authority was the same as that of his father, the chief of Broad Creed Mountain. It could be said that Yanzhaoge's authority and treatment in certain areas even surpassed that of the first seat elders. This was an important manifestation of this. Yanzhaoge had previously instructed them to pay close attention to the movements of the southern underground palace of the fire domain, not letting go of even the slightest sign of trouble. Currently, a large amount of information had already been sent back. The southern underground palace was an important place of the Sacred Sun clan. For Broad Creed Mountain to want to gather information from there, it would be extremely difficult. However, just some very superficial, very trivial information was already sufficient for Yanzhaoge to be able to see through it. It had already been some time since he had touched the ice pith vein in the extreme northern snowy plains. Imperceptibly, accumulating little by little, some abnormalities had indeed occurred in the southern underground palace over the past few days. News showed that the southern underground palace was growing more and more violent. Some Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, because of the sudden increase in firepower, exceeding the limits of their cultivation bases, were caught unawares and nearly perished within. It was all thanks to the Sacred Sun clan experts with higher cultivation bases discovering the abnormalities in time, lending a helping hand, that a terrible disaster had not occurred. But very quickly these Sacred Sun clan experts with higher cultivation bases discovered to their shock that they too were gradually unable to bear it. What left the Sacred Sun clan even more confused was that as time passed, not only did the eruption of the Sea of Flames not weaken, it instead grew more and more intense. Chapter 354. As Yanzhaoge began to leave the extreme northern snowy plains and re-enter the North Sea, far away in the southern region of the fire domain, the situation had gradually become unstable. In the south of the fire field, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains in the southern border. The mountains stretched endlessly and the weather was already hot. And in the mountains, leading underground, was an even hotter world. There, beneath the earth, was a world of flames and magma. The southern wasteland's underground palace was an extremely dangerous place, just like the extreme north ice field and the extreme west desert. Moreover, the danger it posed was even more obvious, it was even more tyrannical. It was truly an underground world of a sea of fire. Even for the Sacred Sun clan, while this was a sacred ground, it was also a forbidden ground. Only martial artists whose cultivation reached the great Grandmaster realm could enter with the sect's permission. Although the environment here was extremely harsh, it also produced some rare resources and treasures, many of which were unique to this place. At the same time, to the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, this was also a good place to cultivate and temper themselves. However, in the past few days, the southern wasteland fire sea underground palace had become even more violent than before. At the start, while the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases had been caught unawares and nearly perished within, the Sacred Sun clan had not paid too much attention to it. Although it wasn't as obvious and stable as the ebb and flow of the ocean, the fire in the underground palace of the southern wasteland had also fluctuated from time to time in previous years. It was just that what the Sacred Sun clan was concerned about was that this time's firepower had suddenly skyrocketed without any prior warning whatsoever, leaving them completely unprepared. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, what happened next caused the Sacred Sun clan to be unable to remain calm. The energy within the Sea of Flames grew more and more violent. That destructive energy seemed to want to destroy anyone who dared to step into it. As time passed, it was not just the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters and Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters who were unable to withstand it. Towards the end, even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were gradually finding it hard to withstand it. In order to extract some of the special resources of the underground palace, the Sacred Sun clan had set up some equipment, formations and other things, opening up a few safe zones, all of them having been destroyed, not a single tile remaining. In the end, a supreme elder who had already reached the transcendent realm and had long stopped caring about worldly affairs, who had secluded himself in the southern wasteland underground palace for many years, was also alarmed. This peak martial grandmaster expert, a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan who had already stepped into the transcending mortality stage and was attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm, gradually felt the strength of the firepower of the underground palace to the point that it was hard for him to bear. Finally, he could only retreat from the underground palace in a sorry state. The southern underground palace was extremely important to the Sacred Sun clan. This matter directly alarmed the Sacred Sun clan's current #1 expert, the Sun Comes East Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia, a martial saint, personally went to the southern wasteland underground palace to investigate. However, the result caused the East Rising martial saint to feel extremely despondent. There were no signs of external enemies invading, no signs of internal chaos, also no signs of the Sacred Sun clan's own disciples making a mistake, causing the southern underground palace to explode. All of this seemed to have happened without any prior signs, without any reason at all, causing everyone to be unable to make heads or tails of it. It was as though the heavens had gone mad, suddenly giving the Sacred Sun clan a hard time. This caused the entire Sacred Sun clan to feel stifled, filled with nervousness and fury, unable to find a place to vent them. It was like sitting peacefully in one's home, yet an unexpected calamity had flown over. Yan Zhaoge's sudden blow from the other end of the Eight Extremities world caused the entire Sacred Sun clan to feel somewhat dazed for a time. As time passed, the southern underground palace became extremely violent, the infinite flames and lava beneath the ground gradually about to burst out of the earth's surface. Of the entire Sacred Sun clan, only Huang Guanglia was currently still able to move about within the underground palace. His domineering move had at least not caused the danger to grow a step further. However, he could only barely stop the rising flames within the underground palace. If he wanted to quell the rampaging power within the underground palace, he could only rely on time to slowly whittle it away. When Yan Zhaoge arrived at Stone Rock City, a group of the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts were gathered outside the southern underground palace. From the current chief Huang Su to Huang Guanglia's grandson and Huang Su's son Huang Jia, everyone was present. They all had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the entrance of the underground palace, where numerous fiery lights could now clearly be seen flickering within, flames spurting out from the entrance from time to time, shooting into the skies. After a long time, a white-clothed old man resembling the sun rising from the east walked out of the sea of flames. It was precisely Huang Guanglia. Huang Su, Huang Jia and the others all came forward together, bowing to Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia's face was expressionless. The cause was a sudden change in the fire pith vein, thus causing all of this. If we want to recover, we can only slowly whittle it away with time. At the very least, it will take more than 10 years, perhaps even decades. Hearing his words, the faces of everyone in the Sacred Sun clan darkened, bitterness filling their mouths. Huang Guanglia's gaze swept the entire area. Unless we can find the cause of this matter and find a cure for it. Such a sudden change, this old man does not believe that it was a sudden calamity descending from the heavens. There must definitely be a reason for it. If there is nothing wrong with the body itself, it must be caused by external factors. Huang Guanglia looked at Huang Su. Has there been any news in the outside world that is worth noting recently? Huang Su said, there is one thing that perhaps is worth noting, just that it is a little too inconceivable. There was news earlier that Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge caused a great disturbance in the extreme northern snowy plains, clashing with the Heavenly Thunder Hall and killing a few of them, snatching away their high-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. At the same time, he also entered the legacy site of the past glacial dragon Martial Saint. What he took away from there is still uncertain. We have long since known of this news, but we missed out on some details earlier. This time, having specially asked those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to verify it, only then did we know that the trap Yan Zhaoge used to ambush and kill many of them activated a branch of the ice pith vein of the extreme northern lands. Huang Su knit his brows slightly. They are all earth veins. While one is south and one is north, one is ice and one is fire, there still seems to be some mysteries within. The surrounding higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan all fell into deep thought. Even so, isn't the distance a little too far? Does it really matter? Huang Jia, who had always been silent and resembled Huang Su's shadow, now said softly, there is a matter that was passed down from before the great calamity, now like a legend. The martial titan of the snowy immortal palace had a heavenly frost ice spring which dried up without any prior warning or reason, leaving everyone at that time completely bewildered as it became an unsolved mystery. Huang Jie said, "While one is strengthening, the other is weakening. The experience of the heavenly frost ice spring is not similar to the situation in the southern underground palace today." Huang Guanglia raised his head towards the sky, saying after a while, "Ice and fire complementing each other, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, two extremes opposing each other, it is not impossible." Looking at the incomparably vast southern underground palace beneath the ground before them, an old man said rather hesitantly, "If Yuan Zhengfeng went to do it, it would still be fine. That Yan Zhaoge, with his early martial grandmaster cultivation base, was able to draw upon the earth vein? Also, it was the opposition of ice and fire, influencing the southern underground palace from the extreme northern lands?" The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all nodded slightly. The three generations of Huang Guanglia, Huang Su and Huang Jia all had solemn looks on their faces as they felt that it was absurd and hard to believe. Chapter 355. If it was said that Yan Zhaoge had used the ice pith vein to set up a trap and used it to ambush the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, while the difficulty would similarly be great, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners would still be able to accept it. However, if it was said that with Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base activating the ice pith vein and affecting the southern underground palace in the extreme northern snowy plains, that would be hard to imagine. While they felt that Huang Su and Huang Jie's conjecture was not without reason, it just felt as unrealistic as a castle in the air. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jie gazed silently at the entrance of the southern underground palace in the distance, not speaking for a long time, a rare solemn expression appearing on his face. Huang Guanglia swiveled his head to look at Huang Su. "Have you asked the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall about the traces of the scene?" Huang Su shook his head. The ice pith vein directly erupted with cold tides, destroying the entire scene into a mess. At this point, this current chief of the Sacred Sun clan felt a stifling feeling in his chest once more. Only by finding the root cause of the matter would he be able to deal with it. Now that he had a way to confirm where Yan Zhaoge had acted in the extreme northern snowy plains, he was still unable to understand the method. Like this, the Sacred Sun clan was still unable to solve the problem at its root. Because the ice pith vein in the extreme northern lands had already changed, if they could not find the source, they would not be able to solve the problem. Therefore, at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun clan could only wait patiently. As time passed and the earth veins changed, the southern underground palace regaining its calm. Thinking about this, even a martial saint like Huang Guanglia felt somewhat vexed. With the southern underground palace currently in such a violent state, of the entire Sacred Sun clan, only he could freely enter it. With the extreme Yin crown on her, Mengwan could temporarily stay there. The others, even transcending mortality martial grandmasters, would be unable to enter. This would affect the Sacred Sun clan greatly. There were many precious resources in the southern underground palace that could not be mined. Hoping for Huang Guanglia and Mengwan to specially become miners, the Sacred Sun clan was still not extravagant to that extent. Taking 10,000 steps back, some things that were urgently needed, things that had to be found, Huang Guanglia and Mengwan would just have to make a trip. However, to the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, they would lose a sacred cultivation ground, which would severely affect their progress. Especially when cultivating in the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the extreme Yang Fist, required the help of the environment of the southern underground palace. To the current Sacred Sun clan, this was a virtually unsolvable problem. These effects could not be seen in a short period of time. But as time passed, it would continue to ferment, and the effects would become more and more obvious. As a supreme martial art of the Sacred Sun clan, the extreme Yang Fist was not just a combat technique. Although failing to cultivate it did not mean that one's path to becoming a martial sage was completely cut off, the difficulty would be so high that just thinking about it would cause one to despair. Apart from the step of transcending mortality and entering sainthood, the following steps were Transcendence Talismans and Primordial Spirit Talismans. Every step that the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners took upwards would be severely affected, making it difficult for them to advance. Making a more extreme assumption now that they had lost the great Sun Heaven measuring ruler, if Huang Guanglia also perished, even without needing other enemy powers to attack them, the Sacred Sun clan itself would be left behind after a few decades had passed. If there were no other gains to make up for it, this was almost foreseeable. If it could be resolved within a short period of time, this problem would not be a problem at all. However, to the Sacred Sun clan, there just so happened to be no way to resolve it within a short period of time. Even though they were right at the edge of the Sea of Fire underground palace, it was extremely hot, and even the air seemed to be burning. However, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present all felt a slight chill run down their backs at this moment. Yan Zhaoge's sudden blow from the extreme northern lands to the southern wilderness had left the entire Sacred Sun clan unable to catch their breath for a long time, their hearts heavy. The still young Huang Jie aside, everyone here, Huang Su included, for just that one moment, they suddenly sort of understood how Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had felt that year. That sort of desire to improve, yet being suppressed by external factors, was like a huge rock weighing down on their hearts, pressuring them to the point of almost suffocating. To them, with the matter having just happened, there was still time to think of a solution. Therefore, this sort of feeling was just a momentary thing as they very quickly regained their calming down once more. However, if there was no solution at all as time passed, the pressure within their hearts would definitely increase by the day, growing greater and greater. Huang Guanglia now said, "You all return to the world illuminating peak first. Don't mess up the foundations of my Sacred Sun clan. This old man will remain here looking into it in detail, seeing if there is any way to resolve this." Huang Su and the others nodded. This was all they could do now. Huang Guanglia suddenly gazed towards the north. "We have to pay attention to the movements of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain at all times. In the long term, the Sacred Sun clan was faced with a massive problem that could shake their foundation. However, from the current situation, it did not affect their overall strength much. Gazing towards the north, Huang Guanglia suddenly said, "Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, this person from now onwards, pay close attention to his every move, paying close attention to all of it." Huang Su nodded, "I understand. Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge. Not Yendi's son, not Broad Creed Mountain disciple, not that junior, or that junior." Just from the way Huang Guanglia addressed Yan Zhaoge, it was sufficient to know how serious his current attitude was. With Huang Guanglia's seniority, cultivation base and position, this was the first time in his life that he had addressed a youth of the same generation as his grandson in such a manner. However, none of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present expressed any surprise. While they were unable to verify whether the changes in the southern underground palace were related to Yan Zhaoge, this did not prevent the Sacred Sun clan from placing him in a higher regard. Huang Su said, "Whether or not it was done by Broad Creed Mountain and Yan Zhaoge, whether or not they have the ability to do it again within a short period of time, contact the Heavenly Thunder Hall and get them to keep a close eye on the extreme northern snowy plains. Our Sacred Sun clan should also send people over to patrol, lest they find a chance to repeat their old tricks. At the same time, look for a chance. Other than clearly sending himself to his death, kill Yan Zhaoge no matter the cost." Huang Su's face was expressionless, his gaze cold. "If we allow him to continue growing like this when his cultivation base has risen, he will be even more of a threat than his father, Yendi." Huang Jie was silent, his gaze also silently looking towards the north, his gaze deep and distant. As the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were feeling badly battered, Yan Zhaoge was in a very good mood in Stone Rock City. Having gathered all the things he needed, Yan Zhaoge began setting things up in his room. A small-scale formation was erected, with the ice coffin containing Shi Jun's body placed at its center. With only the final step of his long journey of 10,000 li remaining, Yan Zhaoge would definitely not allow any accidents to occur. In the days of waiting, he had also managed to wait for Su Fei to arrive. On the way to Stone Rock City, Yan Zhaoge had immediately contacted the clan. How he would act next would still have to depend on the situation. It was still best for Shi Jun and his mother to be sent back to the clan. Standing by Yan Zhaoge's side, Su Fei also looked quietly at the ice coffin at the center of the formation. Chapter 356. Shui Fei had always been calm and capable. Even at this time, his expression was still calm. However, Yan Zhaoge could feel that his heart was not calm. "Senior brother Su." Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "At the time of the calamity that year, little Shi Jun should only have been 3 years old. It is uncertain how much he could have understood about the situation back then. If anything happens to senior martial brother Shi, and if little Shi Jun wakes up and asks about it." As Yan Zhaoge said this, his voice was slightly heavy. When Su Fei heard that, he said softly, "Junior has been in a deep slumber all these years. He should not be aware of what is happening in the outside world. Although he looks like a child in his teens, his mental memory should still be that of a 3-year-old. He needs time to grow and adapt. He has always been smart. I believe that as time passes and he grows older, he will be like other children in the future. When his mind is back to normal, I will tell him everything. I will not hide anything from him. Xue Fei raised his head and thought for a moment. Tell Jun everything I know about Brother Shi's descent into the devil and what happened after that. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. That's also good. Otherwise, if someone in the know tells him the truth in the future and he feels that we are lying to him, he will instead feel resentment towards us, easily being used by those with ulterior motives. I just hope that he won't end up like senior apprentice Brother Shi. Sighing lightly, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. It is not that there is no such possibility. Xue Fei gazed at the ice coffin. It's also possible to recognize and understand Master. Yan Zhaoge said, this will have to depend on how senior apprentice Brother Su normally educates and guides them. People's views on the same matter are different. Even adults like us find it very hard to completely avoid the influence of our personal likes and dislikes on our judgment, much less children. If nothing unexpected happened, when Shijun entered Broad Creed Mountain in the future to learn martial arts, as long as he was able to pass the test and become a core direct disciple, his master would be Su Fei. This was Xue Fei's own request, and at the same time, it was also the sect's intention. Xue Fei said calmly, I will do my duty as a master. However, the path of life still depends on Jun himself. Some things cannot be forced. Yan Zhaoge agreed, that's right. As time passed, Yan Zhaoge could feel the vitality within Shijun's body growing more and more vigorous within the ice coffin. He looked at Shijun and saw that although Shijun's eyes were closed, his eyelids moved slightly as if his eyeballs were moving. He's here. Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei's spirits both rose. Yan Zhaoge bowed and struck the ground before him with his palm. The small-scale formation within the secluded room instantly circulated, numerous patterns of light lighting up. Multicolored clouds filled the quiet room. Although they were invisible, the exuberant vitality could be clearly felt. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly on the ice coffin, those streams of clouds converging towards it before unceasingly merging within. The body of the boy in the ice coffin moved again, and his eyes finally opened. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they actually felt as though a lifetime had passed. The boy rubbed his eyes as if he had just woken up and wanted to sit up. With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, the lid of the ice coffin opened. Then, the boy looked over with a dazed expression on his face. 2 adults and 1 child, the 3 of them stared at each other for a long time before the boy gradually regained his wits, first pointing at Su Fei, smiling, Uncle Su. Then, looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said rather hesitantly, Little Uncle Yan? It's me, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Shijun was intelligent, having already recognized people when he had still been a child. However, when they had last met that year, Yan Zhaoge had only been a youth in his teens. Now he was already a youth in his 20s. His appearance had changed slightly, causing little Shijun to be rather uncertain. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge's reply, little Shijun instantly smiled happily. Surveying their surroundings, he asked curiously, Where are father and mother? Where is grandfather? Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei, sighing lightly, Senior apprentice Brother Su, I'll leave it to you. The ice coffin containing In Yuzhen's body had already been handed over to Su Fei for safekeeping. Hearing his words, Su Fei nodded, walking forward and carrying Shijun out of the ice coffin. Only now did Shijun react. Lowering his head to look at his hands and feet, he discovered, astonishedly, that he seemed to have grown a lot taller, that feeling as though his body wasn't his. After accompanying little Shijun for a while, Yan Zhaoge turned and left the room, leaving it to Su Fei. He walked all the way to the courtyard. It was currently dawn, the rising sun exceptionally brilliant. Looking at the sunrise, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, Good sunrise, a newborn sun in the morning. Now Ahu walked into the courtyard. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he immediately understood, Young master, little Shijun has awakened? Yan Zhaoge nodded, That's right, senior apprentice Brother Su is taking care of him inside. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. This way, Elder Shi can also be comforted a little. Yan Zhaoge asked, Is there something that you came here for? And young master, it's like this. Ahu's expression was slightly strange as he answered, Just now, while walking in the city, I heard a rather bizarre piece of news. After living in seclusion in Stone Rock City for a period of time, Ahu had gradually refined the dragon blood essence chi within his body, finally no longer looking like that miserable blue giant. Recently, this big guy could finally dare to go out and meet people. Thinking of his earlier situation, he really felt bitter and teary. Ahu said, a seafarer in Stone Rock City mentioned that while traversing the outer North Sea earlier, he met Miss Seacombe. Yen Zhaoge said casually, junior apprentice sister Seacombe? She had previously decided to go out adventuring and temper herself, following Jade Sea City's senior apprentice brother Song, junior apprentice sister Li and the others to the water domain. Afterwards she left the water domain and went to the outer North Sea. It is not strange at all. While it is very dangerous, this is the path that she has chosen for herself. It is not good for us to say anything. Ahu scratched his head. Young master, Miss Seacombe wanting to go out adventuring, it is indeed not strange for someone to coincidentally meet her outside. However, that seafarer said that he saw two Miss Seacombe. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh, could they be twin sisters? This is indeed a little unexpected. Junior apprentice sister Seacombe is an orphan, having entered the clan at a young age. I have never heard of her having relatives. Who would have thought that she would actually meet them outside the sea? This can also be considered a happy occasion. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. However, young master, I heard from that seafarer that Miss Seacombe and the other party were exchanging blows at that time. He paused for a moment, then said with a heavier tone, it was not a spar but a true life and death battle. Chapter 357. A life and death battle? A playful expression appeared on Yen Zhaoge's face. Ahu nodded, that's right. According to what that seaman said, both sides fought with all their might, wanting nothing more than to kill each other. However, he only saw it as he was passing by, and didn't know what the actual result was. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. In other words, the battle situation at that time was a draw, with neither side being able to tell who had the upper hand? Ahu answered, this seaman was an early Xiantian martial scholar, and his judgment shouldn't be bad. Yen Zhaoge continued asking, the two junior apprentice sisters both executed the exact same martial arts? Ahu answered seriously, that's not the case. Although their appearances were exactly the same, one was Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts, while the seaman couldn't tell which one was the other, only feeling that it was also extremely exquisite, simple and heavy. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Ahu, there's a problem here. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing into slits. According to that seaman's description, their appearances were exactly the same, which meant that their ages were also similar. However, we all know that at her current age, junior apprentice sister Seacombe's cultivation base was actually far higher than that of her peers. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, this same age is not what we usually call common people of the same age. Rather, in our clan, in the Sacred Sun clan, in Jade Sea City, in Turbid Wave Pavilion and other sacred grounds, at the level of direct disciples, she is also the proverbial genius amongst geniuses, the elite amongst the elite. At this level, junior apprentice sister Seacombe also far surpasses her peers. Other than a few extremely limited people, there are currently very few in the Eight Extremities world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Yen Zhaoge placed his hands behind his back. After stepping into the martial scholar realm, junior apprentice sister Seacombe's cultivation speed can be said to be world-shocking. Now, she's met someone who looks exactly like her, but she can fight her to a standstill. Is this normal? Hearing his words, Ahu began to ponder. After a while, Ahu said slowly, also, it's not the legacy of the other 5 sacred grounds. In Broad Creed Mountain, Miss Seacombe enjoyed the most generous conditions and treatment, with all kinds of resources available. In the Eight Extremities world, wanting to enjoy the same nurturing conditions without being from the other sacred grounds is extremely rare. Yen Zhaoge nodded, that's right. Rubbing his chin, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm a little interested in this matter now. On one hand, this matter was a bit unusual and there was something strange about it. On the other hand, Seacombe Qing's own uniqueness, the secret behind her extraordinary cultivation speed, might also lie here. While Yen Zhaoge had no intention of probing into the secrets of others on his own initiative, everyone had their own curiosity, and Yen Zhaoge had always been very concerned about this. After informing Su Fei, Yen Zhaoge left his lodgings. Ahu was still very reliable. He had already confirmed that the seafarer had not left the city and confirmed his residence. With him leading the way, Yen Zhaoge met that seafarer once more. Other than confirming some details once more, Yen Zhaoge asked another question. Other than our clan's disciple, Is the other person's martial arts related to Old Man Mo? Appearing beyond the seas, with such a wondrous legacy and sufficient resources, the first person Yan Zhaoge thought of was naturally the legendary painting saint Old Man Mo. This person's seniority was even higher than Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglie and the others, similar to Broad Creed Mountain's Zhan Dongge and Zhan Shilo, as well as the Sacred Sun Clan's Zhang Chao and the others. In the current Eight Extremities world, the one who had been a martial saint for the longest time was Old Man Mo. While Old Man Mo did not establish his own clan, nor did he allocate his own territory. Coming beyond the seas, no one could overlook this martial saint expert with the most seniority. That seafarer answered rather awkwardly, "The painting saint is a figure of legend. I have never seen him make a move before. From the rumors I have heard, that girl did not display the martial arts that the painting saint is proficient in. However, the painting saint is an expert of the heavens, and his martial arts are all-encompassing. I can't say for sure." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "It's fine. I was just asking casually." Old Man Mo was elusive and elusive, usually residing beyond the seas in seclusion, not concerned with the affairs of the world. While he had made a move, it had mostly been fleeting, making it hard for others to discern his depths. However, from the few times he had made a move, he was proficient in many martial arts, some originating from remnant legacies of before the Great Calamity, some only appearing after the Great Calamity. No one could say for sure. The things that had already been displayed were all that Old Man Mo possessed. Who looked at Yan Zhaoge, who sent over a sound transmission with his aura chi. If it were confirmed that it was Old Man Mo's legacy, I would instead be at ease. As for now. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. After clarifying the situation, he took his leave along with Hu. After saying goodbye to the first seat elder of Jade Sea City's lineage in Stone Rock City, Yan Zhaoge and Hu left Stone Rock City together. This time there was even one more accompanying them. Raising his head, Yan Zhaoge avoided the massive tongue that Pan Pan had extended over, curling his li, "Be good, don't mess around." Pan Pan grinned in a flattering manner. Then his massive body that resembled a massive elephant strode forward, heading towards the sea. Yan Zhaoge and Hu leapt onto Pan Pan's back. Black streams of water appeared around Pan Pan's body, supporting him as he walked on the undulating waves of the sea like it was flat land. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge and Hu traveled on the sea, gradually leaving the area controlled by Stone Rock City. From the inner North Sea, they headed towards the outer North Sea. On the way, Yan Zhaoge did not relax his cultivation. Other than his and Hu's cultivation, the Pan Pan beneath them also benefited from it, feasting heartily. In the end, Yan Zhaoge felt that his style had become even stranger. The mount beneath him was not just a panda, it was a panda whose entire body flickered with an ice-blue luster. Sikong Qing had the heart to temper herself, to endure the thrashing of danger, not relying on the clan for help. Broad Creed Mountain respected her decision, allowing her to set off, not interfering too much. However, in order to ensure that they could contact her when needed, the clan had also made some preparations. It was just that these preparations were unable to ascertain Sikong Qing's exact location, only being able to give a general area. Contacting the clan in the Heaven Domain, after having obtained Sikong Qing's general location, Yan Zhaoge sat on Pan Pan and headed out to sea. On the way, he also passed by the place where the seamen had witnessed the battle between the two Sikong Qings. Yan Zhaoge prepared to stop for a while, investigating the area to see if there were any traces left behind. Arriving there, he discovered that someone had already arrived before him. After clearly seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge's pupils involuntarily dilated slightly. The person before him was yet another Sikong Qing. Dressed in a man's robe, he looked handsome and spirited. At first glance, one would even think that it was Sikong Qing dressed as a man. However, after carefully observing him, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that this was a genuine man. It was just that his facial features were virtually exactly the same as Sikong Qing's. Other than a few physical characteristics, their appearances were completely the same. Chapter 358. Looking at the person before him, Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he fell into deep thought. Beside him, Hu was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. "Young master, what exactly is this?" Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze, surveying their surroundings as he casually said, "We'll know once we ask." Saying thus, he appeared and came before that youth. After noticing Yan Zhaoge, a wary look vaguely appeared within the other party's gaze. Yan Zhaoge went straight to the point. "I wonder how I should address this friend?" Forgive me for being rude, but you look exactly the same as an acquaintance of mine. However, that person is a woman. The eyes of the man in front of her, whose gender was almost indistinguishable, and whose facial features were basically identical to Sikong Qing, flashed slightly when he heard this. Appraising Yan Zhaoge, he asked instead of answering, "Is it the broad-creed young master Yan Zhaoge?" Yan Zhaoge nodded calmly, "That's right, it's me." The man before him said, "I am Ouyang Qi. While I live in seclusion beyond the seas, the great name of the broad-creed young master still reverberates like thunder in my ears. Meeting you today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." "Ouyang Qi?" Yan Zhaoge repeated softly. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, this youth said, "Does young master Yan know someone who looks similar to me? To tell you the truth, I came here because I heard that there were 2 people who looked exactly like me fighting here. Because of my curiosity, I came to take a look." Ouyang Qi continued, "Speaking of which, it's a bit funny. They were 2 women. It's a pity that I'm a step too late. The 2 of them have already left." Yan Zhaoge looked quietly at this face that resembled Sikong Qing's. Apart from wearing men's clothing and some gender characteristics, the other party's appearance was basically the same as Sikong Qing's. This Ouyang Qi's figure, compared to a normal man, was slender and slightly shorter. But it was precisely because of this that even his figure was basically the same as Sikong Qing's. Presumably, the size of their skeletons should be roughly the same. However, even if they were of the same gender, the moment he opened his mouth to speak, it was enough to let others be sure that he was not the same person as Sikong Qing. The way the 2 spoke, the way they treated people were completely different. The voice belonged to a man and a woman. They were obviously different, but the quality of the voice was somewhat similar. However, his tone, speed of speech, wording, and so on were completely different. Looking at Ouyang Qi, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "That is indeed a pity. You look too similar to my junior apprentice sister. I had initially thought that you were long-lost relatives." Ouyang Qi's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, "That's hard to say. My parents died when I was young and I couldn't remember anything, so I can't be sure." Yan Zhaoge asked casually, "I wonder who your master is? Perhaps this Yan knows him?" Ouyang Qi answered, "My master is an unaffiliated cultivator from beyond the seas. Let alone the continent, he rarely even goes to the inner endless sea. I believe that young master Yan has never met him." Yan Zhaoge didn't ask any further as he nodded, "Since that is so, if you are free, you are welcome to come to my broad creed mountain as a guest." Ouyang Qi cupped his hands and bowed. "It's my honor. I still have matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave here. I hope young master Yan won't blame me for my lack of manners." Looking at Ouyang Qi's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Who follow him? This person's words are full of lies. There's definitely a problem." "Yes, young master," Hu patted Pan Pan, answering and leaving. Yan Zhaoge remained on the small island, his gaze sweeping the area as he observed the environment here. Sikong Qing had already reached the peak of the outer aura martial scholar realm. Releasing her aura qi, her destructive power was shocking. In a life-and-death battle with someone on the island, a great amount of traces would naturally be left behind. Meanwhile, her opponent was similarly not a benevolent person. The 2 had clashed with true fire, having been locked in a stalemate, also virtually leveling the small island to the ground. The traces of their battle here had been completely preserved. In coming here just now, Ouyang Qi seemed to have also been observing the environment here. Yan Zhaoge and whose cultivation bases being much higher than his, as he had been observing the traces left behind by the battle on the island, Yan Zhaoge had also been silently observing him. With Yan Zhaoge's vision, it was not hard to discover that most of Ouyang Qi's attention had been placed on the traces left behind by Sikong Qing. Was it just because Sikong Qing hailed from a sacred ground-level power, Broad Creed Mountain, that she was being paid extra attention to? Yan Zhaoge shook his head slowly, coming before a deep crater. A massive crater that resembled a small basin had been smashed out here, the soil and stones within charred black, as though they had been forcibly blasted out by the power of a powerful flame. Yan Zhaoge reached out, his aura qi grabbing a bit of the charred soil and stones within the crater. As the charred soil landed in his hands, Yan Zhaoge rubbed it lightly, his aura qi surging as the charred soil gradually turned to ash. The fire evil god of the 5 elements, baleful gods, or the martial art recorded in the sun incinerating evil scripture, or perhaps the charred earth battle qi? Numerous thoughts quickly flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind, a very outstanding fire-type martial art, with a resolute concept of mutual destruction integrated within. It should be the fire evil god of the 5 elements, baleful gods. Yin Zhaoge nodded. From the looks of it, it was still junior apprentice Sister Sikong who gained the upper hand in the end, forcing her opponent to go all out, using this final supreme technique. I just wonder what the final result was? He rose into the air, hovering in the air above the small island as he surveyed the surrounding sea. Sadly, it's all the sea around us. It is very hard to determine what route junior apprentice Sister Sikong and the others took when they left the island. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge struck out with a palm. The small island instantly began shaking intensely, splitting apart from its center before beginning to sink into the sea. Yin Zhaoge circled the surroundings, wanting to see if he had discovered anything else. However, he didn't find anything. Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoge chased in the direction that Ouyang Qi, Hu and Pan Pan had just left. The immortal crane wings behind his back expanded, his speed as fast as lightning. Leaving the water domain controlled by Jade Sea City, arriving at the outer North Sea, he could immediately feel how chaotic and complicated the daily situation had become. Here there was little order to speak of, being a paradise for the fugitives. A person's identity and background were of minimal use here because your opponents would likely already be used to the style of, where there's wine, there's wine, there's wine, there's wine today, there's a year of happiness every day. In such an environment, the most reliable thing was one's own strength. Fortunately, while the people here were mostly lawless and out of control, most of them were rich in experience, also having a better eye for things, not taking the initiative to provoke people they couldn't afford to. However, there would always be some people who didn't have a good eye for things, bumping right into Yin Zhaoge. In the end, not only did they fail to rob him, they were instead robbed by Yin Zhaoge, slaughtered and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After catching up to Hu grinned widely. "Young master, I feel that this kid is intentionally leading us in circles." "Then I'm even more interested." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. In such a geographical environment, being able to lead us in circles, causing us to be unable to find junior apprentice Sister Sikong. On the other hand, he is able to confirm where junior apprentice Sister Sikong is, thus being able to avoid us successfully. Chapter 359. While their field of vision was wide above the Great Sea, this was not a problem for the two of them. Black streams of water expanded around Pan Pan's body, forming a barrier that kept the seawater at bay as it carried Yin Zhaoge and Hu amidst the seawater. Yin Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding sea. Junior apprentice Sister Sikong should still be in the vicinity. Ahu's spiritual sense locked onto Ouyang Qi. The smile on his face was somewhat sinister. "Young master, since you're sure that there's something wrong with this brat, why don't you just take him down?" Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "I wonder if he is related to the painting saint Old Man Mo. I remember that the verdant pill island that Old Man Mo resides at is where the outer North Sea and the outer East Sea intersect." Although the art saint Old Man Mo did not establish his own sect, he did have disciples under him. It was just that, like Old Man Mo, they lived in seclusion and kept a low profile. Old Man Mo had always stood aloof from worldly affairs and lived in seclusion overseas. However, it would be a big mistake to think that this old man had a good temper. Old Man Mo's treasured calligraphy was renowned throughout the world, but alongside his ink paintings, there was also the blood paintings. Killing was like hanging a painting. When the blood of the opponents killed by Old Man Mo came into contact with Old Man Mo's true intent, it would transform into a blood-stained brush and ink, using the heavens and earth as a canvas, using blood as a painting, leaving a mark in nature that wouldn't fade for a long time. Recalling Old Man Mo's strength, Ahu shrunk his neck. While his young master had broad Creed Mountain behind him, first not to mention the fact that the clan was currently in a standoff with the Sacred Sun clan, even if they could free up their hands, they were currently in Old Man Mo's territory. If they angered Old Man Mo, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't be able to reason with it. If it was that girl who had clashed with Sikong Qing, then they would have done so. Sikong Qing was also a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Even if the opponent was of Old Man Mo's lineage, Broad Creed Mountain would still protect its disciples. However, while this Ouyang Qi appeared strange, he currently did not show any enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain. Under such circumstances, if the other party was of Old Man Mo's lineage and Yin Zhaoge took the initiative to capture him, it would seem as though he was looking for trouble, as though he was provoking Old Man Mo. Provoking a martial saint was no small matter in the current Eight Extremities world. Even if Old Man Mo was unable to react in time, allowing Yin Zhaoge to safely return to the water domain, returning to the mainland with Broad Creed Mountain protecting him, Old Man Mo would be helpless against him. That would also push Old Man Mo towards the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan would probably be laughing themselves awake even in their dreams. Thinking up to here, Ahu couldn't help but feel a toothache, and he could only give up on the idea of directly capturing Ouyang Qi. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge said, Ahu, go capture him. Ahu was stunned. Young master, what if? Sitting in the meditative position on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge pressed his hands on his knees as he nodded. Do as I say, it's no problem. Hearing this, Ahu did not say anything more. He leaped up and rushed out of the sea. Then, like a fierce tiger with wings, he crossed the sky and pounced towards Ouyang Qi in the distance. Yan Zhaoge rested his elbows on his knees, his palm propping up his chin, his gaze momentarily unfocused as he considered many questions within his mind. In just a moment, Ahu had already returned with Ouyang Qi. Young master, this kid's strength isn't ordinary. At the same cultivation level, let alone capturing him alive, I would have to spend some effort to defeat him. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I feel that even if my strength is not as good as Miss Sikong's in the same realm, the gap is still very small. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Looking at the Ouyang Qi who had been brought before him, he said, Hello, we meet again. Ouyang Qi snorted, I wonder how I have offended an esteemed disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, to deserve such treatment from the Broad Creed young master? While his words could still be considered polite, the doubt and mockery in his tone was very obvious. Martial practitioners who traveled beyond the seas had never had a good impression of the 6 great sacred grounds, their fear of them also being somewhat lower. Yan Zhaoge smiled calmly, at the moment, you still don't seem to have done anything to offend my clan, offend me. However, there are some questions that I would like to ask. The first question, are you a descendant of the Painting Saint's lineage? Yan Zhaoge asked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Hearing his words, Ouyang Qi's gaze flickered slightly but he did not answer. It was instead Ahu's face that looked slightly bitter as he sent a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge with his aura qi. Young master, the martial art he displayed just now seemed to be the Light Rainbow Sword. The Light Rainbow Sword was a martial art that had appeared after the Great Calamity, created by the Golden Rainbow Sword Saint after analyzing some martial legacies of before the Great Calamity and integrating his martial true intent within. It had also been famous for a time in history, being one of the peak supreme sword arts that had appeared after the Great Calamity of the 8 Extremities world. However, it had been lost for a long time afterwards. The Painting Saint, Old Man Mo, had never displayed this martial art before. However, one of Old Man Mo's most well-known disciples, the sea-crossing Long Rainbow, Tan Xing, had become famous for this sword art. Therefore, the world knew that this long-lost supreme sword art had once again seen the light of day in Old Man Mo's hands. Ouyang Qi being able to display this martial art undoubtedly indicated his identity. As Ahu saw it, the worst-case scenario had appeared. Ouyang Qi was precisely a descendant of Old Man Mo's lineage. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge instead laughed, appraising Ouyang Qi all over. Light Rainbow Sword, so you really are a descendant of the Painting Saint's lineage. I wonder how you are referred to as the sea-crossing Long Rainbow? Ouyang Qi was silent for a moment before he finally said, That is my Grand Master. Yan Zhaoge nodded, I have long heard of Senior Tan's great name. Ouyang Qi was silent as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, the second question, where are my fellow disciples now? Ouyang Qi answered, how would I know? Ahu stared wide-eyed as he looked at Ouyang Qi, who actually seemed a little guilty and short of breath, feeling greatly surprised. Could it be that this person's light rainbow sword had been secretly learnt? Or perhaps he had made a mistake and snuck out? Had he already been expelled by a senior of the clan? Yan Zhaoge, however, said nonchalantly, of course you know. Perhaps you just forgot for a moment. This is not important. We can go to Verdant Pill Island. I believe that you will be able to recall it very easily there. This time, not only did Ahu's eyes widen, even his mouth unconsciously opened as he was momentarily rendered speechless. His young master, having taken someone else's disciple, was still preparing to go to their doorstep of his own accord? However, what left Ahu even more stunned was that Ouyang Qi's face turned rather gloomy upon hearing his words as he answered after a while, your fellow disciples are roughly 300 kilometers to the west. I am also not clear on their exact location. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily, it's already enough. See how good this is? Saying thus, he patted Pan Pan, the group turning west. Ahu's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Ouyang Qi as he secretly asked via sound transmission, young master. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, as long as we don't kill him it'll be fine. Comparatively speaking, he would rather not have the seniors of the clan know of this matter. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge said softly, "When I see junior apprentice Sister Sikong, I should be able to confirm more things." Chapter 360. According to Ouyang Qi's words, Yan Zhaoge's group headed west. After reaching a certain distance, the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain could freely communicate with one another using a simple method, allowing Yan Zhaoge to confirm Sikong Qing's position. On the Great Sea, Sikong Qing sat in the meditative position on the back of a sea beast, her body rising and falling along with the waves of the sea. Yan Zhaoge glanced at that sea beast. It was a beast tamed by Jade Sea City, used as a means of transportation within the sea. It must have been sent off by Li Jingwan and the others when Sikong Qing had parted ways with Song Chao and the others. Not waiting for Yan Zhaoge's group to approach, Sikong Qing, who had originally been in meditation, opened her eyes, gazing over. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking like he was smiling whilst also not, as he looked at Ouyang Qi beside him. Ouyang Qi was silent. Sitting on Panpan, Yan Zhaoge and the others neared Sikong Qing and that sea beast. After carefully appraising Sikong Qing with a glance, Yan Zhaoge leapt onto that sea beast, coming behind her before extending a palm and placing it on her back. "Your injuries are not light, ah?" Sikong Qing nodded. "There was still someone chasing me. Because of that, I was constantly on the move, unable to treat my injuries." Even as she spoke to Yan Zhaoge, Sikong Qing's gaze was fixed on Ouyang Qi's, who was restrained by Ahu on Panpan's back. The usually cold Sikong Qing currently had a rather complicated expression on her face. Bewilderment, wariness, closeness and various other emotions all surfaced on her face. Similarly, looking at Sikong Qing, Ouyang Qi was silent, his gaze also rather complicated. While it was a man and a woman, as the two similar faces faced each other, the atmosphere was rather heavy. "I roughly know what happened." After glancing at Ouyang Qi's, Yan Zhaoge asked Sikong Qing, "He can sense your approximate position. You should be able to sense him as well, right?" Sikong Qing answered, "That's right. As long as he is within 500 kilometers, I can sense him." Pausing for a moment, Sikong Qing continued, "It was also the same for the one who fought with me earlier." Yan Zhaoge asked, "You said that there was still someone chasing you afterwards. What about this person?" Sikong Qing said, "This person is different from them. We did not meet, but I unintentionally heard someone mention him. He has a very high cultivation base, very possibly being in essence spirit martial grandmaster." Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, asking Ouyang Qi's, "Your master?" Ouyang Qi's did not say anything. Yan Zhaoge pressed his palm against Sikong Qing's back, feeling her injuries. It was indeed caused by the 5 elements baleful gods, the fire baleful god one art. The 5 elements baleful god hand was a martial art that had existed before the Great Calamity. This was the first time it had appeared in the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. According to the 5 elements, they were divided into 5 paths: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Golden Fiend deity was swift and fierce. It was good at frontal attacks. The Wood Fiend deity was straightforward, using the straight to break the strange, using the clumsy to break the skillful. It specialized in dealing with the enemy's slippery fighting style. The Water Fiend god was light and agile. It was the exact opposite of the Wood Fiend god. It was used to take advantage of the opponent's weakness to deal with an opponent with a higher cultivation base. The Earth Fiendish deity was steady, and heavy. It was good at defense. The last move, Fire Fiend god, was a move that would destroy everything in its path, a move that would perish together with the enemy. When the Fire Fiend god was used, putting aside what would happen to the enemy, the user would have to bear a huge risk and suffer heavy injuries. However, the might of this technique was also extremely strong. All the power in the user's body would be stimulated in a single strike, and it would be extremely violent. It was even superior to the current heaven-surging tide of the water domain's Jade Sea City. Sikong Qing said, "Unable to defeat me, she wanted to seek victory amidst danger. In the end, she was slain by me. However, I was also injured by her." Speaking of this opponent, Sikong Qing's expression turned slightly strange. While she had not killed as many as Feng Yunxing, it was not as if the sword in Sikong Qing's hand had never seen blood before. She had also taken quite a few lives, especially in her tempering beyond the seas this time, where she had slaughtered her way over. It was just that the opponent she had killed this time was clearly a little different. With Yan Zhaoge's help, Sikong Qing very quickly caught her breath. Her injuries were already no longer a problem. If she wanted to break her roots, she would have to rest and recuperate. Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm. Sikong Qing stood up, taking out her shadow-shrinking pouch and opening it. A female corpse appeared before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge indeed saw that this girl's appearance was exactly the same as Sikong Qing's. If one were to say that there were still some slight differences due to Ouyang Qi's gender, this girl's external appearance was exactly the same as Sikong Qing's. The only difference was in clothes. Wearing the same clothes, standing together with Sikong Qing, no one would be able to tell them apart. The other party was also a late outer aura martial scholar, her fleshly body having been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Even in death it would not rot for a very long time. However, with a bloody hole having been opened in her abdomen by Sikong Qing, her fleshly body was equivalent to already having been damaged, her qi and blood quickly deteriorating and rotting. On this girl's forehead was an ice soul. Sikong Qing explained, that was a fortuitous gain from going out to sea this time. It can suppress a person's corpse, preventing it from rotting for a long time. She looked somewhat dazedly at that face which was already pale and devoid of blood, as though she was looking at a mirror. She set up a formation to ambush me, wanting to capture me alive. Earlier, I just happened to have obtained a rare treasure of Jade Sea City's senior sister Li. Breaking her formation, we then clashed. She was not my match. I wanted to keep her here, but in the end she executed that killing move that caused both sides to be injured. I could only go all out, being unable to protect her life. Sikong Qing's gaze gradually turned calm, just that she was somewhat disappointed. Yan Zhaoge asked, when you killed her, were there any changes to your body? Sikong Qing shook her head. There weren't any changes, just that it felt very strange. It was like I killed myself, killing myself. If I had to say something special, it would be that in that instant, many scenes seemed to appear before my eyes at the same time. Sikong Qing's face revealed a rarely seen vacant expression. It was as if I was in many different environments. Everywhere I saw many of myself. There were men and women their ages similar to mine. Every single one of their faces was so similar to mine. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Glancing at Ouyang Qi from the corner of his eye, he saw that there were no changes in Ouyang Qi's expression, as though he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Is it seeing many of your own faces, rather than you taking the place of many different people's perspectives, seeing different scenes in front of you through their perspectives? Yan Zhaoge did not speak, instead asking Sikong Qing via sound transmission with his aura qi. Sikong Qing nodded. The light in Yan Zhaoge's eyes retracted, not continuing on this topic, instead smiling as he asked Ouyang Qi, the one who clashed with my junior apprentice sister earlier, was she also of your clan? Ouyang Qi was silent for a moment before he said, that's right, she's called Ouyang Ning. Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, you two aren't biological siblings, right? Someone changed his surname? Chapter 361. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Ouyang Qi let out a long breath. When Master brought her back, she was called Chang Ning. There was no need to say anything else. Yan Zhaoge already knew that to the outside world, to others, it would be that Chang Ning had become Ouyang Qi's long-lost twin sister. Did you all grow up in the Outer East Sea? Yan Zhaoge asked. Ouyang Qi answered this question very straightforwardly. Ever since I can remember, I grew up on the Cloud Island in the Outer East Sea, 600 kilometers from Verdant Pill Island. As for Chang Ning, she was discovered by my master when he was traveling to the Inner South Sea when she was young. Even when they were young, the two of them looked exactly the same. When their masters saw them, they would naturally pay attention. Yan Zhaoge looked at Ouyang Qi. Next question. Other than the two of you and my junior apprentice sister, have you seen anyone else like her? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qi said, there's another person. He's a man like me. His talent shouldn't be bad, but it's a matter of luck. He doesn't practice martial arts. He's just an ordinary fisherman. When I first found him, I was so shocked that I missed him. Later, I wanted to bring him back to see Master, but he died in a shipwreck. Sikong Qing looked at Ouyang Qi, and could understand Ouyang Qi's mental state at that time. When she saw Chang Ning for the first time, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her situation was not much better than Ouyang Qi's. Even with Sikong Qing's usual cool temperament and firm will, it was hard for her not to be greatly impacted. Later on, the great battle had turned into a bloody battle of life and death. This had a lot to do with her unstable state of mind. Yan Zhaoge asked, when did this happen? Ouyang Qi replied, a year ago. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, Did you master and disciple discover something on the deceased? Therefore, after seeing my junior apprentice sister, you risked defending my Broad Creed mountain to capture her? Ouyang was silent. He glanced at Chang Ning's corpse beside him and sighed. Master examined that person's corpse. Although he had never practiced martial arts before, his corpse seemed to contain a mysterious message. Oh. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as his gaze also fell on Chang Ning, his gaze seemingly condensing into something tangible. Instantly, fragmented and unfamiliar runes surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. The talisman markings were scattered and fragmented, and they didn't form a system, causing others to be unable to discern the true meaning within them. However, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel an extremely profound concept within. While it was just a glimpse, the profound principles contained within were also rather profound. It was just that as Yan Zhaoge carefully analyzed it, he was shocked. His knowledge and discerning ability far surpassed an ordinary person, and he was able to discern that these scattered talisman markings and talisman seals were probably not even the tip of the iceberg when compared to the entire talisman markings and talisman seals. In its complete state, the number of runes would probably be as numerous as the stars in the sky. If every Sikong Qing only had this one rune, then to complete it would very likely mean that there were countless Sikong Qings. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. A single talisman pattern was already so profound. If all of them were gathered together, how profound and powerful would that be? Even the knowledgeable Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise after projecting this out, feeling that it was extraordinary. Coming to Chang Ning's side, Sikong Qing reached out and touched her corpse. However, she only felt a little confused, blurry, unable to see clearly. Ouyang said quietly, one has to be at least a martial grandmaster to be able to see through it. If one's cultivation base is insufficient, they would require the assistance of a martial grandmaster. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge shrugged, coming behind Sikong Qing once more and pressing his palm on her back. With the assistance of Yan Zhaoge's aura qi that was filled with spirituality and had returned to simplicity, Sikong Qing was also able to sense the extraordinariness emanating from Chang Ning this time. Looking at that talisman, she had a different feeling, seemingly wanting to immerse herself within it. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers, only then regaining her wits. There's still time. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ouyang, saying smilingly, I wonder if living people can also sense each other? While he was all smiles looking at him, Ouyang could only feel his entire body turn cold. He laughed bitterly, others can't see us but we can see each other. With Master's help, Chang Ning and I can also sense each other. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Sikong Qing came forward, extending her finger and tapping on Ouyang's forehead. Being suppressed by who Ouyang was powerless to resist. At this moment he was also not in the mood to resist as he just stood there quietly. Yan Zhaoge walked forward, pressing his palm against Sikong Qing's back once more. Gradually Sikong Qing's expression turned solemn, and the one who benefited from this was also Yan Zhaoge who was helping her. Ouyang was rather more tragic. Without the help of a martial grandmaster, he was unable to sense Sikong Qing. Within Yan Zhaoge's mind, the image of the shattered talisman surfaced once more. This time there were two of them, one originating from Sikong Qing, the other from Ouyang. They were completely different from Chang Ning's talisman, but their concepts and auras were of the same lineage, similarly being incomplete. While the three were connected, they were independent of each other. It was like an infinitely long metal chain, one metal ring after another connected to the other. And now that the metal chain had broken apart, 3 solitary metal rings fell from it, placed before Yan Zhaoge. After a while Yan Zhaoge retracted his palm looking at Ouyang. Isn't it good like this? We can totally work together now, right? Ouyang smiled bitterly once more. Unlike him, even more unlike Sikong Qing, while Chang Ning was a woman, she was irritable and easily angered, arrogant and rash, at the same time seeking instant success. If it was him, Ouyang, he definitely wouldn't want to make a move against Sikong Qing. It was just that this time he had been dragged in along with her. Ouyang looked helplessly at Yan Zhaoge, who smiled, "Don't look at me like that. You are very cooperative and I won't harm your life. However, in the coming days I'll have to invite you to our clan as a guest for some time. As for your master, just take it as you also having met with a calamity at sea." Ouyang sighed towards the heavens, not speaking. While Yan Zhaoge was smiling, those 3 shattered talisman patterns continued to revolve within his mind, unable to be dispelled. His gaze moved between Sikong Qing, Ouyang and Chang Ning. When junior apprentice sister Sikong killed Chang Ning, The scene that appeared before her eyes as well as the complete seal that was deduced from these 3 talisman patterns corroborated one thing. Yan Zhaoge pondered, there are far more than 4 people like them, including the one who died a year ago. The few that I know of are all of similar ages, very likely having been born at the same time. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. While there are many people in the 8 extremities world, men and women who look exactly the same, also having such outstanding appearances and the same age, if there are many of them, it is impossible that they would not attract the attention of others. Chapter 362. Not every youngster could be like Yan Zhaoge, his name shaking the entire 8 extremities world, virtually known by everyone. Even ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts, even if they did not recognize Yan Zhaoge's appearance, would have heard of his name before. As the most famous expert of the younger generation, Yan Zhaoge's name could currently be described as reverberating like thunder. Of the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, other than those who had completely secluded themselves from the world, even those who resided beyond the seas mostly knew of his existence. Most of them had even seen Yan Zhaoge's portrait before. As for Xikong Qin, comparatively speaking, there were much fewer people who recognized her. However, this few was only relatively speaking. It was only when compared to Yan Zhaoge that she appeared few. In truth, having participated in the Heavenly Connection meet, as a rising star of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Xikong Qin had already been marked in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the various sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the other first and second-rate powers had always followed the footsteps of the various sacred grounds. Xikong Qin possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, her outer appearance also outstanding, making it hard for one to forget her. Under such circumstances, if someone who resembled her to the point of being virtually identical to her did not cultivate in martial arts, as long as they entered the line of sight of higher-level martial practitioners, whether male or female, they would all be noticed. Broad Creed Mountain's own heaven domain and the wind domain which it controlled over half of, other than the fire domain and the thunder domain, the mountain domain where Infinite Boundless Mountain was, the water domain where Jade Sea City was and the lake domain where Turbid Wave Pavilion was, if they discovered her, they would all inform Broad Creed Mountain. It was only in a remote region like the seas where the existence of the painting Saint Old Man Mo prevented the sacred grounds from expanding their influence, that the environment would be relatively isolated. With Xikong Qin's current influence, she was still unable to let all the martial practitioners of the seas know of her existence. At the same time, with people like Ouyang Qi and Changning appearing here, it would be very hard for the inland regions and even the water domain's Jade Sea City to discover them. Yan Zhaoge looked at Xikong Qin. If it was really as he had thought that there were many Xikong Qins, to an unimaginable extent, and these people were all of the same age, of the same generation in the 8 extremities world, logically speaking, it was impossible that no news at all had spread. Yan Zhaoge estimated that even counting those like that fisherman who might have been buried, unable to enter the world of martial practitioners, there would not be too many of them. If that was the case, then where were all the Xikong Qins? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. After the great calamity, what exactly did it become? Not counting the 9 underworlds which encroached everywhere, the 8 extremities world was relatively sealed off. Other than the Flame Devil world, it was not connected to any other worlds. As a result, Yan Zhaoge's current understanding of the environment outside of the 8 extremities world was limited. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, his attention returning to Xikong Qin and Ouyang Qi before him. Looking first at Ouyang Qi and then at Changning, Yan Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. From the looks of it, the master and disciple had actually discovered the problem by chance. They were still trying to figure it out and did not have a detailed plan. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, getting Ahu to escort Ouyang Qi before they all set off together, leaving the outer East Sea and returning to the water domain. Xikong Qin's trip out this time was to temper herself. According to her original plan, it was still far from time to return. Being brought along by Yan Zhaoge like this now was also going against his original intentions. However, after experiencing the matter of killing Changning and seeing Ouyang Qi, Xikong Qin's emotions were very complicated. She needed to find a place to calm down. It was not that Xikong Qin had never killed before, but the feeling of killing an opponent who had the same face as her was really not something that outsiders could understand. Yan Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Xikong Qin. While she had still not recovered somewhat afterwards, having not shown mercy in that moment of life and death, Xikong Qin's will was indeed commendable. After all, Changning had grown up alongside Ouyang Qi, having also seen the corpse of that fisherman who had perished. However, it had been Sikong Qing's first time meeting such a person. In terms of mental preparation, Changning was much better than Sikong Qing. It was not rare for her to be able to make a move without hesitation, but it was not easy for Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, hesitating slightly for a moment before asking, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, you have always been knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of a situation like mine?" Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I have to disappoint you, I am also not omniscient and omnipotent. It is just that knowing too many things I have many guesses. However, from the current situation the known clues are still too little." Looking at Sikong Qing, many guesses indeed flashed through Yan Zhaoge's mind. However, most of them were rejected by him. "However, junior apprentice sister Sikong, while this may be your private matter, it may involve the painting saint, old man Mo. Therefore, I have to report this matter to the clan." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing nodded, "I understand." As they walked, the purple light of thunder suddenly flashed within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. He swiveled his head to look into the distance, an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not appearing on his face as he said mildly, "Ahu, bring them along first. I'll be there very soon." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Yes, young master." They sat on Panpan's back, traversing the sea as they were far away in an instant. Yan Zhaoge, his hands behind his back, stood leisurely in the air above the sea's surface. Very quickly, a powerful aura appeared in the distance, a sword light like a rainbow as it streaked across the horizon, currently hurrying over. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Of the direct lineage of the painting saint of Verdant Pill Island, ocean-crossing long rainbow?" His voice was not loud, but it seemed to reverberate between the surrounding heavens and the earth, its aura as high as the sky. It was precisely the manifestation of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, clear chi profound art having been cultivated to a high level. The sword light that resembled a rainbow halted, an essence spirit martial grandmaster in the form of a middle-aged man appearing. This middle-aged man carefully appraised Yan Zhaoge with a glance before saying slowly, "Are you the Broad Creed young master, Yan Zhaoge?" "I am Qin Chi, and ocean-crossing long rainbow is precisely my master." Currently they were located beyond the seas, not within the domain of Broad Creed Mountain's influence. However, as one of the current sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain's reputation was also extraordinary. This was especially so when Yuan Zhengfeng had domineeringly stepped into the martial saint realm, exterminated the decimating abyss in the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, dominating the Sacred Sun clan, all of which had caused Broad Creed Mountain's reputation to flourish even further. And with Yan Zhaoge's status and fame, Qin Chi was unable to look down on him just because of his age. Moreover, not mentioning his lineage in his trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, Yan Zhaoge had lost quite a few essence spirit martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had tried to conceal it, some rumors had still leaked out. Yan Zhaoge, who had originally already been domineering, there would be even less people who would treat him as an ordinary spirit vessel martial grandmaster. While Qin Chi was older and had a high cultivation base, barely being in his territory facing the sudden appearance of Yan Zhaoge now, his heart was still a little uneasy. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "This Yan greets you here. To tell you the truth, having seen your sword light of the light rainbow sword, I have guessed that you are of the direct lineage of the painting saint. Actually, I have something to ask of you." Qin Chi said, "I dare not say that I am asking for help. Young Master Yan, please feel free to speak your mind." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "I have a junior apprentice sister who has come to the seas to temper herself. A few days ago, I heard that someone was looking for trouble with her. Therefore, as her senior apprentice brother, I have specially come to take a look. I have already seen the place where the battle took place. The martial arts executed by the other party are extremely high grade, virtually not inferior to those of the direct lineage of the sacred grounds." Qin Chi's expression did not change, but his gaze was slightly unnatural. Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, "In the lands beyond the seas, the painting saint reigns supreme, his disciples also often residing beyond the seas. He should be extremely familiar with the situation here. I would like to inquire whether, other than the painting saint's lineage, there are any experts from beyond the seas who have obtained such a profound legacy?" Chapter 363. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Qin Chi, who composed himself. "I wonder what kind of supreme martial art it is to be able to receive such a high evaluation from young Master Yen? Once one cultivates Gang Qi, one will become as hot as fire and turn fertile land into scorched earth. The key is that the firepower is extremely violent. Martial artists at the level of physical invulnerability Grandmaster can cause great damage. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, from what I know in this current world, other than the 6 great sacred grounds, I have never heard of such a powerful fire-type Orochi martial art. In history I've heard of a few, but logically speaking they should have been lost. For example, the Burning Sun Evil Manual, the Fire Fiend God Technique of the 5 Elements Fiend Gods, the Scorched Earth Battle Chi and the Scorched Sun Sword Fiend. Yen Zhaoge gazed at Qin Chi. I know that there are countless strange people and strange things happening beyond the seas, and that some experts might not even be known to us inland people for their entire lives. Still, they should not be able to escape the eyes of Verdant Pill Island. Qin Chi was silent for a moment. Perhaps my master would know a bit more. I have not traveled much in the outside world, so I am unable to give young Master Yen an accurate answer in such a short time. Yen Zhaoge nodded understandingly. This is also not strange. Please help me verify it. Qin Chi replied, young Master Yen is too polite. His hands behind his back, Yen Zhaoge strode amidst space as he said calmly, my junior apprentice sister is currently tempering beyond the seas. If you of the Painting Saints lineage meet her, please take care of her. This Yen thanks you first. Qin Chi let out a long breath. Relax, young Master Yen. While Broad Creed Mountain's lineage and my Verdant Pill Island do not have much contact, the Exalted Heaven Shaker, the Heaven Diviner and many other bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain fought the Flame Devils to the death for the 8 Extremities world, defending the human realm. We all feel great admiration for them. Your esteemed sect's disciples are traveling across the sea. If they run into any trouble, I and my fellow disciples will help them. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. If that is so, that would be best. This Yen first thanks you on behalf of my junior apprentice sister here. He stood in the air, his feet not moving as he looked at Qin Chi. Since that's the case, I won't hold you up any longer. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Qin Chi looked deeply at Yen Zhaoge. Then I will take my leave. Young Master Yen, farewell. The light rainbow sword flashed once again, and Qin Chi's body turned into a rainbow as he streaked across the sky. However, although he didn't turn back, the direction he was heading in was completely different from the direction he had come from. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yen Zhaoge's right eye as he confirmed that Qin Chi had retreated in the face of difficulty, not trying to play some crafty trick to bypass him and continue chasing. Shrugging his shoulders, Yen Zhaoge turned to leave this region of sea, chasing after Ahu and the others. Ahu, Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi sat on Pan's back. Pan leisurely walked on the surface of the sea, his laziness reappearing as if he was still half asleep. When Yen Zhaoge reappeared, Pan instantly became spirited, looking like he was working hard and performing well. Yen Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry at its indolent behavior. Patting his big head, Pan grinned, revealing a very human-like simple and honest smile. Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ahu, saying exasperatedly, one is marked by the company one keeps. One is marked by the company one key. Ahu also smiled foolishly. Yen Zhaoge leapt onto Pan's back, sitting down in the meditative position as he asked Ouyang Qi, your master's name is Qin Chi? Ouyang Qi answered, yes, that is precisely my master. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. What, having entered your master's tutelage, don't you have to change your name as a taboo? Ouyang Qi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Even overseas people don't pay attention to this. So that's how it is. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, no longer asking anything, instead saying simply, in the coming days I will invite you to return to our clan as a guest for a period of time. As for how long, that will depend on the wishes of our clan's seniors. I will not interfere. Ouyang Qi lowered his head, sighing. Ahu asked, young master, are we still returning to Stone Rock City? Yen Zhaoge said, senior apprentice brother Su should have already brought Jun and the others back to the clan. There is no need for us to go to Stone Rock City. I intend to remain on the sea for a period of time, properly analyzing the Flame Devils. After the consecutive bloody battles that year, the Flame Devils similarly suffered a great blow to their vitality. However, in recent years the movements of the Flame Devils have been growing greater and greater. I feel that they are also gradually recovering their strength, becoming a little restless once more. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Before troops and horses move, intelligence comes first. Some preparations are best done as early as possible. Swiveling his head to look at Sikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge said, "For junior apprentice sister Sikong's injuries to be healed completely, just recuperating alone would require quite a bit of time. Therefore, I might as well concoct some medicine. Since I do not have all the ingredients on hand, let's first go to East Dragon Island." The head of the water domain's 9 cities, the sacred ground Jade Sea City, was located on the number 1 island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island. With East Dragon Island as its center, it controlled the vast heavens and earth of the surrounding inner East Sea. Sikong Qing said, "If senior apprentice brother Yen wants to go meet the flame devils, you can go first. There is no need to care about me. With senior apprentice brother's help earlier, my injuries are already no longer a problem. I just need to slowly recover." Yan Zhaoge said, "It's fine. There are some things that I still need to carefully think through." His gaze shifted between Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi. Seeing this, Sikong Qing nodded, no longer saying anything. Riding the wind and traversing the sea, they arrived at the outskirts of the inner East Sea before heading towards East Dragon Island. As the number 1 island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island was also the largest island of the entire vast ocean. While it was called an island, it was more like a piece of land. As Yan Zhaoge and the others neared East Dragon Island, they would naturally draw the attention of the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. This was equivalent to where Jade Sea City was located. Yan Zhaoge's identity was not ordinary. He was the son of Jade Sea City's City Lord Song Wuliang, a leading figure of the water domain's younger generation. The Seven Seas young master Song Chao had personally come out to receive him. The two could already be considered acquaintances now. After meeting, they naturally had to exchange pleasantries. Sikong Qing was on good terms with Li Jingwan. Previously, when passing through the water domain, she had also traveled alongside Song Chao. Now that they had reunited, they similarly had topics to talk about. As for Ouyang Qi, he had been watched over by Hu, not appearing in public. Junior apprentice brother Yen is so bold, actually going to the extreme northern snowy plains. Song Chao said as they walked. However, if you do not intend to return to Broad Creed Mountain at the moment, still moving about on the sea, you still have to be more careful. Having suffered a great loss in the extreme northern lands this time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall will probably target you even more. The environment on the sea is rather complicated, and even when our clan's disciples move about outside, it is often hard for them to ensure their safety. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "It is also precisely because of this that most of your clan's disciples are capable and outstanding, not getting flustered in the face of danger, isn't that so?" Song Chao smiled, shaking his head. "Junior apprentice brother Yen praises me too much. Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation's heroes are endless, really putting us to shame." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said, "Anyway, over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall, junior apprentice brother Yen should still pay more attention." Yan Zhaoge smiled and nodded, but within his heart he was thinking that if the Sacred Sun clan knew that the incident in the Southern Underground Palace had something to do with him, they would probably want to strangle him to death even more. Chapter 364. To Yan Zhaoge, his previous trip to the extreme northern snowy plains could be considered a great success. He had accomplished all of his objectives, even having obtained additional rewards. However, there were also some twists and turns. When he had been tampering with the ice pith vein, he had accidentally been discovered by Zheng Shua of Black Nightmare Mountain, even drawing over a bunch of people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While it did not affect the overall situation in the end, Yan Zhaoge having even managed to trap and slay more than half of the enemies who had been present in the ice cave, he had still managed to leave some alive at the end of the day. This way, the news of him touching the ice pith vein would eventually reach the ears of the Sacred Sun clan. The Southern Underground Palace was a sacred ground that the Sacred Sun clan attached great importance to. If something had happened, they would definitely investigate it carefully. Although it seemed to come without warning, it was not difficult to see that it was caused by the earth vein. The drying up of the heavenly ice spring of the snowy immortal palace in pre-Great Calamity times was one of the legendary stories that had been passed down to the present day, with many people of the Eight Extremities world currently knowing about it. Although it didn't seem to be related on the surface, if someone were to diverge a little, they might be able to link a few things together. As such, the spearhead was naturally pointed at him. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The ice cave was completely cleansed by the eruption of the cold chi of the ice pith vein. There definitely wouldn't be any evidence left behind, but, haha, between the Sacred Sun clan and me, there's also no need for evidence. As compared to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Sacred Sun clan would probably hate to get rid of him even more. Let's use our own methods. Yan Zhaoge chortled, his gaze turning cold. From the moment the other party had stepped onto Broad Creed Mountains territory, they had already been destined to be irreconcilable enemies. Accompanied by Song Chao, Yan Zhaoge's group traversed the soil of East Dragon Island. East Dragon Island was vast. Yan Zhaoge, Song Chao and the others had to traverse a long distance before finally arriving at Jade Sea City on the island. While this was still Yan Zhaoge's first time truly stepping foot into Jade Sea City, he had also gained some understanding of this place before. Jade Sea City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was like a real city, the core of East Dragon Island. It was both the center of governance and the center of economy. This was the largest material distribution center in the Eastern Sea, and all kinds of people from all over the world gathered here. Other than martial artists, there were also ordinary civilians. Meanwhile, the inner city was the true Jade Sea City, one of the 6 great sacred grounds of legend, the ruler of the water domain. The people of Jade Sea City mostly lived and cultivated in the inner city, and the various important departments of Jade Sea City were all located within the inner city as well. Sikong Qing looked curiously at the various people in the outer city. Although she had heard of it before when she saw it with her own eyes, it still conflicted with her inherent knowledge. Putting aside the first and second-rate forces, the mountain gates of the other holy lands might be located in the vicinity, and would naturally attract commoners to gather. However, the places where they established their sects were usually relatively quiet. In the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, there were many cities in the Central Heaven region. However, the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain from the top to the foot of the mountain were only accessible to Broad Creed Mountain disciples. Not mentioning the Sacred Sun clan's world-illuminating peak, ordinary people were not allowed to set foot within a radius of 50 kilometers. Infinite Boundless Mountain had been established on the main peak of the Infinite Boundless Mountain Range, the mountain range stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Other places would still be fine, but near the main peak, not even a single hunter or woodcutter could be seen. Turbid Wave Pavilion was elegant and tranquil, but the main island at the center of the lake was similarly an isolated island. Only the disciples of the clan could enter the island, and it was surrounded by a watery country. Where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located, thunderstorms occurred all year round with living people not being able to approach. On one hand, the places where the various holy lands established their headquarters were all rare places of the 8 extremities world where spiritual chi was dense and congregated, suitable for martial practitioners to cultivate in peace. In order to ensure that the local environment and the flow of spiritual chi would not be disturbed or changed in the long run, the various holy lands would do their best to reduce the number of commoners entering and exiting the area near their headquarters. On the other hand, it was not something that outsiders would know about. When disciples of the clan traveled outside, it was fine for them to be a little closer to the commoners. However, maintaining a sense of mystery in the clan itself was often more beneficial in gathering the hearts of the people, intimidating the other first and second-rate powers into submission. Meanwhile, Jade Sea City, comparatively speaking, seemed rather different. As Yan Zhaoge's group walked, Song Chao said as they walked, "Your clan has an elder Feng and a junior apprentice brother Feng who just happens to be in the city." Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Senior apprentice uncle Feng and junior apprentice brother Feng are also here? Following beside Yan Zhaoge, who also blinked. That elder Feng was named Feng Qi, also a martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain. All along he had been on very good terms with Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. His son was named Feng Moyang, close in age to Yan Zhaoge. The two could be said to have entered the clan together, learnt martial arts together and grown up together. Feng Qi, along with the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shiqing, as well as the elder of the Howling Windsword sect, Jun Ziyuan and the others, could all be considered longtime friends of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's family. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang, father and son, were both rather proficient in the Tao of alchemy and plants. It had already been some years since they had gone far away to search for medicine, having not returned to the mountain. Now they actually just happened to be in Jade Sea City. Yan Zhaoge had indeed not known of this beforehand. Song Chao said, "That's right. I heard that they were preparing to return to the Heaven Domain. Just happening to be passing by here, they stopped for a while, strolling around the market and looking for some medicinal ingredients." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "Oh, long time no see. I should go pay a visit later." Since he had come to Jade Sea City with Yan Zhaoge's current status and position, he should naturally meet Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang. After all, he was currently no longer an ordinary member of the younger generation. However, Jade Sea City had replied that Song Wuliang was currently in secluded cultivation. That really is a pity, Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying. Stroking his long beard, a green-clothed old man in front of him similarly said smilingly, before entering secluded cultivation. The city lord also said that you are indeed extraordinary, Zhaoge, having made a trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, causing the heavenly thunder hall to be badly battered. If you have nothing on, Zhaoge, why don't you stay a few more days in my Jade Sea City? The city lord also really wants to meet you. While he had not seen Song Wuliang, other than Song Chao, this green-clothed old man having personally come to the inner city's gates to welcome him had already given Yan Zhaoge sufficient face. This old man was Jade Sea City's External Affairs First Seat Elder, at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late Essence Talisman expert. Yan Zhaoge smiled. City Lord Song is polite. I will indeed be staying here for a period of time, but I don't know if I will be able to make it in time for City Lord Song to exit seclusion. As the two conversed, the green-clothed old man brought Yan Zhaoge's group to the lodgings that had long since been arranged for them. After Yan Zhaoge and the others had settled down, a youth came knocking on their door just a short while later. I was still saying that I was going to pay a visit to senior apprentice Uncle Feng right away, and now you've come. Seeing that youth, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. That youth was Yan Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother Feng Moyang, gentle and refined in appearance, possessing a calm and gentle aura. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, a smile was also revealed on his face. My father is currently in the midst of concocting a pill, and will only be able to leave seclusion for another 7 days at the very least. Hearing that you, senior apprentice brother Yan, have arrived, I came over first. Yan Zhaoge said, you came just in time. I just happen to have something that requires your and senior apprentice Uncle Feng's help with. Chapter 365. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Moyang nodded and said, just say it. Yan Zhaoge could now mobilize a lot of manpower and resources in Broad Creed Mountain. His authority was even greater than that of many first-seat elders. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang naturally couldn't refuse him since he had ordered them to do something serious. It was just that the two families had been good friends for generations. Yan Zhaoge definitely wouldn't do it in a business-like manner. After senior apprentice Uncle Feng comes out of seclusion, are you going to return to Broad Creed Mountain? Yan Zhaoge asked. Feng Moyang answered, of course. After being out for so long, I've gained a lot. But I still need to sort it out. Yan Zhaoge turned his head and looked at Ahu. Ahu handed him a shadow-shrinking pouch. When you return to Broad Creed Mountain, take this pouch with you. Yan Zhaoge took the pouch and handed it to Feng Moyang. Inside is a person I've captured. His cultivation has already been restricted. He won't cause any trouble. Just take him back like this. Hearing that, Feng Moyang took a look at the shadow-shrinking pouch and found that the pouch was sealed by a special restriction formation. If it was opened without permission, it couldn't be sealed back. Yan Zhaoge noticed his action and said solemnly, give it to my father directly. Feng Moyang instantly understood that this matter was highly confidential. Not to mention him and his father, even first-seat elders didn't know about it. As for the level of secrecy, it would be decided by Yan Zhaoge's father, the current chief Yan Di. Feng Moyang nodded calmly and said without changing his expression, rest assured. I know what to do. Yan Zhaoge then pointed at Xikong Qing and smiled, Moyang, do you still recognize this junior apprentice sister? Feng Moyang smiled slightly, junior apprentice sister Xikong, how could I not recognize her? But I've heard that junior apprentice sister Xikong has made rapid progress. Seeing you today, junior apprentice sister Xikong is even more outstanding than the rumors say. I'm really ashamed. Xikong Qing bowed to Feng Moyang, senior apprentice brother Feng is too serious. Feng Moyang glanced at Yan Zhaoge and shook his head, not to mention you. Yan Zhaoge turned his head to look at Xikong Qing, pointed at Feng Moyang and said, don't be fooled by him. His abilities are not all reflected in his martial cultivation. Xikong Qing was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. Paying attention to others, she would also often pay attention to the martial Dao's talent and cultivation strength, inevitably neglecting other aspects. She had met Feng Moyang before, but from what she understood, his talent and attainments in the martial arts were inferior to Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei and Lu Wen. Yan Zhaoge said, amongst our fellow disciples of the same generation, Mo Yang's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and plants are the most outstanding. Even many long-time elders of the clan are inferior to him in this area. These words actually excluded Yan Zhaoge himself. Still, his situation was special, and there was no need to specially emphasize it. Feng Moyang smiled and said, I just know a little. Due to Yan Zhaoge's outstanding performance these past few years, while Xikong Qing persisted on her own path, she no longer neglected other areas of learning as she had in the past. The level of alchemy was an important cornerstone for any power. Experts of the martial Dao and experts of the alchemy Dao were both very important when compared at a higher level. One was the main support of the clan's combat power, while the other imperceptibly raised the clan's overall strength and potential. Feng Moyang looked at Xikong Qing and asked, Junior apprentice Sister Xikong was injured in a fight with someone earlier? Xikong Qing nodded. Yan Zhaoge said, she was injured in a fight with someone earlier. I have already done some treatment and her injuries have eased. However, if she wants to be cured completely, she still needs to be carefully nursed back to health. Jade Sea City has all sorts of medicinal ingredients, and I was just preparing to concoct some for her. Feng Moyang's interest was piqued. Oh? I heard that you, senior apprentice brother Yin, have reproduced the golden needle liberating pill technique. I was just thinking of seeking you out for some guidance. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Having gathered all the ingredients, we can begin. As they chatted and laughed, after greeting the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, they left the inner city together, coming to the outer city and heading for the marketplace there. Senior apprentice brother Yin, if you need any medicinal ingredients, can't you just ask Jade Sea City's people to help you prepare them? Compared to the marketplace in the city, the price would probably be a bit more reasonable. As they walked, Feng Moyang asked curiously, the storage of Jade Sea City itself can only be more abundant than that of the marketplace in the city. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Other than medicinal ingredients, I also need to find some other things. Just like before, other than what Yan Zhaoge had set his sights on, he also needed to mix in some other things to obstruct his line of sight. Other than medicinal ingredients, other things were also piled up in large and small bags. Yan Zhaoge first concocted medicine for Xikong Qing, while Feng Moyang watched quietly from the side. Moyang, how long has Jade Sea City Lord Song been in seclusion? While concocting medicine, Yan Zhaoge chatted with Feng Moyang from time to time. After calculating silently for a moment, Feng Moyang said, before my father and I arrived, City Lord Song had already been in seclusion for at least 20 days. After thinking carefully for a moment he said softly, I don't know if it's my misperception, but I feel that the tides of the Great Sea near East Dragon Island seem to have changed somewhat. Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, the tides have changed? Feng Moyang answered, I'm not sure. After all, I'm also not familiar with the environment here. I just have this feeling. After pondering for a moment, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled slightly. No, Moyang, your feeling is very likely correct. A thoughtful expression also appeared on Feng Moyang's face as he nodded, not asking any further. After concocting the pill for Xikong Qing began to meditate and recuperate by herself. After chatting with Yan Zhaoge about their recent experiences, Feng Moyang also took his leave. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Yan Zhaoge's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Regarding the overall internal situation of the Eight Extremities world, regarding the other 5 sacred grounds and the painting Saint Old Man Mo regarding Xikong Qing, Ouyang Qi, Changning and the others. Regarding the 9 underworlds whose claws and teeth had been temporarily cut off and had once again gone into hibernation. Regarding the passageway leading to the Flame Devil world on the outer East Sea, as well as the Flame Devils within. After a while, Yan Zhaoge finished thinking and collected his thoughts, focusing on the problem of the Flame Devils. He took out a shadow-shrinking pouch from his bosom. After opening it, he picked out a pile of red ice crystals from within. These red ice crystals looked like they were condensed from fresh blood, emitting waves of cold qi. Yan Zhaoge picked up one of them, tapping it lightly with his finger before taking out other things and fiddling with them. As time slowly passed, Yan Zhaoge settled down in Jade Sea City peacefully, either cultivating in his martial Dao or doing various experiments. One day Yan Zhaoge came out of his residence to relax. As he strolled leisurely through the city, he suddenly saw a person rushing out of the city like he was flying. Looking carefully he also recognized her. It was Jade Sea City's disciple Li Jingwan. However, Li Jingwan's current expression was clearly a little anxious and flustered. Chapter 366. While Yan Zhaoge and Li Jingwan were acquainted, they could not be said to be too familiar with each other. However, in his impression, this disciple of the water domain's Jade Sea City had a rather stable and magnanimous personality. Although she looked gentle on the outside, she was actually quite tough and unyielding on the inside. Back at the Heavenly Connection meet, during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, when Li Jingwan had been captured by Lu Xingfeng, she had been neither servile nor overbearing, as she had not lost her cool, also not submitting to the other party's viciousness. Yan Zhaoge had rather praised her for this. This was the first time Yan Zhaoge had ever seen such an anxious and panicked state. Looking at Li Jingwan's hurriedly departing figure, Yan Zhaoge blinked, momentarily unable to get his head around it. Turning his head to look in the direction Li Jingwan came from, Si Kongqing was standing there. It seemed like she had just sent Li Jingwan out and the two had just bid farewell. Now, Si Kongqing also saw Yan Zhaoge, who walked towards her, junior apprentice sister Si Kong. Senior apprentice brother Yan. Si Kongqing bowed towards him. Yan Zhaoge nodded, returning the greeting before asking, Jade Sea City's junior apprentice sister Li, looking at her hurried expression, even somewhat flustered, has something happened? As expected, Si Kongqing knew and replied, it seems that senior apprentice sister Li's family has some matters, so she's in a hurry to return. Yan Zhaoge looked at the inner city of Jade Sea City, then at the bustling outer city. What, is her family not residing in Jade Sea City's outer city? Si Kongqing had a cold temperament and did not have many friends. Li Jingwan was one of the few friends she could get along well with. The two of them hit it off very well. After spending a lot of time together, they were like a pair of best friends. Senior sister Li's parents have returned to their ancestral land to visit their relatives. Si Kongqing explained, but something seemed to have happened and news came. Senior apprentice sister Li received the news, and after informing the sect, she set off. Yan Zhaoge asked, do you know where her hometown is? Si Kongqing answered, within the territory of Xingling City, a small city in Jianghu County, Yi Province. Xingling City was one of the 9 cities in the water domain. Of the 9 cities in the water domain, 6 were on the sea, while the other 3 were on land, located at the eastern end of the continent. Unlike Jade Sea City and Stone Rock City, which were both on the sea, Xingling City was one of the 3 cities on land and water. The 9 cities of the water domain were called cities, but they were actually the centers of a large territory. With the name of the city, they were collectively referred to as a territory. Jianghu County was one of the counties under the influence of Xingling City, and Yizhou was one of the many city-states in Jianghu County. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. Recently, there seems to be something wrong with the East Sea. The Flame Devils may be about to launch a major offensive. If it's Xingling City, then it's fine. It's an inland area. Si Kongqing seemed to be deep in thought. The news that has come is that the Flame Devils have been very quiet recently. The outer East Sea is calm and tranquil, but it is like the final calm before the storm. Too quiet is an abnormal phenomenon in the first place, a sign of unrest? Yan Zhaoge said, it is precisely so. Therefore, Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and is already preparing to leave the lake domain, coming to the sea. Si Kongqing gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. City Lord Song is still in secluded cultivation. Yan Zhaoge laughed, secretly storing up a big move. His voice was very soft and Si Kongqing did not hear him clearly. Senior apprentice brother Yan, what did you say? Yan Zhaoge smiled, coming out of seclusion this time, City Lord Song will be extraordinary. Si Kongqing understood, is it like the sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia, advancing in his cultivation, or forging Jade Sea City's own sacred artifact? Yan Zhaoge said softly, the possibility of the latter is a little greater. Si Kongqing nodded, no longer asking. Amidst their conversation, Hu came to the side. Hearing Yan Zhaoge and Si Kongqing's discussion, he could not help but say, it's just that I don't know when City Lord Song will be able to complete his cultivation, and whether he will be able to make it in time to deal with this major offensive of the Flame Devils. Yan Zhaoge similarly gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. This is very hard to say. If it has not reached the final juncture, it can still be stopped when the situation requires it. If it has reached the final juncture, it can only be done in one go. Hu scratched his big head. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and has already rushed to the sea. There shouldn't be much of a problem, right? With the Flame Devils and chaos, the Sacred Sun Clan will also be sending Meng Wan over with the Extreme Yin Crown. The Heavenly Thunder Hall to the north will similarly not be able to stay out of this. Hu counted on his fingers, saying, if this wave of the Flame Devils is really too ferocious, and the pressure on the 3 sacred grounds along the coast is too great, our Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well as the Sacred Sun clan will also have to send over peak experts to reinforce them. Yan Zhaoge said, if we can block the flame devils at the entrance of the passageway to the Outer East Sea, there won't be any major problems. Xingling City, Jianghu County, south of Izhou City. There was a huge manor here, all belonging to the number one family of the region, the Li family of Izhou. The Li family had always been the number one family in Izhou, possessing great wealth and power as their roots ran deep. More importantly, the Li family had produced a direct disciple of one of the 6 great sacred grounds, the water domain's Jade Sea City, Li Jingwan. This way the Li family would completely dominate a region of the region with no one able to shake them. Even martial practitioners whose strength surpassed that of the Li family would have to show some courtesy when facing the Li family, not easily coming into conflict with them. However, the atmosphere in the Li family's ancestral ground was currently rather tense. There were no signs of enemies invading, but a problem just had to have arisen. After receiving the news, Li Jingwan traveled day and night, finally rushing back to her hometown in Izhou. Mother, how is father? Holding the hand of a woman, Li Jingwan asked anxiously. Mother Li's face was filled with worry. He suddenly fell unconscious, but from the outside there doesn't seem to be any problems. We also couldn't find the reason and could only send you a letter. As a sacred ground, Jade Sea City should have a way, right? Li Jingwan greeted the patriarch and elder of the family as she went to check on her father. She didn't know that as she entered the Li family's ancestral ground, there was someone outside, watching her vanishing figure with his gaze. Looking at Li Jingwan's back, Lin Zhou turned and left. As long as uncle is not moved, there won't be any major problems. Jingwan, you have Jade Sea City's miraculous medicine. Uncle will naturally wake up in a few days. These days you can stay in Xingling, peacefully accompanying your family. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm. With you not here, my final worry is also gone. Whether or not Jade Sea City flows with rivers of blood and turns into scorched earth, it is no longer important. Lin Zhou gazed towards the east, his gaze gradually turning cold. Yan Zhaoge, it's really great that you are in Jade Sea City at this time. All along I have wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate, change my own fate, change the fate of my family, change the fate of my lover. However, this time I will not do anything at all, quietly waiting for what should have happened to happen before making a move. Lin Zhou headed east towards the Great Sea. Father did not perish at the hands of the 9 underworld's evil devils, instead being killed by your Broad Creed Mountain. Then you can accompany my father in death. Yan Zhaoge, I'll start with you. Chapter 367. As time passed, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang still remained in secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain's elder Feng Qi had emerged from seclusion after concocting the pill, meeting with Yan Zhaoge as they chatted about their experiences over the years. After that, Feng Qi and Feng Moyang began their journey back to Broad Creed Mountain. Taken along with them was the shadow shrinking pouch that Yan Zhaoge had given them, within which Ouyang Qi, whose cultivation base had been sealed, was sealed. Xikong Qing also remained in Jade Sea City to recuperate. With the assistance of Yan Zhaoge's pills, she would be able to make a complete recovery very quickly, not leaving behind any future problems. Yan Zhaoge remained in Jade Sea City, cultivating quietly. He had reached a bottleneck in his martial arts cultivation. As long as he could break through, he would be able to enter a whole new world. Stepping into the extreme northern snowy plains, Yan Zhaoge had successfully nurtured his spirit seed, stepping into the second level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. And now Yan Zhaoge felt that his spirit seed was already about to sprout, breaking out of the ground. If a spirit sprout was successfully nurtured, it would mean that the embryonic form of a martial Dao origin spirit was officially formed. Martial artists would also break through the spirit-nurturing middle stage, breaking through to the spirit-nurturing late-stage martial grandmaster realm. At this step, they could begin to form their own true martial path origin spirit and make preparations to refine astral energy into essence. The speed at which Yan Zhaoge had broken through from the early spirit vessel stage to the mid-spirit vessel stage earlier had left Ahu inwardly speechless. And now, from the spirit-nurturing middle stage to the spirit-nurturing late stage, the speed was even more shocking. Of this, Yan Zhaoge's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood, and the absorption of the dragon's blood's essence and vitality, allowing him to quickly surpass the accumulation stage, directly reaching the peak of the mid-spirit vessel stage. But to cross that threshold and truly step into the spirit vessel late-stage martial grandmaster realm was not an easy matter. A considerable part of the reason was that Yan Zhaoge had been accumulating for a long time, unceasingly accumulating. Now it was time for him to reap the rewards. In the past, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation had also risen rapidly. But in fact, in order to avoid being too eye-catching, he was more or less restrained. As his cultivation grew more profound day by day, the others also gradually got used to his shocking abilities. Thus, he could start to let go of these restraints. Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the room, his entire body enveloped by a layer of clear qi, hazy and indistinct. And beneath the clear qi, Yan Zhaoge's body was surrounded by an indescribable mass of qi that was neither bright nor dark, neither black nor white, neither cold nor hot. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, breathing steadily. As he inhaled and exhaled, the primal chaos aura around him underwent a transformation. Extreme cold, scorching heat, lightning, thick earth, storm. All sorts of phenomena appeared one after another, constantly changing. Within Yan Zhaoge's dantian, a seed of chaos rose and fell. He blew a breath of air, and the mass of chaotic air around him began to disperse. Inside of him, a puff of air blew into the primal chaos seed, which then exploded. It was as if from an indescribable point, an infinite number of things were born. It was as if all of this had been folded and compressed to the extreme before, to the point that it had lost its form and condensed into a single point. Now it was as if it had finally unfolded once more. When others cultivated, their spiritual seeds would germinate, and they would nurture the embryonic form of their martial path origin spirit. For example, Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi profound art manifested the vast sky. The Sacred Sun clan's great sun true chi manifested the great golden sun. These phenomena, when a martial practitioner truly cultivated their martial path origin spirit afterwards, would generally also be the same. It was just that at that time, the false would truly become real, stepping into a completely new heaven and earth. Yan Zhaoge's spiritual seed germinating was different. It did not manifest any concrete phenomena, instead seeming to replay the scenes of the beginning of chaos, the changes in creation. Exhaling, Yan Zhaoge abruptly inhaled once more. That chaotic scenes vanished, seemingly regaining the clear sky once more, just like when he cultivated in the orthodox clear chi profound art of Broad Creed Mountain, stepping into the late spirit vessel stage. Therefore, when the conditions were right, success was achieved without any major disturbances. Yan Zhaoge had already successfully stepped into the third level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, only a step away from achieving his true spirit. While others faced difficulties and dangers, it was as easy as flat ground for me. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, standing up and walking to the side. There, the internal crystal furnace was currently circulating leisurely. Yan Zhaoge patted its body lightly, the internal crystal furnace coming to a stop. Its lid opened, streams of golden radiance spurting out from within, resembling a rain of light. Under the effect of Yan Zhaoge's aura chi, the bright golden rain of light converged into a single beam before landing within his palm. As Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, numerous golden ice crystals appeared within it. These ice crystals had originally been blood red in color, but having been refined by Yan Zhaoge, they had turned golden. Yan Zhaoge extended his other palm, the chaotic chi mass within his dantian's chi ocean dispersing as a crimson fire seed appeared. That was the manifestation of the essence of power obtained after having cultivated in the sacred heavenly fire scripture. Yan Zhaoge's empty left hand now suddenly underwent a change as numerous crimson flame patterns manifested on his skin, instantly covering his entire left palm. The patterns resembled actual blazing flames as they soared on Yan Zhaoge's skin, roiling waves of heat assaulting his face. Yan Zhaoge had not intentionally stimulated his power, but the momentum of incinerating the heavens still emanated from within, rampant and tyrannical. With his left hand having taken on such a state, Yan Zhaoge's right hand shook slightly, a golden ice crystal that emitted cold chi flying out, transforming into a golden streak of light as it landed on his left hand. Instantly, all-encompassing golden light filled the entire room. Dense cold chi suffused the area, virtually wanting to transform the room into an ice cave. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that for just that one moment, his left hand seemed to have completely lost all feeling. The coldness was as sharp as a blade as it flowed along the meridians of his left hand, spreading all the way to his dantian, targeting that crimson fire seed as though it would only stop once it was completely extinguished. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily, the aura chi within his body changing as the crimson fire seed vanished, his aura chi turning icy cold. That coldness that was spreading through his meridians immediately calmed as well, instead being assimilated and absorbed by the cold chi within Yan Zhaoge's body, being beneficial without causing any harm, as though it was nourishing him. The effects of this devil-shattering ice talisman are not bad, Yan Zhaoge smiled, keeping the golden ice crystals one by one. After doing so, Yan Zhaoge came to the mouth of the internal crystal furnace, lowering his head to look within. Within the internal crystal furnace, 9 ice spikes that resembled short halberds stood erect silently. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on one of them, inspecting it as he muttered to himself, still lacking some maturity. As he pondered, Ahu came knocking on the door. Yan Zhaoge let Ahu in, whose expression was rather grave. Young master, as you predicted earlier, the flame devils have made a move, and it is a major one at that. There is more than a single flame devil king expert who entered the 8 extremities world through the passageway. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge asked, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord In and the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan should already have arrived at the Outer East Sea, right? Chapter 368. The Flame Devils were likely to make a major move. The human martial arts experts guarding the Outer East Sea had mostly discovered some clues as well, and were all on their guard. Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder Fu Enshu, who was stationed in the East Sea to guard against the Flame Devils along with the others, had specially sent a report back to the clan. Most of the other sects and forces had also received the message from the people in charge of the East Sea. Affected by this, the tense atmosphere between the human race's holy lands eased a little. However, everyone knew that after the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan was already one of irreconcilable enemies, with a victor eventually being decided. The Sacred Sun Clan's current relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was even worse than their relationship with Jade Sea City. The situation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Broad Creed Mountain was similarly tense. The fact that the atmosphere had eased slightly now was only because the 8 extremities world was facing a common enemy. The Sacred Sun Clan disciple Meng Wan, who wielded the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin Crown, had already arrived above the East Sea with the Extreme Yin Crown. There, the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Marshal Saint in Qinglin, had also arrived to oversee the scene. Other than that, we have already contacted the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Marshal Saint Shunli, as well as the Painting Saint Old Man Mo, who said to Yan Zhaoge, Old Man Mo aside, whether Shunli will leave the Thunder Domain and come to the sea is hard to say. Yan Zhaoge said, that will have to depend on how the situation changes. Ahu swallowed, Young master, it's said that the Flame Devils have gradually regained their vitality these past few years. Do you think that another great Flame Devil King-level existence will emerge from them? Yan Zhaoge raised his head and pondered for a moment before saying, This is very hard to say. The internal strife of the Flame Devils is also very intense. Under such circumstances, the result could be internal friction, or it could also be the birth of an extraordinary hegemon like Rearing Gu. He looked at Ahu. In short, pay close attention to the movements in the Outer East Sea. If there's any news, report it immediately. Ahu nodded. Yes, young master. Very soon, news spread that under the leadership of the 2 Flame Devil Kings, a large number of experts of the Flame Devil race had set foot in the East Sea. The enemy was intercepted by Qinglin and the Extreme Yin Crown as a bloody battle erupted between the human experts and the Flame Devil experts on the Outer East Sea, causing the rivers to roil and the seas to boil. Still, the overall situation in the 8 extremities world could still be considered stable. As the chaos of the Flame Devils grew more and more intense in recent years, a series of great battles had erupted in the East Sea. During the incident of Clear Concealed Lake and the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, due to their connection with the Decimating Abyss, the Flame Devils had once unleashed a frenzied wave of attacks, with more than a single Flame Devil King entering the 8 extremities world each time, working together with the Decimating Abyss who had created the chaos of the 9 underworlds, forcing the human race to have experts of the same level to resist them, drawing away much of their attention. Therefore, the fact that 2 Flame Devil Kings had entered the East Sea together now did not come as much of a surprise to the human race martial practitioners. What everyone was more concerned about now was whether there were any other experts of the Flame Devil race who had entered the 8 extremities world as reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge activated the internal crystal furnace, continuing to carefully refine those 9 ice shards. However, Ahu soon sent a piece of bad news. Lost track of them? Yan Zhaoge looked rather bemused at Ahu, who had virtually crashed through the door. A bunch of flame devils, all of them gone? Ahu's expression was extremely grave. We don't know the exact situation. Elder Fu and the others are going crazy looking for him. With the two flame devil kings at their head, a great number of flame devil experts have gone missing, shaking off Pavilion Lord N and Elder Fu, their whereabouts unknown. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. This is a little unexpected. How did they do it? The tyrannical flame devils were able to incinerate the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth as long as they were in the Eight Extremities world, causing a severe impact on the Eight Extremities world even if they did nothing at all. The stronger the flame devils, the worse the impact they would have, at the same time finding it harder to conceal their tracks. It was still fine if they were flame devils whose strength was roughly equivalent to human martial scholars. However, having risen to the martial grandmaster level or even stronger, they would virtually be unable to conceal their tracks even if they wanted to. Even if high-level flame devil experts took the initiative to retract their auras, being able to conceal it from human martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, it would be very hard for them to conceal it from human experts of the same cultivation level. All of them resembled the flames of the dark night, dazzling to the extreme. Now, however, a great number of flame devils had actually shaken off the martial saint in Qinglin and the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown, vanishing without a trace. This was something that had never happened before. What was especially alarming was that it was not just those two flame devil kings who had gone missing. A great number of other flame devils had also gone missing along with them. A layer of darkness surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Pushing open the door to his secluded cultivation room, Yan Zhaoge saw that the entire Jade Sea City was currently in a state of unrest. The middle and lower level martial practitioners did not know that the city lord Song Wuliang was in secluded cultivation, much less the ordinary citizens of the outer city. However, the higher echelon experts of Jade Sea City all knew that Jade Sea City was currently in a rather weaker state, similar to how Broad Creed Mountain had been when Yuan Zhengfeng had been in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. The strange changes in the battle situation on the East Sea drew the attention of the higher echelons of Jade Sea City. In order to avoid unnecessary panic while it was not announced to the entire world, Jade Sea City also began to move. East Dragon Island began to be on high alert. Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation also prepared to be upgraded to the next level, fully on guard. Yan Zhaoge's figure rose into the air. Gazing into the distance, he saw roiling tides surging over from the surrounding horizon. Infinite seawater, massive waves that surged to the heavens surged over from all directions. East Dragon Island that resembled a small continent seemed to be sinking at this moment, completely submerged by the surrounding Great Sea. A surging screen of water shot into the skies, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun, instantly obscuring the entire sky. The massive East Dragon Island seemed about to become an underwater world at this moment. One after another, profound and complex massive spirit patterns lit up with a jade-blue radiance, flickering amidst the great screen of seawater, forming a single chi as they transformed into a massive formation, enveloping East Dragon Island with Jade Sea City as its core. Ahu sighed in admiration. This is Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation? It truly takes one's breath away. Before his words had landed, Ahu stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. Yan Zhaoge stared unblinkingly at the grand formation overhead. There, a fiery red light suddenly surged madly, landing on the water screen grand formation. While separated by seawater, infinite, endless flames blazed and exploded rampantly, seemingly wanting to set the seawater ablaze as well. The violent red light formed a brutal, terrifying fiery red scar on the water screen above Jade Sea City, extending from one end of the sky to the other, shocking to the eye, resembling a tragic scar. What caused one's heart to palpitate was the fact that another violent streak of blazing fire very quickly descended, intersecting with the previous scar, resembling a cross. As the fiery red cross imprinted itself on the water screen grand formation, a great amount of the spirit patterns shattered almost immediately. The Jade Sea above everyone's head seemed about to be forcibly ripped apart. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It's here, ah. Chapter 369. Jade Sea City had reacted very quickly. immediately activating the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation after receiving the news that the Flame Devils had vanished, circulating at full force. However, facing the combined attacks of two Flame Devil Kings at this moment, the situation immediately became precarious. Flame Devil Kings were equivalent to human martial saints in terms of strength. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was powerful, the one currently controlling it was not the City Lord Song Wuliang. Facing the combined attacks of two martial saint experts, the pressure on it was immense to the extreme. The terrifying sea of flames pressured down on the Jade Sea, wanting to shatter the Grand Formation with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Within Jade Sea City, the one currently controlling the Grand Formation was a Grand Elder of the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster Realm. Fighting with his full strength, he barely managed to keep the Grand Formation from breaking. If the enemy was just a single Flame Devil King, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation wielded by this Grand Elder would be sufficient to block it. However, with two Flame Devil Kings attacking together, his strength would be insufficient. There were also 4 other Jade Sea City Martial Grandmaster experts who were stationed in 4 different directions, assisting him together. However, that Grand Elder's face had already turned pale, before gradually turning an unhealthy flush of red. The corners of his eyes, his mouth, and his nose were even beginning to bleed. Currently, on the surface of the East Sea, East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City had already completely sunk beneath the sea's surface, no trace of them remaining. However, above the sea's surface, the clear skies of 10,000 li could no longer be seen, no sea winds howling. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to have completely transformed into a world of flames, the sky crimson as the sea of clouds transformed into a sea of flames, infinite flames rampaging amidst the air. Tens of thousands of fiery meteors descended from the sky, resembling the end of the world as they smashed towards the sea's surface together. The massive jade blue spirit patterns on the sea's surface circulated unceasingly, dispelling the terrifying destructive power brought about by the blazing meteors. A great amount of seawater evaporated, the sea's surface seemingly boiling. Beneath the sea's surface, within Jade Sea City enveloped by the Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and saw that accompanied by the unceasing shattering of the spirit patterns, numerous cracks were beginning to appear on the Jade Sea above his head. Occasionally, flowing fire would break through these cracks, descending from the sky towards the city he was in. The other martial experts of Jade Sea City all struggled to resist these scattered falling meteors, preventing them from damaging their clan. Who had a bitter expression as he looked in the direction of the inner city. City Lord Song is still not out of seclusion? Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather helplessly. From the looks of it, City Lord Song has also reached a critical juncture. Under such circumstances, it is no different from death seclusion. Whether he is seeking a breakthrough in his own cultivation or attempting to forge a sacred artifact, he is currently unable to split his attention. Sucking in a deep breath, Yan Zhaoge calmed his emotions, bringing Hu along as he hurried in the direction of the inner city. This tribulation of Jade Sea City is truly unavoidable. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge said, if City Lord Song is not in secluded cultivation, normally speaking he would probably have already rushed to the outer East Sea, to the passageway connecting to the Flame Devil world. The enemy suddenly disappeared before launching a sneak attack in the dark. Caught unprepared, Jade Sea City would still have to suffer this great tribulation. Yan Zhaoge sighed, City Lord Song is still here now but the timing is too awkward. He might as well not be here. Hu pulled back the corners of his lips. If it was outside, even if Jade Sea City was destroyed, as long as he, the martial saint, was still present, Jade Sea City might still be able to rise again one day. However, this time, it is possible that the Flame Devils will be able to scoop them up in one fell swoop. However, the Flame Devils are really too much. Pavilion Lord and appeared on the East Sea, but was shaken off by them, while City Lord Song has yet to appear. Why did the Flame Devils not go to Turbid Wave Pavilion, instead coming to Jade Sea City? On the surface, it clearly looks like Turbid Wave Pavilion's defenses are weaker, making it easier for them to attack. Could it be that the Flame Devils know that City Lord Song is currently in death seclusion? Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might not be able to confirm that City Lord Song will not be able to leave seclusion at this time, much less the Flame Devils. There are 2 possibilities. Firstly, the Flame Devils' concealment technique has some limitations, either in terms of time or distance, being insufficient for them to consecutively pass through the East and South Seas, killing all the way to the headquarters of Turbid Wave Pavilion in the inland lake domain. They can only launch a sneak attack on Jade Sea City. Secondly, here at Jade Sea City, there is something that the Flame Devils want. Looking at the majestic Great Hall before him, Yan Zhaoge frowned. What exactly did Jade Sea City prepare to forge their sacred artifact? Whose face was bitter. Young master, what do we do? Nothing. Yan Zhaoge said casually, walking towards the Great Hall. Then he just happened to see people walking out of the Great Hall, all of them being longtime elders of Jade Sea City. Other than them there was also Song Chao. Song Chao's expression was grave. Junior brother Yan, I'm sorry having implicated you and our clan in this tribulation together. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. This was an unexpected, sudden situation. No one could have predicted it. After exchanging greetings with the higher echelon bigwigs of Jade Sea City, Yan Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries as he asked, City Lord Song is unable to leave seclusion? Song Chao had a difficult look on his face. At this moment, the jade-blue Great Sea above Jade Sea City appeared increasingly weaker as even more fiery meteors pierced through the grand formation, smashing towards where Yan Zhaoge and the others stood. A Jade Sea City elder let out a muffled groan, waving his sleeve as a surging tide appeared out of nowhere, countless spirit talismans transforming into a spirit formation before stacking up to form a heavenly altar, blocking in mid-air, blocking that violent blazing fire. As the two sides collided, the fiery meteors shattered. The heavenly altar's spirit formation also shattered, the seawater boiling and evaporating, turning into a dense white mist of water vapor. The expressions of the Jade Sea City bigwigs were all solemn. The situation grew more and more dangerous. In the great hall behind them, the 5 longtime elders of Jade Sea City were currently struggling to hold on. After confirming that Song Wuliang was currently in death seclusion, unable to leave seclusion in time, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but let out a long breath. With the current situation, the pressure on your clan's Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation is too great. Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, Forgive me for speaking recklessly, but after others learn of the situation here, even if they immediately rush over to reinforce us, they might not be able to make it in time, especially over at the Outer East Sea. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and the others still have to guard against other peak experts of the Flame Devils entering the 8 Extremities world afterwards. Currently, I'm afraid that we still have to save ourselves. Song Chao and the others did not speak, quietly awaiting Yan Zhaoge's next words. Even though many things were only known internally of Broad Creed Mountain, just the many glorious battle achievements that the outside world knew of had already long since shown that the abilities of this youth before them were definitely not something that his current cultivation base could measure up to. Yan Zhaoge looked towards that great hall. The best method is to buy time for City Lord Song. As long as City Lord Song leaves seclusion, the current crisis will naturally be resolved. Of the attacking Flame Devil experts now, there are 2 Flame Devil Kings. It would be best if all of them could be drawn away. If only one can be drawn away, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation would also be able to hold on. A longtime elder of Jade Sea City sighed, that would most likely only be able to draw away some Flame Devils of the Martial Grandmaster level. It would be very hard to draw away a Flame Devil King. Looking at Song Chao and the others, Yan Zhaoge pointed at his chest. Send me out of the encirclement. I will try to draw away a Flame Devil King from the outskirts. As his words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Chapter 370. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's suggestion, the Jade Sea City martial practitioners present were all dazed. Ahu also swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge in shock. If one of the 2 Flame Devil Kings attacking the city could be drawn away, the pressure on Jade Sea City would be greatly alleviated. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was already damaged, facing the attacks of just a single Flame Devil King, it would at least be able to hold out for a rather long period of time. With this time, the reinforcements of experts from other places would also arrive. At that time, it would be that Flame Devil King worrying about whether or not he could escape unscathed. As for whether more experts of the Flame Devils would arrive, that was another matter altogether. Jade Sea City was not the only sacred ground of the 8 Extremities world. After having been bewitched once, and Qinglin and the others would naturally be on their guard. However, the problem was, how could they draw a Flame Devil King far away from East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City? The Flame Devils should also know that their time was limited. Since they had specifically come for Jade Sea City, why would they give up so easily? Also, even if they could draw away a Flame Devil King, how would they be able to restrict it for a period of time? Looking at Yen Zhaoge's righteous, solemn attitude, the corners of the mouths of some Jade Sea City martial practitioners twitched slightly. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like seeing that the situation was bad, wanting to flee making use of Jade Sea City's help. After breaking out of the encirclement, they would only be pursued by flame devils of the martial Grandmaster realm at most. If they focused on fleeing, moving stealthily far away, they might still have a chance to escape. Yen Zhaoge noticed such gazes, but did not care about them as he looked calmly at Song Chao, at the strongest expert amongst the higher echelon of Jade Sea City, a Grand Elder who had already reached the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster realm. This Grand Elder was surnamed Yu, and was used to being called Elder Yu by others. He would definitely not retreat. If the other Grand Elder currently in charge of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation in the Great Hall could not hold on, Elder Yu would immediately replace him. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, Elder Yu said, "Little friend Yen, being able to break out of the encirclement is also a good thing. As for drawing the attention of the Flame Devil King, it is still best to act according to your own abilities. You have not fought with a Flame Devil King before, but you should also know how terrifying martial saints are." Yen Zhaoge nodded, "I understand." Song Chao said in a heavy tone, "Your clan's junior apprentice sister Sikong is also in the city. Junior apprentice brother Yen, bring her along and leave." Yen Zhaoge shook his head. "Following me, it would instead be more dangerous." The crowd of Jade Sea City martial practitioners all trembled in unison as they looked at Yen Zhaoge. He really wants to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King, dealing with it? Time was of the essence. In the time it took to exchange a few words, the Azure Sea Limitless array above everyone's head was constantly being shaken. More and more cracks appeared on the water screen, and they were also becoming more and more obvious. The usually powerful Guardian array was now shaking in the wind and rain. As far as the eye could see, on the crack in the water curtain, two giant claws burning with raging flames appeared, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on the water curtain and tearing it apart, trying to expand the crack. Huge balls of flames fell from the cracked water curtain. These weren't the fiery meteor-like existences, but powerful flame devils one after another, borrowing the cover of the Flame Devil King to charge in through the gaps of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. Numerous powerful flame devils that were equivalent to human martial grandmasters descended from the skies, directly descending towards Jade Sea City down below. Boss Yu roared, expanding his true martial avatar, towering between the heavens and the earth as he met the murderous flame devils. "Junior apprentice brother Wang, send little friend Yen away," Elder Yu said decisively as he met the enemy. Since Elder Yu had made his decision on the spot, that Jade Sea City's External Affairs First Seat Elder Wang did not say a word as his true essence surged, immediately sweeping Yen Zhaoge's group along, shooting out of the city. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Elder Wang and the others leave, some longtime elders of Jade Sea City had worried looks on their faces. This, Elder Yu struck out with a palm, smashing the body of a flame devil into flowing fire. "He is of Broad Creed Mountain, not like those bastards of the Sacred Sun clan who only know how to bully their own people." Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he really escapes in order to protect himself, we can already be considered to have fulfilled Broad Creed Mountain's debt of helping us forge the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Brought along by Elder Wang to break out of the encirclement, Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing that everyone within Jade Sea City was currently panic-stricken. The Jade Sea City martial practitioners of the inner city were still calm, but those in the outer city who had yet to complete their evacuation were all panic-stricken, shocked cries ceaselessly resounding. While there were Jade Sea City experts blocking the descending flowing fire within the sky, there were still some places that they were unable to take care of, being struck by the fiery meteors before transforming into a sea of flames. One flame devil expert after another descended, turning this place into an incomparably tragic battlefield. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had already expended all of its strength in blocking those two Flame Devil Kings, now having no more strength to protect the people within the city. The former Water Domain's sacred ground was currently facing a great tribulation that was not inferior to the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier. The crux was all in time. Yen Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, being led by Jade Sea City's Elder Wang as they rushed out of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. After leaving the Grand Formation within the depths of the sea, Elder Wang said, "You should go quickly. The seawater is not conducive for the flame devils to track you." Before his words had landed, a roar that resembled muffled thunder resounded from the surface of the sea. While the seawater could obstruct the senses of most flame devils, it was unable to disturb the Flame Devil Kings. While the two Flame Devil Kings did not split up, still continuing to attack the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, under their instructions, there were already other Flame Devil experts who rushed into the sea, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge's group. At the front was a tall Flame Devil, resembling an ancient, mighty divinity, his entire body wreathed in flames. Wherever his figure passed, the seawater would evaporate completely, directly opening up a path for him to pass through. Behind him, there were also other Flame Devil experts of varying cultivation bases charging over. Elder Wang's expression did not change as he immediately went up, blocking the strongest Flame Devil expert before him. Elder Wang, I'll have to trouble you. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was not the time for words. He immediately patted Ahu beside him before turning and leaving Jade Sea City. Ahu shook his accompanying luggage, a panda that was not too big appearing. It was precisely Pan Pan after his figure had shrunk. Pan Pan tumbled within the seawater, his figure already rapidly returning to his original form, streams of black water surrounding his body, splitting the seawater apart as he carried Yan Zhaoge and Ahu speeding away. Even if he wanted to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King, he would also have to stay as far away from Jade Sea City as possible. Given how powerful the cultivation of the Flame Devil King was, if the distance was too close, it would only be a matter of a few steps to him. It would not be able to buy him any time at all. Making use of the fact that more experts were entangling Elder Wang, the other Flame Devils made a long detour around them, next speedily chasing after Yan Zhaoge. The region of sea around East Dragon Island was now the domain of the Flame Demons. There were pursuers behind him and obstructions in front of him. Numerous fiery meteors descended from the sky, landing within the Great Sea, manifesting the savage forms of numerous flame devils before shooting straight towards Yan Zhaoge. Pan Pan changed from his usual naive and charmingly naive appearance, displaying the violent savagery of a strange beast. His two front claws reached forward, grabbing the bodies of the two flame devils before forcefully slapping them towards the center, causing them to collide against each other and shatter into scattered flames. His face expressionless, Yan Zhaoge let out a low roar as he pushed forward with his palms. Violent Orochi kicked up wild waves in the Great Sea, instantly drowning the many flame devils. The group of people charged forward, crushing everything in their path. Chapter 371. Having obtained the corpse of the ice dragon, not only did Yan Zhaoge and Ahu benefit from it, even Pan Pan benefited from it. Having his fleshly body nourished by Yan Zhaoge's dragon blood and fed dragon scales, Pan Pan was similarly no longer the same as before, having undergone a complete transformation. That massive body was even more massive than before, the pressure and force of impact both stronger. Streams of black water coiled around Pan Pan's body, actually vaguely manifesting the form of a dragon, shocking those who saw it. Having originally been a king of beasts, the Pishio rampaged unhindered at this moment. A flame devil that resembled a small mountain blocked its path. Pan Pan lowered his head, slamming straight into it. Under the disbelieving gaze of that flame devil, his massive body was directly smashed apart by Pan Pan. Sitting on Pan Pan, Yan Zhaoge struck out with his left palm, slaying a flame devil. Jade light that resembled a dragon roared from within his right sleeve, sword light flickering as another flame devil was stabbed to death. Behind him, Ahu stood back to back with him, slashing out with his claws against a flame devil that had caught up to them, ripping it apart. As Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, he saw numerous flame devils of various shapes and sizes. Most of the flame devils were not in human form. Some resembled a rock, spreading its wings of flames, only having a single long leg below its abdomen, yet having the heads of ferocious beasts that resembled tigers and leopards. Some resembled small mountains, having no arms or legs, only having a massive torso, yet able to freely soar into the air. Some resembled long snakes, coiling as they danced about. There were also a few flame devils that resembled humans, possessing facial features and 4 limbs. However, whatever their appearances, all the flame devils shared a common characteristic, that was that the surface of their bodies was covered in flames, as though their entire bodies were composed of blazing fire. With so many flame devils all landing within the Great Sea at this moment, a great amount of seawater instantly evaporated, the entire sea surging. If not for the vastness and boundlessness of the East Sea, if it were an inland lake, its water would probably have already been completely evaporated, reduced to nothingness. Water could extinguish fire, but when the fire grew to a certain extent, even the Great Sea would have to avoid it. There were many flame devils, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While the flame devils were equivalent to spirit vessel martial grandmasters of the human race, they were completely not Yan Zhaoge's match. While there were many enemies, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he stood on Pan Pan's body, dealing with whatever came his way. The Tishita palm in his left hand fought fire with fire, meeting force with force, subduing force with force. The violent Gang Qi almost condensed into a solid form, turning into a sinister scarlet-purple flame that directly caved in the chest of a humanoid flame devil. The jade dragon sword in his right hand transformed into a green sword light and flashed out of his sleeve, accurately piercing through the body of a snake-like flame demon. Another flame devil that resembled a great tree that towered to the heavens brandished its branches, streams of flames shooting over, resembling numerous tree vines as they swept towards Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge did not evade as he allowed those tongues of fire to entangle his body. While the golden talisman body had been completely depleted in the battle against Zheng Shuo and Lin Zhou, with his current attainments in the spirit rhino demonic fist and the Vajra body, Yan Zhaoge's defensive power was already not inferior in the slightest. Without even needing to activate the lofty mountain armor, Yan Zhaoge was swept along by the blazing fire, completely unharmed. Following the pull of the other party, Yan Zhaoge advanced instead of retreating, speeding towards that ancient tree-like flame devil before chopping it apart with a single sword. An enemy made use of this chance to lunge over from behind, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Not even looking back, Yan Zhaoge turned and elbowed, shattering the head of that sneak attacker. Having done all this, Yan Zhaoge's figure descended, just happening to land on the rushing Pan Pan's back before they continued charging forward together. However, there were still Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils that madly attacked Yan Zhaoge, Hu and Pan Pan. Any one of them was not any weaker than the Crimson Spirit Flag Master of the past, their innate firepower even more blazing hot. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was heavy, not panicking in the slightest as he raised his left hand, numerous golden ice crystals suddenly shooting towards those Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils. It was precisely the devil-shattering ice talismans that Yan Zhaoge had specially forged. As the seemingly insignificant golden ice crystals landed on the bodies of those flame devils, they instantly exploded. Golden light flickered, dense icy fog suffusing the area. The seawater that had originally been boiling to the point of seeming about to combust instantly cooled. Close to where the devil-shattering ice talismans exploded, swept along by the icy fog, the seawater even began to freeze on the spot. One flame devil after another let out frenzied howls of shock and fury, that ferocious, violent aura of theirs having been completely extinguished. Yan Zhaoge stood on Pan Pan's back as Pan Pan shot forward madly, coming before a flame devil whose body was frozen stiff and whose movements were sluggish. That flame devil whose strength was comparable to that of human essence spirit martial grandmasters could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge rushed past him, next chopping off his head with a single sword. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his descent as he rode Pan Pan forward, a strong sense of danger suddenly surging up from behind him. Looking back, he saw an extremely powerful flame demon chasing after him. The human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were used to calling those flame devils whose strength was similar to that of transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters great flame devils. While the flame devil chasing behind Yan Zhaoge had yet to reach the level of a great flame devil, it was already extremely close. Glancing coldly at the other party, Yan Zhaoge suddenly kept the jade dragon sword in his right hand, replacing it with a bow that flickered with the purple light of thunder. High-grade spirit artifact Heaven Shocker. Amidst the sound of muffled thunder, Yan Zhaoge drew back Heaven Shocker. While Yan Zhaoge could only wield a portion of the bow's power, its shocking aura still shocked 100 kilometers away. What was knocked on the bowstring was not an arrow, but a devil-shattering ice talisman. Yan Zhaoge aimed at the pursuing flame devil. Releasing his fingers, Heaven Shocker let out a frenzied howl that resembled explosive thunder, a streak of golden light enveloped by purple thunderbolts shooting out mightily. That flame devil wanted to evade, but it was already too late. It barely managed to avoid being hit in the vitals of its body, yet was struck by one of its claws. Thunderbolts and flames clashed madly, while the devil-shattering ice talisman displayed its effects once more, unceasingly whittling away at the power of the flame devil. That flame devil howled in shock and fury, its claws directly exploded apart by the thunderbolts. Having obstructed the momentum of that powerful flame devil's pursuit, Yan Zhaoge swung the bow in his hand, smashing it towards the side, instantly killing another nearby flame devil. In order to avoid being surrounded by so many enemies, Yan Zhaoge, Ah Hu and Pan Pan did not linger as they madly rushed outwards, breaking out of the encirclement. It was not that the flame devils lacked intelligence and thought, but that they loved to battle, tyrannical and easily angered. With Yan Zhaoge's group of 3 charging all the way into the distance, the flame devils were all burning with rage as they chased after them. Ah Hu stared fixedly at the enemies, not even turning his head as he asked, "Young master, what do we do? Even if we can break out of the encirclement like this, I'm afraid that it still won't be enough to anger a flame devil king to give up on Jade Sea City to chase us." Yan Zhaoge said, "It's still too close now. Let's run a little further, then try my method." Chapter 372. Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu stood on Pan Pan's back, the black currents circulating Pan Pan's entire body, parting the seawater as he advanced unceasingly like a bolt of lightning. Behind them, East Dragon Island that had fallen into the deep sea gradually moved further away, vanishing without a trace. Above the sea's surface, that terrifying sea of flames that enveloped the horizon also gradually became a streak of red light on the horizon. Yan Zhaoge's group unceasingly broke out of the encirclement, gradually leaving the battlefield of East Dragon Island. However, behind them, there were still some powerful flame devils who pursued unceasingly, not wanting to rest until Yan Zhaoge was dead. However, just as the people of Jade Sea City had predicted, while Yan Zhaoge's breakout had drawn a portion of the flame devils' attention, there were only some Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils in pursuit. Even the attention of the great flame devils was placed more on Jade Sea City's elder Wang, who had sent Yan Zhaoge and the others out. The 2 flame devil kings focused all their attention on Jade Sea City, not having any intention of paying any attention to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's gaze remained steady as he silently gazed at the pursuing enemies, also calculating the distance they had traveled. "Pan Pan, we can begin gradually slowing down." After traveling for a while longer, the red light in the horizon had already completely vanished, no longer visible. Yan Zhaoge now secretly gave Pan Pan an order. Pan Pan blinked, his frenzied forward speed beginning to decrease. After decreasing a little, he pulled himself together, barely managing to raise his speed a little, but afterwards he slowed even more. Next he pulled himself together again, increasing his speed, but after just 2 steps his speed fell once more. He looked like he was out of stamina, barely able to hold on. Feeling Pan Pan's speed falling, the pursuing flame devils howled madly, lunging over towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu both punched out simultaneously, blocking their ferocious attacks. The flame devils were violent and impulsive, but Yan Zhaoge's devil-shattering ice talisman earlier had been too sharp, leaving them fresh in their minds. Some of the flame devils who had caught up earlier no longer just attacked fiercely this time, instead attempting to entangle Yan Zhaoge, Ah Hu and Pan Pan as they fled, slowing them down further so that more flame devils could catch up, forming an encirclement once more, trapping Yan Zhaoge's group here. A massive flame devil that seemed to be in the shape of a hexagon, its 6 majestic arms sweeping about its central torso, swept up all-encompassing great flames, incinerating all the surrounding seawater. In the distance, the other flame devils let out low roars, shouting loudly in the language unique to the flame devil race, "Fall, stop that person. I don't need you to teach me." The Balrog named Sublime snorted. "You guys are faster." His 6 arms did not attack towards Yan Zhaoge at the same time, instead striking out one after another in an endless stream. While keeping Yan Zhaoge occupied, not allowing him to extricate himself, he was also guarding against Yan Zhaoge's devil-shattering ice talisman. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he flicked his finger, a golden ice crystal shooting out, transforming into a streak of golden light as it struck towards the flame devil. Having been prepared for this, the flame devil's arm, which had originally already been grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge, was forcibly halted as it was about to be retracted. Yan Zhaoge laughed coldly. The other party's response was within his expectations. As he flicked his finger out, Yan Zhaoge had already used his hidden force. At this time the force exploded. Before the devil-shattering ice talisman could come into contact with the flame demon's body, it exploded on its own. As the golden light flickered, a vast icy mist swept out, instantly freezing the surrounding seawater into glaciers. While it had not been struck by the devil-shattering ice talisman, the chilly coldness turning water into ice still froze one of the flame devil's arms. Greatly shocked, Zhaoge's arm shook as flames surged, exploding apart that glacier. Not waiting for him to continue retreating, a green light flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right sleeve as he executed Coiling Dragon Sleeve. Where the sword light flashed, even though the flame devil had already evaded in time, one of his arms was still hacked off by Yan Zhaoge's sword. Not waiting for Yan Zhaoge to pursue, the other flame devils had already caught up to him, next attacking him together. Pan Pan's footsteps halted slightly as he was surrounded by multiple layers of flame devil experts. It would be hard for him to charge forward again. 5 or 6 flame devils were gathered together, their massive bodies resembling a high wall as they blocked before Pan Pan. While Pan Pan was powerful, he was also obstructed by these flame devils. Like mountain peaks colliding against mountain peaks, a tall mountain of flames tottered on the verge of collapse, nearly collapsing as countless streams of fire sprinkled down from above. Another tall mountain of alternating black and white was jolted backwards. Yan Zhaoge drew back Heaven's Shocker, using the devil-shattering ice talisman as an arrow once more, a streak of golden light surrounded by purple thunder shooting out once more, completely collapsing that tall mountain of flames. However, now, other flame devils surrounded him from the surroundings, entangling Ahu while also attacking Yan Zhaoge. After Yan Zhaoge had wielded Heaven's Shocker, finger-flicking shocking thunder came into effect as he rapidly recovered his chi. Even as he kicked the flame devil Zhaoge, who only had 5 arms remaining, he infused his body with aura chi, his sturdiness extraordinary as he forcibly withstood the attack of a flame devil expert. This was a flame devil equivalent to an essence spirit martial grandmaster of the human race, wielding blazing fire like a saber as it hacked down on Yan Zhaoge's back. The lofty mountain armor on Yan Zhaoge's body also appeared, its spiritual force exerting its effect as it formed a thick defense alongside his spirit rhino demonic fist, Vajra body and other martial arts, protecting Yan Zhaoge. After blocking a round of the enemy's attacks, Yan Zhaoge kept Heaven's Shocker, his palms one left, one right, the momentum of his palms resembling the collapse of the heavens and the collapse of the earth as it slew 2 flame devils to death. However, even more enemies still lunged over. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he inhaled deeply, raising his left hand high into the air. On the little finger of his left hand, a dark red ring suddenly appeared. Yan Zhaoge roared with his eyes wide open, all-encompassing flames emanating from the little finger of Yan Zhaoge's left hand with that dark red ring as their center. The flames condensed to form an illusory scene, within which the illusory figure of a massive divinity of fire appeared, ancient and powerful. An aura of great calamity, great destruction, great suffering emanated, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The figures of the surrounding flame devils all halted in unison, staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at Yan Zhaoge. All the flame devil experts felt shocked within their souls, as well as numb within their bodies. While it was only a faint strand of aura, it was as though they were facing a sovereign, facing a monarch, facing an ancestor. The immense pressure even gave rise to subservience and fear, just like how in the secular world, between monarchs and subjects, the pressure of the monarch wanting his subject to die, the subject having no choice but to die. After all, it was only a strand of aura. The stronger the flame devils, the weaker the influence they would feel. However, at this moment, the aura of the violent, battle-hungry, valiant and fearless flame devils that had pursued Yan Zhaoge crazily earlier also collapsed. Blazing flames surged to the heavens from Yan Zhaoge's left hand, mightily striking out with an aura even more violent than that of the flame devils, instantly reducing a flame devil who was still in a daze to ashes. Carrying Yan Zhaoge and Ahu, Pan Pan sped madly once more, breaking out of the encirclement. The flame devils howled in rage as they rushed over, but were still rushed out by Yan Zhaoge and the others at the end of the day. Only having 3 arms left, the flame devil stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge's departing figure. That aura just now, what exactly was it? Feeling anxious, he turned and returned. Before Zhaoge had returned to the region of sea where East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City were, a voice resounded by his ear. Zhaoge, what special thing happened just now? I felt the aura of an emperor. The speaker was precisely one of the Flame Devil Kings who had attacked Jade Sea City earlier. Chapter 373. Facing the attacks of 2 Flame Devil Kings, the pressure on Jade Sea City was immense. As Yan Zhaoge had predicted, the Flame Devil race had not known beforehand that Jade Sea City's City Lord Song Wuliang was in death seclusion. Having not seen Song Wuliang on the Outer East Sea earlier, The Flame Devils believed that Song Wuliang was most likely still at Jade Sea City. With the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang overseeing the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, it was not something that two Flame Devil Kings could break through. At the very least, the two Flame Devil Kings who had come to attack Jade Sea City this time were still unable to do so. However, these two Flame Devil Kings had still come to Jade Sea City at the end of the day. One of the reasons for this was that the Flame Devil race's concealment technique had its limits, and it wasn't enough for them to kill their way into the inner continent. On the other hand, it was because they had frequent dealings with Jade Sea City. They had come prepared this time. With Song Wuliang not having appeared earlier, the Flame Devils had been worried that there might be a trap. Therefore, they had held back some of their strength in case of any unexpected incidents. However, seeing that the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was already in imminent danger, with the Lord of Jade Sea City still not appearing, the two Flame Devil Kings knew that they had been overthinking things earlier. With his doubts dispelled, a Flame Devil King roared as it lunged towards the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. While the pressure on the Grand Formation was immense and it was riddled with cracks, it was still activated at this moment. Numerous spirit patterns flickered as jade blue light resembled formless swords that pierced through the Flame Devil King that was lunging over. Who knew that as the crimson fiery light flickered all over the Flame Devil Kings, their appearances suddenly changed. The scarlet light abruptly turned blue. Rays of blue light extended out in all directions, before beginning to revolve around the body of the Flame Devil King. Soon, the blue flames gradually formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool actually began to continuously devour and eliminate the power of the infinite Azure Sea Formation. Beneath the Grand Formation, the people of Jade Sea City dealt with the invading Flame Devils whilst watching the contest of strength between the Grand Formation and the Flame Devil King with grave expressions on their faces. Just at this time, however, the movements of the other Flame Devil King attacking the Grand Formation suddenly slowed. After a short while, that Flame Devil King actually stopped attacking the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. After a short moment of hesitation, it turned and left. The people of Jade Sea City were all stunned. Even the Flame Devil race was taken aback by this. That Flame Devil King who had already lunged onto the Grand Formation and was currently wrestling with the Grand Formation roared repeatedly, as if questioning them. However, the Flame Devil King did not even turn its head back as it left, instantly going far away. That Flame Devil King who was contending against the Grand Formation was incomparably gloomy, venting all of its rage on Jade Sea City down below. Although he was the only one left, the Azure Limitless Sea Formation had already suffered heavy damage. Now that he was using the secret technique to destroy the formation, he could destroy the formation on a large scale. If this went on, he could destroy the formation all by himself. Not daring to be complacent, Jade Sea City raised their spirits as they continued to fight with all their might. Although the pressure was still great, it was undoubtedly much better than the previous situation where he felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Even if it was still possible for the formation to be completely breached, it was at least not something that a single Flame Devil King could achieve within a short period of time. Jade Sea City was not completely without hope. As long as its Lord Song Wuliang could leave seclusion in time, everything would no longer be a problem. The most precious time had been won. The massive contrast from before and after, this sudden change, caused everyone of Jade Sea City to exchange looks, unable to speak for a time. Within everyone's minds, a figure involuntarily surfaced. A youth of around 20 years of age, a solemn expression on his face pointed at his chest. "Send me out of the encirclement. I will try to lure away a Flame Devil King from the outskirts." This youth's cultivation base relative to his age was indisputably extremely high. Ever since records began to be kept after the Great Calamity, he was an existence that could be counted on one's fingers in the entire history of the Eight Extremities world. However, as compared to a Flame Devil King, this youth's cultivation base was indisputably extremely low. Although he had accomplished many things that martial practitioners of the same cultivation level were unable to do, accomplishing one miracle after another that had previously seemed impossible. However, having really lured away a Flame Devil King at this moment, it still left everyone feeling shocked. Talking was simple. Anyone could say beautiful words that shook the heavens. However, actually being able to do what they said, turning empty words into actual action, that was another matter altogether. Before this, when sending Yan Zhaoge away, even Elder Yu had actually already prepared for the worst-case scenario. He was not worried about Yan Zhaoge's character and promises, but whether Yan Zhaoge could really lure away a Flame Devil King, Elder Yu was also not confident. Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would actually really be able to do it? A longtime elder of Jade Sea City had previously secretly suspected that Yan Zhaoge had been putting on an act to draw the attention of the enemy on the surface, while actually making use of a chance for himself to flee. Now, it was this longtime elder who first regained his wits as he sighed, "Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge lives up to his reputation." Elder Yu and the others nodded in unison. A higher echelon expert of Jade Sea City said rather hesitantly, "Not caring that our city lord might still be present, the Flame Devils came to invade our Jade Sea City. They should have come for one of the materials for forging our sacred artifact, the Water-Fire Dual-Element Profound Stone, at the same time also having enmity with us." Yan Zhaoge being able to lure away a Flame Devil King, perhaps it is because he also possesses a treasure that the Flame Devils value, even feeling that it is even more important than the Water-Fire Dual-Element Profound Stone? Elder Yu's expression was grave. "What this old man is worried about now is that having lured away that Flame Devil King, what should we do next?" With a Flame Devil King having been lured away, Jade Sea City instantly felt much more at ease. However, having lured away that Flame Devil King, Yan Zhaoge was now in extreme danger. After all, his opponent was an expert equivalent to a human martial saint. The pressure that such an opponent posed on Yan Zhaoge was far greater than the pressure that two Flame Devil Kings posed on Jade Sea City. Looking at the overall situation, it was naturally good that Jade Sea City and Elder Yu and the other experts could be protected. Especially with this, Song Wuliang had been able to gain some time. If Song Wuliang had emerged from seclusion in time, the situation between the two sides would have instantly been reversed. Whether or not the Flame Devil Kings here could even leave safely would have become a problem. However, the foundation for all this was that only Yan Zhaoge, who was a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, would be bearing such a huge risk. It was very likely that even if the human martial practitioners could obtain victory in the end, Yan Zhaoge himself would lose his life. How could Yan Zhaoge not know all this? His opponent being a Flame Devil King, he naturally knew that. Having broken out of the encirclement of East Dragon Island, he had actually already been safe. However, he had still stepped forward bravely, saving the desperate situation. The bigwigs of Jade Sea City all felt worried at this moment. Such methods, such courage, such boldness. Another incredible figure has appeared in Broad Creed Mountain. A longtime elder of Jade Sea City murmured, "In a few more years, who in the entire Eight Extremities world will be able to stand against him?" Another person beside him had a complex expression on his face. "He will first have to be able to tide through this tribulation before him." Elder Yu's expression was solemn. While this old man cannot imagine what he must do in order to extricate himself from danger, and it would even be inconceivable if he can come out unscathed, this old man still hopes that the heavens will help the worthy. Chapter 374. Hearing Elder Yu's words, the people of Jade Sea City exchanged looks, feeling slightly complicated within their hearts. If one were to say that the current Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, as well as the already declining Black Nightmare Mountain and the Decimating Abyss, hated Yan Zhaoge to the bone, then those like Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain as well as Turbid Wave Pavilion had rather complicated feelings towards Yan Zhaoge. Jade Sea City was an ally of Broad Creed Mountain, having a common enemy and a common interest. However, both sides also had their own aspirations for development. No matter which side it was, they all wanted to improve their own strength. Under such circumstances, Broad Creed Mountain's every action similarly drew the attention of Jade Sea City. The current Yan Zhaoge already possessed the flair of the #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation. More importantly, not only was Yan Zhaoge's talent and potential shocking, his strength at the same cultivation level surpassing others, he was also always able to accomplish miracles that others were unable to even imagine. His power was not something that could be measured by his cultivation level. If that was the case now, what about in the future? The pressure brought about by the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia was immense. Before Jade Sea City had their own sacred artifact, they needed the combination of Broad Creed Mountain's Yuan Jingfeng and the Clear Qi robe to resist Huang Guanglia. Yuan Jingfeng's death was something that Jade Sea City did not wish to see. However, towards Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, Jade Sea City's thoughts were very complicated. With Yan Di's current cultivation base, his momentum was already established as it would be hard to shake him easily. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge was still in the process of maturing. Jade Sea City naturally wouldn't have any designs on Yan Zhaoge, but if Yan Zhaoge perished, amidst Jade Sea City's sympathy for Broad Creed Mountain, it was hard to say whether there would be people secretly rejoicing over this. If a person was too outstanding and showed too much potential in the future, not only would his enemies feel uneasy, but his allies might also feel uneasy. This was especially so after the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, with Broad Creed Mountain's strength having already begun gradually rising above that of Jade Sea City. The changes in people's hearts had become even more subtle. Before the Great Tribulation of Jade Sea City this time, there had been quite a few martial practitioners of Jade Sea City who had had complicated feelings towards Yan Zhaoge. But at this moment, seeing a Flame Devil King truly drawn away, the group of Jade Sea City bigwigs all fell silent. Elder Yu sighed in his heart. Earlier, he had still been thinking of sending Yan Zhaoge out of the encirclement as returning the favor of Broad Creed Mountain for still providing him with the unfalling ghost rock despite knowing that he wanted to forge a sacred artifact. Who would have thought that Yan Zhaoge was not someone who spoke empty words, actually doing what he said he would, actually really drawing away a Flame Devil King, instead buying precious time for Jade Sea City. If Jade Sea City could safely tide through this tribulation today, the entire city would have to thank Yan Zhaoge. Not only did he not return the favor he owed, but he also owed him even more. Such a result caused the feelings of Elder Yu and the other Jade Sea City martial practitioners to become even more complex. Whatever the case, however, under such circumstances, most people were like Elder Yu. Whatever their previous impressions of Yan Zhaoge had been, they all hoped that he would be able to escape safely. However, too difficult. A Jade Sea City elder muttered, being targeted by a martial saint without someone of the same level acting as him, how will he escape? That's right, although they had succeeded in luring the tiger away from the mountain, being targeted by a flame demon king that was equivalent to a human martial saint realm expert, how were they going to escape from danger next? Who was currently looking at Yan Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face. Young master, are you sacrificing yourself to save Jade Sea City? Who had already recognized the dark red ring on Yan Zhaoge's finger. It was precisely what Yan Zhaoge had obtained after slaying Yi Jing in the Eastern Tang that year. Legend had it that it was the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor, a supreme expert of before the Great Calamity, the ancestor of the Flame Devils. Standing on Pan Pan's back, Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly with his feet. Pan Pan let out a soundless roar, the black water around him rotating at an increased speed, sweeping along the surrounding seawater as a massive vortex was formed, completely shaking off the few flame devils that were still entangled with him. Then Pan Pan carried Yan Zhaoge and Ahu diving into the depths of the sea. Yan Zhaoge took off the dark red ring on his left pinky, keeping it well. That aura of annihilation that resembled calamity, that terrifying concept of flames that seemed like it wanted to incinerate all life between the heavens and the earth, instantly vanished. However, in the distance, a terrifying aura that was not as profound as the rings, but whose strength far surpassed it, had already appeared, also rapidly approaching Yan Zhaoge. Flame Devil King. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's action of keeping the ring, Ahu could not help but say quietly, "Young master, it's already too late to keep the ring now. The strength of a Flame Devil King is equivalent to that of a martial saint. Our cultivation bases are too far apart from his. Even separated by the deep sea at such a distance, he would still be able to sense our existence." While the aura of the ring had vanished, that Flame Devil King only had to look for living people. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that before him was the vast expanse of seawater. However, within his perception through the seawater, there was a red light that was getting more and more intense, causing his very soul to feel a burning pain. Just keeping the ring is naturally still not enough. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he took out 9 ice shards from his internal crystal furnace. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's aura-chi being infused within, the 9 ice shards hovered within the sea, surrounding Yan Zhaoge's body. White threads of light appeared between the ice shards, connecting them as they collectively formed a white ring of light. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan were situated at the center of the white ring of light. As the faint white light flickered, a thin layer of ice condensed from the seawater, forming the shape of an ice ball, sealing Yan Zhaoge and the others within. Ahu and Pan Pan appraised their surroundings curiously. "Young master, this is?" Yan Zhaoge placed his index finger before his lips. "Don't make a sound and also don't activate your aura-chi, don't exert force. Other than the aura-chi that I am using to maintain the ice ball, don't cause any other energy fluctuations." Ahu was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Pan Pan also nodded his big head, not really understanding, very human-like as he extended his 2 front paws, blocking before his mouth. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. After smiling, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and gazed upwards, his gaze focused and calm. The ice ball drifted along with the undercurrents of the sea, drifting leisurely. And now, in the sky above this region of sea, the distant horizon first turned red, before all-encompassing blazing fire swept, enveloping the entire horizon. Infinite flames enveloped the sky above the great sea. The seawater still grew warm, accompanied by the unceasing rise of the temperature, dense steam rising from the surface of the sea, white steam filling the air everywhere. On the surface of the sea down below, massive bubbles even exploded from time to time. A massive figure with the head of a human and the body of a snake, its entire body covered in flames, as though it wanted to incinerate the heavens and boil the sea, appeared in the air above the sea. It was precisely that Flame Devil King who had left Jade Sea City. His manic, icy gaze focused on the great sea down below. The aura of the Emperor has disappeared. Still, it's fine, I can easily drag you out. His icy cold will condense to the point of being tangible, his powerful sensory ability scanning the entire region of sea down below. While there was the obstruction of the Great Sea, with the abilities of the Flame Devil King, wanting to find a spirit vessel martial grandmaster would be very easy. However, as time passed, a look of disbelief appeared within the gaze of this Flame Devil King, his calmness decreasing as his rage increased. How could I not have found him? I rushed over at the first possible moment. He shouldn't have escaped far. Still no. But how is that possible? Chapter 375. The Flame Devil King Cheng Huang was in an extremely bad mood. The other party was trying to hide the treasures to prevent their auras from leaking. He could imagine this. However, even he had disappeared without a trace. This was out of Cheng Huang's expectations. Diving into the depths of the sea would indeed obstruct the senses of the Flame Devil race, but with the cultivation of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, even separated by tens of thousands of zhang of the deep sea, wanting to find a spirit vessel martial grandmaster level human martial practitioner was not a difficult matter. The Flame Devil King's perception of all things in the world spread out, as if it was a giant net that covered the entire area. All the living beings in the surrounding world and even in the sea appeared before his eyes. Yin Zhaoge had just clashed with the Flame Devil Duo Qi, injuring him. The Flame Devil King Cheng Huang paid attention to his wounds, remembering Yin Zhaoge's aura. While Yin Zhaoge was not alone within the Great Sea, as long as Yin Zhaoge was within his field of vision, Cheng Huang would be able to lock onto him. However, now not just the ring, even Yin Zhaoge had vanished without a trace. Even with the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang's cultivation base that surpassed the heavens, he was also completely at a loss at this moment. But how could a spirit vessel martial grandmaster avoid the perception search of Cheng Huang, who was equivalent to a martial saint? The Flame Devil race were all irritable and impulsive, and even the Flame Devil King was no exception. This was the nature of the race. But that didn't mean they were completely irrational. As the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang discovered that he was actually completely unable to find Yin Zhaoge's group, amidst his frustration and rage, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, could it be a trap? If there were human experts of the same or similar level as him in the vicinity, they would indeed have a way to help Yin Zhaoge evade his perception. Could this be a bait prepared by the human race martial artists to ambush him? Even though he was furious, Cheng Huang had to consider this possibility. With his speed as a Flame Devil King, Yin Zhaoge would not be able to escape the range of his senses in time. However Cheng Huang searched, he was unable to find any traces of Yin Zhaoge. This feeling made Cheng Huang extremely irritated, and his rage grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, in the deep sea, a ball of ice was quietly drifting along with the undercurrent. It didn't float up but instead sank all the way as it drifted. Within the ice ball, Yin Zhaoge, Hu and Pan Pan looked at the scenes of the deep sea outside. They didn't raise their heads to look upwards, not attempting to see what the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang was doing. The focus of their gazes, could very well be sensed by the Flame Devil King, thus exposing everyone's whereabouts. Due to the Flame Devils, the temperature of the seawater is uneven, instead intensifying the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Normally they would not be so fast. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. As he thought this, Yin Zhaoge used a small amount of his aura chi to maintain the ice ball. Hu looked curiously at the 9 icicles that formed the ice ball. Through the ice ball, The people inside could also feel the temperature of the outside environment. Feeling the temperature of the seawater outside the ice ball gradually dropping, Yan Zhaoge knew that they were currently gradually leaving the region of sea enveloped by the power of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang. Yan Zhaoge laughed, sending a sound transmission with his Orochi to Ah Hu. "All right, you can speak now. Still don't make a sound." Ah Hu immediately scratched his head and said with a simple and honest smile, "Young master, this move of yours is really amazing. What are these 9 icicles?" Yan Zhaoge said, "These are the materials used to set up the Cold Abyss domain. Actually, they have not been completely refined yet, so their true use cannot be unleashed. Still, for the time being, they can help us conceal our tracks. Of course, they can only be used to deal with flame devils or martial practitioners who cultivate in fire-type true essence martial arts, not being of much use to others." Yan Zhaoge looked at the region of sea outside. "We also have to thank these undercurrents at the bottom of the sea that are increasing in speed, being able to send us out quickly. Otherwise, if we were to remain where we are without moving, it would still be dangerous." Amidst their words, they could vaguely feel extremely intense power fluctuations emanating from the region they had been in the distance. That was the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang finally being unable to suppress his rage, his violent power beginning to sweep wildly through the nearby region of sea. Regarding possible ambushes and threats, the innate nature of the Flame Devils left Cheng Huang no longer having any misgivings. At most, it would just be a battle. He no longer searched, instead beginning to stir the entire sea with his powerful strength, that momentum seemingly wanting to destroy all living things. Unable to find Yan Zhaoge, Cheng Huang wanted to flatten the entire region before him, those that were hidden and those that weren't, all crushed, making use of his great advantage and strength to capture all the big and small fish in one net. While they weren't clear on Cheng Huang's mental state, feeling the fluctuations of the distant region of sea behind them, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu could also basically guess the method of that Flame Devil King. It was a very stupid method, but having been executed by a Flame Devil King suppressing people with power, if Yan Zhaoge and the others had remained hidden and remained where they were, they would still have been hard-pressed to avoid the devil's clutches. But now, Cheng Huang spent a great deal of effort, yet was still unable to find any traces of Yan Zhaoge. This caused him to be even more enraged while also feeling a little stunned. Cheng Huang expanded the range of his attacks, unceasingly crushing over towards the surrounding region of sea. However, he had not been able to trap Yan Zhaoge at the first moment. While his attacks had become more and more ferocious, they had also created even more ferocious undercurrents, expanding in all directions. The undercurrents pushed the ice ball within Shanghai away from this violent great Flame Devil King at an even greater speed. Searching meticulously with his own senses, he couldn't find him. Forcefully sweeping and bombarding the area, he still couldn't find him. The despondency and fury of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang at this moment caused him to be irascible to the extreme, having nowhere to vent his anger, nowhere to exert his strength. Within the ice ball, Ah Hu was a little scared, also rejoicing in his misfortune. This time, this Flame Devil King is really going to be useless. "Young master, you still have a way." Pan Pan scooted his big head over, licking Yan Zhaoge's face rather flatteringly. Yan Zhaoge patted Pan Pan's big head as he said, "At the end of the day, he still wants that ring. Therefore, he won't immediately sweep through the area with his power, lest he destroys it. His initial method will most likely be to search for it with his senses, thus giving us a chance. As long as we drift out of a certain range, his embarrassment turning into rage, it would be useless even if he wanted to sweep through the area with brute force. Instead, he would create even more ferocious undercurrents, helping to send us even further away." Ah Hu asked, "Young master, where do we go next? It looks like there is still a Flame Devil King remaining over at Jade Sea City. If this Flame Devil King here is unable to find us, he might also return to Jade Sea City." Yan Zhaoge said, "Therefore we still can't relax. After getting far away, we'll reveal ourselves once more, drawing the attention of this Flame Devil King. However, the risk this time is greater. As soon as we reveal ourselves, we'll immediately hide ourselves, lest that old Flame Devil in his rage, directly sweep through the area with brute force." As he said this, feeling the surging tide surging over from behind once more, pushing the ice ball even faster, Yan Zhaoge suddenly chuckled. From a certain perspective, this can also be considered rowing a boat without using oars, completely relying on the waves to advance. Tiske surging out to the heavens. Ah. Chapter 376. Other than a large number of flame devils gathered at East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City, currently attacking Jade Sea City under the leadership of the Flame Devil King, there were also many other flame devils active in the East Sea region of Jade Sea City. Jade Sea City was currently forced to withdraw its defenses, guarding the front line of East Dragon Island. In other places they could only temporarily let the flame devils do as they pleased. The cultivation bases of these flame devils were comparatively low, with even great flame devils being rare. However, there were also many flame devils at the martial grandmaster level. After Jade Sea City had withdrawn its defenses, these flame devils were very hard to restrict as they began wreaking havoc everywhere. On the surface of the sea, 3 flame devils shot through the horizon, speeding into the distance, dragging long tails of flames behind them. Wherever they passed, flowing fire would be everywhere. Of these 3 flame devils, 2 were in human form while the other resembled a great rock. On their bodies, other than the blazing hot aura of flames, a heavy stench of blood also emanated from them. Did he just create a massacre? The flame devils have really caused great trouble. Now, a voice suddenly resounded from below. The 3 flame devils were all shocked, just about to lower their heads to look down when the great sea below suddenly surged, a pillar of water shooting into the skies. The powerful aura chi contained within the pillar of water enveloped the 3 of them. Just as the flame devils were about to struggle free, a speck of red light suddenly flickered before their eyes. An extremely terrifying aura of flames that resembled a tribulation emanated from the great sea down below, causing the 3 flame devils to feel a faint numbness in their bodies as well as in their souls. Strictly speaking, that aura could not be considered very powerful in terms of power, even seeming a little weak. However, to these 3 flame devils, it felt even more terrifying, even more shocking, than facing the flame devil king of their race or the martial saints of the human race. That was a trembling feeling that seemed to be inscribed within their souls and bloodline, rather baffling, yet truly existing. Just as these 3 flame devils were dazed, Yen Zhaoge, Ah Hu and Pan Pan shot out from within the 3 pillars of water that enveloped them. Pan Pan roared, clapping his palms together. Facing him, the humanoid flame devil struggled with all its might, spreading its arms to the sides to block. However, it was unable to stand against Pan Pan's immense strength as it was caught between those 2 massive claws. Looking at the flame devil already caught between his claws, Pan Pan opened his mouth wide, letting out another roar. Then, a large amount of black water spewed out from its mouth, forming a water dragon that instantly pierced through the flame demon's chest. On the other side, Ahu was facing off against the flame devil that looked like a rock. Ahu opened his hands, and the black hurricane condensed into something that looked like a tiger's claw. Purple light flashed at the tip of the tiger's claw, and it looked like a sharp blade. Caught by his claws, the rock-shaped flame devil was unable to move. Ahu exerted force with both hands and directly tore apart the 2 flame wings of the fire demon. Then Ahu raised his leg and kicked out. In the terrifying black nightmare storm, cold air overflowed and actually turned into a unique snowstorm. Like a heavy hammer, it bombarded the vital parts of the fire demon's chest and abdomen. The flames suddenly exploded, then dimmed and extinguished in the extreme cold storm. Yen Zhaoge faced the strongest of the 3 flame devils, a flame devil equivalent to an essence spirit martial grandmaster of the human race. While it was suppressed by the ring left behind by the flame devil emperor, this flame devil did not want to resign itself to death. Facing Yen Zhaoge's attack, it advanced instead of retreating, taking the initiative to attack, wanting to carve out a path of blood for itself. Normally, Yen Zhaoge might be of a mind to exchange blows with it. However, at this moment, not saying a word, he directly drew Heaven Shocker and placed a devil-shattering ice talisman on it. As purple thunderbolts roared, a streak of golden light shot out mightily, resembling a rainbow piercing through the sun, yet emanating a dense, cold air. The golden light that contained thunderbolts directly exploded the body of that flame devil, yet did not transform into flowing fire, instead forming numerous golden ice crystals, falling towards the sea down below. After instantly slaying the 3 flame devils, Yen Zhaoge kept the ring of the flame devil emperor, then took out 9 ice shards in an extremely practiced manner. Ahu and Pan Pan were also not surprised in the least as they gathered by Yen Zhaoge's side with great familiarity, then waited for the ice ball to form, enveloping them and Yen Zhaoge together. The ice ball fell into the sea, moving along with the currents once more, drifting far away along with the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Sitting within the ice ball, Yen Zhaoge and Ahu both had calm expressions on their faces. After a moment, Yen Zhaoge extended his right hand, his 5 fingers spread apart before his thumb retracted into his palm, followed by his index finger, middle finger, ring finger, all the way to his little finger. Who did exactly the same as him, and even Pan Pan extended his furry, fleshy claws, counting with his fingers. When Yan Zhaoge's 5 fingers retracted into his palm, violent energy fluctuations instantly emanated from the distance behind him. The tide of the sea clearly intensified, pushing the ice ball forward, instantly accelerating, running even faster and further. At the place where they had slain those 3 flame devils earlier, the flame devil king Cheng Huang was currently stamping with rage. Cheng Huang resembled an enraged bull seeing a red cloth. Similar things had already happened quite a few times. Yan Zhaoge resembled a bull as he led this flame devil king around on the surface of the Great Sea. To Yan Zhaoge, bullfighting was a method, not a goal. The goal was to attract the flame devil king Cheng Huang to not return to Jade Sea City, instead continuing to chase after him. Therefore, every once in a while, after having shaken off the Flame Devil King to a certain distance, Yan Zhaoge would do just like how he had killed those 3 flame devils earlier, keeping the 9 ice shards and emerging from the ice ball, looking for the scattered flame devils of the nearby region of sea to battle. Towards flame devils with comparatively weaker cultivation bases, that dark red ring had an obvious suppressive effect. Other than that, the devil-shattering ice talisman also had a miraculous effect against flame devils, and Yan Zhaoge also possessed the high-grade spirit artifact Heaven Shocker. Therefore, as long as it was not a great flame devil equivalent to an essence talisman martial grandmaster, if other flame devils met Yan Zhaoge, they would all be pummeled to the point of crying for their parents. Yan Zhaoge did not advance rashly due to greed. After exposing his tracks on his own accord in a certain place, he would immediately conceal his tracks once more, beginning yet another stealthy dive into the depths of the sea. Afterwards, the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, who was hot on his heels, would basically rush over at the first possible moment. Sadly, after a few experiences, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of Cheng Huang's speed had increased, his calculation of time also becoming more and more accurate. And it just so happened that Yan Zhaoge's stealthy way of traveling was determined by the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. And the strength of the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, other than the influence of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, there were also other natural factors. Let alone the fact that Cheng Huang still hadn't figured out how Yan Zhaoge had fled. Even if he had, it would still be very hard for him to accurately calculate Yan Zhaoge's speed. Therefore, the result was that Cheng Huang, the exalted Flame Devil King, was ultimately unable to catch a single spirit vessel martial grandmaster human martial practitioner. He could only eat Yan Zhaoge's dust time and time again. Having finally found a clue with much difficulty, when he had rushed over, all that was left for him was a complete mess. Only dead or injured Flame Devil clansmen. Meanwhile, that hateful human seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace once more. No matter how he searched, he was unable to find any traces of him. This Flame Devil King was enraged, his despondency and fury increasing with each passing day. Meanwhile, diving underwater to exterminate devils and strolling through Cheng Huang became Yan Zhaoge's daily routine. Chapter 377. Cheng Huang's violent power rampaged amidst the Great Sea, terrifying flames exploding outwards, evaporating large amounts of seawater every time, to the point that a vacuum was instantly formed on the surface of the sea, a large area sunken in. The power of a martial saint was displayed to the extreme, displaying shocking destructive power that far surpassed the norm. However, if Yan Zhaoge was within the ice ball, already having left the area of effect of his first wave of attacks, however strong this Flame Devil King was, it would only be creating even more ferocious undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, sending Yan Zhaoge further away from him. If Cheng Huang knew the principle behind Yan Zhaoge's escape, how enraged would he be? Leading a Flame Devil King around the ocean like a bullfight was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Of course, that bull being led along was getting more and more irritable. Towards the end, the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang simply stopped searching carefully. Wherever Yan Zhaoge appeared, he would immediately rush over, next sweeping through the area with a carpet bombing. Yan Zhaoge deeply suspected that this Flame Devil King had already been stimulated to the point of forgetting about the matter of the dark red ring, instead thinking of killing him to vent his anger. Therefore, the difficulty of bullfighting also began to rise in a straight line, with Yan Zhaoge having no choice but to deal with it carefully. What followed next was a faint worry. According to the time that had passed, if Qinglin and the others on the outer East Sea could free themselves, they should already be reinforcing Jade Sea City in the inner East Sea by now. However, seeing that the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang was still in the mood to chase after him, it was clear that there was still no one in the inner East Sea who could threaten him. The other Flame Devil King remaining on East Dragon Island should still be attacking Jade Sea City, competing with the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. The Lord of Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuyang, was still in seclusion. Due to having suffered the combined attacks of the two Flame Devil Kings earlier, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had already been damaged to a certain extent. If they did not receive any reinforcements, even if there was only a single Flame Devil King left, with the Flame Devils having come prepared, having special methods specifically targeted at destroying the Grand Formation, as time passed, the Grand Formation might still be broken through. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord N and the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan and the others seemed to have been hampered. Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. I'm afraid that even more Flame Devil experts have entered the Eight Extremities world from the passageway over at the outer East Sea that connects to the Flame Devil world. Ahu scratched his head. That would have to depend on whether or not the Heavenly Thunder Hall can make it in time. The Heavenly Thunder Hall also borders the sea, being relatively close geographically, even closer than the inland Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain. He hesitated slightly for a moment before continuing. Still, young master, do you think that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will be willing to put in some effort? After all, the Jade Sea City that is currently suffering is on extremely bad terms with them. If Jade Sea City was destroyed, Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain would both lose a powerful ally, and the situation of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had previously been at a disadvantage would improve greatly. After all, the Flame Devils were public enemies. They would also fight against the Flame Devils. However, it was not that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were unable to wait for the Flame Devils to destroy Jade Sea City before making a move. During the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, in the intense battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Decimating Abyss, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall had already done so once. If not for the threat of the Flame Devils being much more direct than that of the 9 underworlds, if not for him being wary of Old Man Mo's and Turbid Wave Pavilion's attitudes, Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might make use of this chance to interfere, sending Jade Sea City on its way. Just like during the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain earlier, when they had stepped foot on Broad Creed Mountain. Jade Sea City was, after all, a sacred ground. Even if it really was breached by the Flame Devils, it would also not be an easy thing to do. Even if they did not personally make a move, waiting for Jade Sea City to deplete the strength of the Flame Devils before making a move would undoubtedly bring the greatest benefits to the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. There were many excuses they could use to deal with Old Man Mo and Turbid Wave Pavilion. Just saying that it had happened too suddenly and there had not been enough time would be sufficient. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. When our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain send reinforcements, we still have to pay attention to the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. History is always shockingly similar. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, muttering to himself in a voice that only he could hear, not truly at a critical juncture of life and death, people always first think of internal strife. Ahu didn't hear him clearly. Young master, what did you say? Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. It's nothing. The problem now is that we understand too little about the current situation, virtually having lost all contact with the outside world. This won't do. Following that, while Yan Zhaoge kept the ice shards, he also avoided the other Flame Devils as much as possible, concealing his tracks before speeding forward. Yan Zhaoge's target was another of the Water Domain's 9 cities, Long Ocean City at the very edge of the inner East Sea where it intersected with the outer East Sea. Here, even if the first seat elder in charge of the overall situation went elsewhere to provide reinforcements, there would definitely still be other Jade Sea City martial practitioners sitting over here, news flowing freely. While he had to risk the risk of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang giving up on his pursuit and returning to Jade Sea City, Yan Zhaoge still decided to first leave the region of sea there, heading to Long Ocean City. Fully understanding the current situation with sufficient information to support him, he would be able to make the correct judgment and choice. Arriving in the region of sea controlled by Long Ocean City, Yan Zhaoge discovered that not just Jade Sea City, the flames of war were also raging to the heavens here, the flame devils rampaging. The martial practitioners of Jade Sea City as well as the martial practitioners of the first and second-rate powers were all in a great battle with the flame devils. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge's heart instantly sunk to the very bottom. The invasion of the flame devils this time had indeed been massive. The flame devil kings who had entered the Eight Extremities world were definitely not just those two who had attacked Jade Sea City earlier. Yan Zhaoge urgently contacted the Jade Sea City martial practitioners here in Long Ocean City, inquiring about the latest situation. While they were not of their clan towards Yan Zhaoge, the Jade Sea City martial practitioners still shared their intelligence with him. As Yan Zhaoge had predicted, and Qing Lin and the others were currently still in the Outer East Sea, locked in a great battle with the peak experts of the Flame Devils, completely unable to spare any attention. Accurately speaking, the situation was even worse than Yan Zhaoge had predicted. Flame Devil Kings equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm? Yan Zhaoge stared fixedly at the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him. Are you sure? The expression on that Jade Sea City martial practitioner's face was grave to the extreme. Not just certain, there is more than one such Flame Devil King. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion lord and was injured and met with danger. Luckily, the painting saint arrived in time, just managing to intercept them near the entrance of the dimensional passageway. However, the pressure is still immense. Pavilion Lord N, the painting saint and the Sacred Sun Clan's Maiden of Extreme Yin were only barely able to block their advance, retreating as they battled. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his head. The painting saint Old Man Mo, an expert of the same generation as the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Dongge and the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo and the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Shilo as well as the oldest martial saint of the current Eight Extremities world, displaying strength that surpassed all others by a level should not be unexpected. However, the fierceness of this wave of attacks by the Flame Devils also gave one a headache. The situation in the Outer East Sea was actually not the least bit relaxed as it was over at Jade Sea City, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, as soon as the defensive line of the human martial practitioners over at the Outer East Sea collapsed, the numerous Flame Devil experts there would instantly sweep through the entire East Sea. What about my Grand Master and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia? Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly, asking. Chapter 378. The attacks of the Flame Devils had been growing fiercer and fiercer in recent years. This time it had even reached its peak in recent years. The defensive line that the human martial practitioners had previously constructed in the Outer East Sea was currently showing signs of collapsing. If they did not deal with it well, the Eight Extremities world would suffer massive losses. At this time, the experts of the human race needed to temporarily set aside their internal conflicts, joining hands to deal with the threat and stand against the common enemy of the Eight Extremities world. At the very least, he had to withstand this wave of attacks first. The painting saint Old Man Mo had displayed great power. No matter how one looked at it, it was something to be excited about. In the current Eight Extremities world, other than the painting saint Old Man Mo, the peak combat power was the old chief Yang Qingshan, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Zhengfeng combined with the clear Qi robe as well as the old chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, the east-coming martial saint Huang Guanglia. Hearing that a Flame Devil King equivalent to a human second-level martial saint had entered the Eight Extremities world in the chaos this time, Yan Zhaoge had first considered the current situation of his Grand Master and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, that Jade Sea City martial practitioner answered, "According to the news we received earlier, your clan's senior heaven-equaling saint and the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia are already hurrying over to the East Sea." Yan Zhaoge nodded, continuing to ask, "Infinite Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shinli?" The Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him said, "Infinite Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu and the Heaven-Cleaving Axe are currently on the way here. News from the Heavenly Thunder Hall is that their Hall Lord Shinli has already entered the North Sea, and will be arriving at the East Sea very soon." Most of the current peak experts of the Eight Extremities world had already begun congregating in the East Sea. However, the expressions on the faces of Yan Zhaoge and the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him did not seem relaxed at all. That Jade Sea City martial practitioner's gaze was filled with unconcealable anxiety. The news he had obtained was that Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang had still yet to leave seclusion, while the Flame Devils were still unceasingly attacking Jade Sea City. On the other hand, the line of defense formed by the human martial arts experts on the Outer East Sea was also under immense pressure. Under the fierce attacks of the flame demons, they fought and retreated, and were about to retreat into the Inner Sea. As the border between the Inner East Sea and the Outer East Sea, Long Ocean City was also threatened. With the flame demons closing in, Changjiang City will most likely become the main battlefield. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he said to the Jade Sea City martial practitioner before him, "We have to make our preparations here and be more careful." The other party had a worried expression. There are already many flame demons with the strength of a great grandmaster who have infiltrated here. We are also making arrangements to evacuate ordinary civilians. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. That's good. After taking their leave of the Jade Sea City martial practitioners, Ahu asked with a bitter expression, "Young master, what do we do now?" Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "The situation over at Huang Guanglia's side cannot be controlled. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's think of a way to give Grand Master a signal. Grand Master is coming from the mainland, passing through the Inner East Sea. It would be best if he could get rid of these two Flame Devil Kings in the Inner East Sea along the way." Ahu opened his mouth. Of those two Flame Devil Kings, the one attacking Jade Sea City is still easy to deal with. If they do not retreat in time, they will most likely be intercepted by the old chief. However, the one who was led around in circles by young master earlier, while looking like he was determined to obtain it, when faced with the old chief in the clear chi robe, he might flee upon hearing the news. Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, "Therefore we cannot give him a chance to calm down. We have to continue teasing him, leaving him in an enraged yet irrational state." With the personality of the flame devils, when their fury has accumulated to a certain extent, even if they know that they are no match for their opponent, they might still go berserk and engage in a life-and-death battle. Especially now that I've angered him to such a state. If he runs into Grandmaster and we share the same martial arts origin, it will only further agitate him. If he can't find me, he might as well fight Grandmaster and enjoy himself first. He won't care about the consequences. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. That Flame Devil King being enraged is exactly what I wanted. I'm not afraid of him being enraged, I'm just afraid of him calming down. At this point, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. While the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang possessed tyrannical strength and posed a great threat, he was still not the greatest threat in Yan Zhaoge's heart at this moment. What Yan Zhaoge was truly worried about was whether the Flame Devil experts of the Outer East Sea would once again conceal their tracks, stealthily sneaking over here. Normally speaking, having already suffered a loss once over at the Outer East Sea, and Qing Lin and the others would be careful and not give the Flame Devils a chance to take advantage of them. However, that was when the two sides had been evenly matched earlier, with the human martial practitioners even having the home advantage, holding the upper hand. The current situation was that the human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were at a disadvantage over at the Outer East Sea, facing immense pressure. It was already not easy for them to protect themselves. Also having to prevent the other side from concealing their tracks and sneaking over once more, it would really be a little too much. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge still had the mind to deal with just the two Flame Devil Kings, Cheng Huang and the others. Even if Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang did not leave seclusion, when Yuan Jingfeng passed through here, the crisis of the Inner East Sea would naturally be resolved. However, if a Flame Devil King equivalent to a human second-level martial saint sneaked in, the situation would become complicated. Soundlessly entering the sea once more, avoiding the nearby Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge's group left the region of sea governed by Long Ocean City, returning to Jade Sea City's region of sea. Using the same method, they found a bunch of Flame Devils in Jade Sea City's region of sea once more. After having been consecutively ambushed by Yan Zhaoge many times and having slain a great number of Flame Devils, amidst their rage and hatred, the Flame Devils also changed their strategy. With the great Flame Devil at their head, the other Flame Devils congregated in their surroundings, moving in unison. While the area they covered was smaller, the strength of each group of Flame Devils was stronger, not giving Yan Zhaoge any chance to take advantage of them. With the great Flame Devils guarding over them, it would be much more difficult for Yan Zhaoge to kill them. Not just that, as soon as he was entangled by these Flame Devils, the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang would arrive very quickly within a short period of time. Unable to enter the deep sea through the ice ball in time, he might be blocked by Cheng Huang. If the Flame Devils learnt of the reason for his disappearance, it would be very difficult for him to escape afterwards. Therefore, after discovering the change in the strategy of the Flame Devils, Yan Zhaoge also changed his method, not seeking to kill the Flame Devils, just appearing out of nowhere, disappearing in a flash. After flashing the ring of the Flame Devil Emperor, Yan Zhaoge directly drew Heaven Shocker from far away, consecutively drawing it 3 times. 3 icy cold golden lights shot out, blocking the path of a great Flame Devil. Then Yan Zhaoge immediately kept the ring, diving into the deep sea once more. Yan Zhaoge was currently imitating the roaming cavalry, not getting close to the Flame Devils at all, immediately retreating after a single strike from far away, not pausing in the slightest. The only great Flame Devil whose speed could pose a real threat to him was blocked by the Devil-Shattering Ice Talisman. Losing the initiative, Yan Zhaoge disappeared once more. After breaking away from the Flame Devils present, Yan Zhaoge took out the 9 ice shards, the ice ball enveloping him, Ahu and Pan Pan once more, sinking into the deep sea. However, this time, there were no fluctuations of that Flame Devil King Cheng Huang's power emanating from behind. There was a Flame Devil causing great waves within the sea. It was also that great Flame Devil. Not only was Yan Zhaoge unable to feel happy about this, his brows were instead knit tightly together. Chapter 379. Because he had gone to Long Ocean City once before, he could not confirm the exact location of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang in the region of sea around Jade Sea City. Also wary of the enraged and embarrassed Cheng Huang immediately flipping out upon arriving, Yan Zhaoge had specially left more time for himself this time, lest he be blocked by Cheng Huang. However, after waiting for a long time, that Flame Devil King still did not appear. This situation, which was completely different from before, instantly caused Yan Zhaoge's heart to sink slightly. Ahu was also baffled. Young master, could it be that when the old chief arrived, that Flame Devil King just happened to run into him, being taken care of by the old chief? Yan Zhaoge's brows were knit tightly. If that is the case, it would naturally be for the best. However, it is also possible that that Flame Devil King has returned to attack Jade Sea City. Ahu scratched his big head. While the Flame Devils are violent and easily angered, they are not completely brainless. If Jade Sea City has still not fallen, with so much time having passed, even if Pavilion Lord N and the others are unable to return to reinforce us in the Outer East Sea, the other experts of the 8 Extremities world should have already arrived to reinforce us. Still daring to run over to Jade Sea City, is it that they are afraid that the old chief will not be able to stop them? Yan Zhaoge sighed. That is why it is said that when things are abnormal, there must be a reason behind it. Daring to return, they definitely have something to rely on. Ahu's expression changed. An even more powerful Flame Devil King has already arrived at the Inner East Sea? Yan Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, his hands crossed before his chest. Right now we still cannot be sure. However, we might have to take the risk of returning to East Dragon Island where Jade Sea City is. Even if we do not ascend the island, we will still have to observe the surroundings for a while before we can know the specific situation. Young master, in returning this time, would we be sending lambs into a tiger's den? Ahu swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. If the other side really has an even more powerful expert sneaking over this time, it might just be for that dark red ring. Yan Zhaoge looked at the deep sea outside through the ice ball that enveloped him. It is very hard to say. With the temperament of the Flame Devils, the possibility is not high. It is possible that the other Flame Devils reported it to that Flame Devil King who had been chasing us all this while earlier. However, it is basically impossible for that Flame Devil King to seek reinforcements from even more powerful experts just because he is unable to catch us. While he is weaker than the other side, he is still a Flame Devil King. He would not possibly lower his head and show weakness so easily. Ahu asked, could it be that the other Flame Devils leaked the news? Yan Zhaoge answered, that is also possible. Of the Flame Devils who entered the Inner East Sea before this, other than the subordinates of that Flame Devil King pursuing us, there should also be a portion of them belonging to the forces commanded by that Flame Devil King who remained in Jade Sea City. It is possible that they have sent news. At this point, Yan Zhaoge suddenly could not help but laugh. When I went to the extreme northern snowy plains to handle some matters last time, while the final outcome was still rather satisfactory, the process really wasn't smooth. I was always faked by others. I've always felt that my luck is really bad. My luck is pretty good this time. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Having gone to Long Ocean Island, I might have just managed to avoid danger. If a Flame Devil King equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm really came to the region of sea around Jade Sea City and Yin Zhaoge popped up at that time, he might just happen to bump into the other party's spear. Such a Flame Devil King was above Qing Huang in both speed and strength. If Yin Zhaoge still used his previous experience to calculate the time, he might miscalculate and be cut off by the other party. As he said this, the smile on Yin Zhaoge's face gradually vanished. However, Jade Sea City is in even greater danger now. Yin Zhaoge temporarily left the region of sea around Jade Sea City, going to Long Ocean City. Unable to wait for him, the other party decided to first take care of Jade Sea City. After a long journey, as Yin Zhaoge traversed the Great Sea and neared the vicinity of East Dragon Island once more, he discovered that his guess had become reality. Rising to the surface of the sea, gazing into the distant horizon, he saw winds surging and clouds surging there. Yin Zhaoge closed his left eye, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering slightly within his right eye. Because it was too far away, even with the help of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, Yin Zhaoge could only barely see some scenes. However, just these scenes alone were already sufficient to foresee the tragic situation of the battle there. Following beside Yin Zhaoge, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what's the situation now?" The collision of majestic forces emanating from the distance shocked the heavens and shook the earth. Even from such a great distance away, it still caused one's heart to palpitate, their very souls to tremble. Yin Zhaoge did not look sideways as he casually answered, "One good news, two bad news. The first bad news is that Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang, still looks like he has yet to leave seclusion." Hearing his words, Ahu drew back the corners of his lips, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge continued, "The second bad news is that a Flame Devil King equivalent to a second-level Martial Saint has really arrived here, going on a rampage." Ahu swallowed his saliva, asking in a low voice, "Young master, if we turn and flee now, will we make it in time?" Yin Zhaoge shrugged, "The good news is that Grand Master has arrived." Hearing his words, Ahu was taken aback. Yin Zhaoge's right eye was still gazing into the distance. Luckily, Grand Master has brought the clear chi robe with him. Otherwise, Jade Sea City would already have been leveled to the ground. While he could not clearly see the specific scene, those streams of clear chi that were majestic as the heavens unceasingly dispelled the all-encompassing flowing fire, it was not hard for Yin Zhaoge to come to a conclusion. Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, the current Grand Elder, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Zhengfeng, had already arrived at Jade Sea City along with Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear chi robe. The two had engaged in a great battle in the air above East Dragon Island, the heavens shaking and the earth overturning. While the enemy was equivalent to a second-level Martial Saint, Yuan Zhengfeng had just stepped into the Martial Saint realm not long ago. However, Yuan Zhengfeng possessed great strength, also possessing the clear chi robe. Not only did he not fear his opponent in a one-on-one battle, he even held the upper hand. It was just that Qing Huang and the other two Flame Devil Kings who were equivalent to first-level Martial Saints still existed here, posing a huge threat. Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn. While Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation still existed, Yuan Zhengfeng was not the controller of the Grand Formation at the end of the day, unable to borrow much power from it. Both sides could only fight their own battles. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was like Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Grand Formation, powerful and complex as well as profound. Even if Jade Sea City did not consider the future and completely handed over control of the Grand Formation to Yuan Zhengfeng would still be very hard-pressed to wield it freely within a short period of time, unleashing the power of the Grand Formation. Therefore, facing their encirclement now, Yuan Zhengfeng could not borrow much of the geographical advantage as he could only rely on himself. Under such circumstances, facing the encirclement of three Flame Devil Kings, one of whom was equivalent to a second-level Martial Saint, even the combination of Yuan Zhengfeng and the clear chi robe would not be easy to deal with. Experts who were able to attain such a cultivation base were all extraordinary figures. When their cultivation bases had still been low in the past, facing ordinary opponents, who among them would not be able to take on several of them at once. Now that they had instead surrounded and attacked a single person, their attacks would naturally be ferocious to the extreme. Ahu looked carefully at Yin Zhaoge. "Young master, are we still using the old method?" "If we can draw away a Flame Devil King, things should be much easier for the old chief. Anyway, that strongest one will be tied down by the old chief. We won't have to worry about him chasing after us." Yin Zhaoge gazed at the distant horizon, as long as that strongest one does not lose his cool, he will be able to stabilize the other two, not being lured away by us. Chapter 380. In the air above East Dragon Island in the distance, a tragic battle was currently underway. Looking at the surging winds and surging clouds, Yan Zhaoge was also unceasingly considering countermeasures. Ahu said rather vexedly by the side, "There's already a Flame Devil King equivalent to a second-level Martial Saint here. There definitely isn't just one over at the Outer East Sea. Otherwise, the Painting Saint and the others would not be so exhausted in dealing with them. The Painting Saint is an expert of the older generation and cannot be counted. The second-level Martial Saint experts of the Eight Extremities world who have appeared in recent years are actually only the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglie who has just left seclusion. In comparison, the Flame Devils recover their vitality too quickly. In the successive battles that year, while many experts of the Eight Extremities world perished, the Flame Devils also suffered tragic casualties. Hearing Ahu's complaints, Yan Zhaoge casually answered, "That's very normal. Their innate talent is too great. With the essence of fire, their early cultivation speed is very fast. All along, at the martial grandmaster level, the Flame Devils have always been more numerous than us and not just by a little bit. While whether it is us human martial practitioners breaking through into the Martial Saint realm or the Flame Devils breaking through into the Flame Devil King realm, the difficulty is extremely high, they are unable to overcome their numbers. At the same level of difficulty, the number of Flame Devil Kings produced would naturally be more than the number of Martial Saints produced by us. This is still when the internal strife of the Flame Devils is severe. Otherwise it would be even more exaggerated." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "The Flame Devils have a huge flaw in their innate nature. They are irritable and easily angered, vicious and warlike, very easily losing their rationality. However, the heavens have also compensated them for this." Ahu said rather painfully, "If there was a chance to exterminate those Flame Devils at the Martial Scholar and Martial Grandmaster level in great numbers, that would be great." Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, "If we could take the initiative to attack, who would be willing to passively take a beating? Sadly, if we were to counterattack in the Flame Devil world, that place is filled with the essence of fire and the chi of destruction. The home ground advantage of the Flame Devils is so great that it is shocking. Being a level higher is only a conservative estimate." Ahu also knew about this. Thinking of it, his painfully expression grew even more intense. Intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from the distance, resembling a violent earthquake at the bottom of the sea. Gazing far into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw a terrifying tsunami that blotted out the heavens and covered the earth as it surged over from East Dragon Island. The crazily surging waves extended for such a long distance, yet they still did not lose their momentum. It was extremely terrifying. The Inner East Sea was divided into 4 regions of sea, namely Jade Sea City, Long Ocean City and the others. At this moment, this terrifying tsunami affected the entire region of sea around Jade Sea City, even extending towards the surrounding Long Ocean City and other regions of sea. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan evaded the tsunami together, still gazing in the direction of East Dragon Island as he muttered to himself, "The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation is about to break." He shook his head. Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation is not of the same body as Grand Master at the end of the day, only able to fight for itself. If those Flame Devil Kings are unable to do anything to Grand Master, turning to attack the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation instead, it would be hard for Grand Master to save him. Ahu's face was full of worry. "What I'm afraid of is that they purposely left the Great Azure Sea Limitless Formation, which has already become weak, to draw the old sect master's attention." The Flame Devil King stared at the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. If Yuan Zhengfeng wanted to protect the Grand Formation, he would undoubtedly lose the initiative. One side wanted to destroy while the other side wanted to protect. The one who destroyed would undoubtedly have the upper hand. If the protector focused wholeheartedly on protecting, it was very likely that he himself would reveal a flaw, which would instead be exploited by the enemy. Yan Zhaoge said, "The Flame Devils will definitely do so. Even if they have lost their rationality, their combat instincts will also urge them to choose a fighting method that is beneficial to them. However, there is no need to worry about Grand Master in this regard. Grand Master is a veteran of the world, rich in experience, knowing how to deal with it. Even if he wants to protect Jade Sea City, he should first ensure that he does not reveal a flaw. If Yuan Zhengfeng himself revealed a flaw, he would lose everything. Yan Zhaoge gazed at East Dragon Island. The key is that Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang, has still yet to emerge from seclusion. He pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at Ah Hu and Pan Pan, saying, "The two of you leave the region of Sea of Jade Sea City. Long Ocean City is similarly showing signs of becoming the main battlefield. Don't go there, go somewhere else." Ah Hu's hair stood on end. "Young master, you aren't thinking of returning to East Dragon Island, right?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. I intend to go back and take a look. For Jade Sea City's crisis to be resolved, that is where it lies." Ah Hu said rather anxiously, "Young master, a great battle between martial saint experts is currently taking place there. How will you approach it? Ah?" The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye as he turned to look towards the east where Long Ocean City was located. "Get another martial saint expert to bring me over." Looking over there now, Ah Hu saw the clouds billowing and dispersing within the horizon as a cool breeze blew from the east to the west, speeding towards Jade Sea City. Amidst the illusory changes, numerous phenomena manifested as they were ever-changing. The cloud layer instantly arrived above the heads of Yan Zhaoge and the others, enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lorden? Ah Hu realized. Yan Zhaoge said, "While Pavilion Lorden is injured, she is still a martial saint. At the very least, she should be able to bring me into Jade Sea City." He let out a long roar towards the heavens. The cloud layer up above did not halt, but a streak of white cloud chi descended, sweeping Yan Zhaoge along. "Leave this region of sea. We'll talk again when the situation has cleared up." Yan Zhaoge allowed the cloud chi to sweep him along as he instructed Ah Hu and Pan Pan at the same time. Ah Hu and Pan Pan both had worried expressions on their faces as they watched Yan Zhaoge disappear into the distance along with the cloud within the sky. Having arrived within the cloud layer, a rather tall, ordinary-looking middle-aged woman appeared before Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the roiling cloud martial saint in Qinglin. While in Qinglin looked no different from how she usually was, she said quietly, "With the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Shin having arrived at the Outer East Sea to reinforce the battle over there, this old woman being injured and going to Jade Sea City this time, I can only do my best to help the heaven-equaling saint share his burden. You having specially appeared, do you have some unique method?" Due to his successive achievements, even in Qinglin, one of the current bigwigs of the Eight Extremities world, similarly viewed Yan Zhaoge in a different light. At the very least, she was willing to listen to Yan Zhaoge's opinion, rather than directly feeling that under the current circumstances, a spirit vessel martial grandmaster like Yan Zhaoge would be completely useless. Yan Zhaoge answered, "I have no way of directly interfering in the battle against the Flame Devil Kings. However, I would like to ask Pavilion Lorden to send me to East Dragon Island, to Jade Sea City. Perhaps there might be a way." And Qinglin did not waste her breath on words as she soared over the cloud, quickly arriving in the air above East Dragon Island. While she was still far away, the two sides had already sensed her arrival. Yuan Zhengfeng's spirits naturally rose, while the Flame Devils were also on guard. A Flame Devil King instantly appeared, wanting to obstruct Qinglin. However, Qinglin was not in a hurry to clash with it, the cloud layer descending rapidly, directly pressuring down onto the sea's surface. A white cloud chi instantly pierced through the deep sea, sending Yan Zhaoge shooting straight towards Jade Sea City. Chapter 381. And Qinglin sent Yan Zhaoge into the depths of the sea with a stream of white cloud chi, shooting towards Jade Sea City. As Yan Zhaoge entered the sea, even with the protection of Qinglin's cloud chi, he could still feel the scalding heat of the seawater as though it was being boiled at this moment. The Flame Devil who had come to obstruct Qinglin was precisely the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang who had been constantly pursuing Yan Zhaoge earlier. While Yan Zhaoge had not taken out the Flame Devil Emperor's ring at this moment, this Flame Devil King still had a fresh memory of Yan Zhaoge's aura chi fluctuations. After detecting that it was Yan Zhaoge, Cheng Huang instantly let out a violent and enraged roar, his eyes instantly turning red as he chased after Yan Zhaoge. While Qinglin was rather taken aback, she still immediately helped Yan Zhaoge block Cheng Huang. The sword light streaked across the sky, but it wasn't bright. Instead it was hazy like clouds and mist like a swamp. Boundless sword lights swept out and transformed tempered steel into something soft, and it vividly displayed the profundities of the sword Dao's flexibility, tenacity, and boundless variation. While Qinglin was injured, Turbid Wave Pavilion's direct lineage martial arts were exceedingly proficient in defense, the strength of which could be said to be on par with Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial arts. Right now, Qinglin did not seek to gain merit, but only to not make any mistakes. Sword after sword, she diverted and borrowed power, every single sword blocking the berserk attacks of the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang. It looked like she was treading on thin ice, but it was actually safe. Cheng Huang was unable to break through her sword momentum for a while. With Qinglin's help, the pressure on Yuan Zhengfeng was greatly reduced, and he almost immediately switched from defense to offense. It was just that Yuan Zhengfeng still had to be careful of his opponents turning to attack Jade Sea City. The battle here fell into a stalemate for a short period of time. And Qinglin's face was pale. She was injured. She could hold on for a while with the special characteristics of her martial arts, but she couldn't fight for long. Within the sea, Yan Zhaoge glanced back. Seeing that Qinglin had blocked the Flame Devil King Cheng Huang, he relaxed. Turbid Wave Pavilion's supreme Turbid Wave martial scripture, the flowing cloud illusory sword recorded within, was ranked alongside Broad Creed Mountain's limitless heavenly sword, Jade Sea City's Jade Sea Formless Sword, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Divine Sky Lightning Mother Sword as the four great sword arts of the Eight Extremities world. At the same time, it was also the sword technique of the current Eight Extremities world that was most proficient in defense. Although Qinglin was injured, she could hold on for a while if she focused on defense. The white cloud penetrated straight into the depths of the sea, sending Yan Zhaoge outside Jade Sea City. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the spirit patterns of the great formation on the outskirts of Jade Sea City were already in tatters, on the verge of shattering. The terrifying tsunami that he had felt from afar was the result of the severe damage to the Azure Sea Limitless Array. Seeing Yan Zhaoge approach, Jade Sea City hurriedly let him in. A stream of water arose, sweeping Yan Zhaoge downwards. Yan Zhaoge stood still, not bothering with pleasantries. City Lord Song still hasn't left seclusion? The face of the Jade Sea City elder who had received him was also filled with worry as he swiveled his head to look in the direction of the central Great Hall of the inner city. Over there was a faint radiance of resplendent golden light. It was majestic, but its aura was a little dim and weak, as if it was about to run out of steam. We were originally already about to succeed, but the grand formation was nearly broken earlier, the massive impact having affected the City Lord's side. The current situation. This Jade Sea City elder's voice was rather bitter. Beside him, Song Chao sat in the meditative position, his body bearing injuries that were not light. Those were injuries that had been caused by the battle with the flame devils that had rushed in earlier. Song Chao smiled bitterly. Junior apprentice brother Yen, it wasn't easy for you to get out. Why did you still run back here? Yan Zhaoge said, I am very ashamed. That flame devil king that I drew away has finally returned here. Song Chao said, Junior apprentice brother Yen, please don't say that. This flame devil king returning should be because that even more powerful flame devil has come. If not for you drawing him away for a long time earlier, before your clan's heaven equaling senior had arrived, my Jade Sea City would probably already have fallen. The other Jade Sea City martial practitioners by the side all nodded in agreement as well. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, their gazes contained gratitude, admiration, and even doubt. They had not thought that Yan Zhaoge's breakout back then had actually really been able to draw away a Flame Devil King. Even more unexpected was that Yan Zhaoge had been able to deal with the Flame Devil King while still remaining safe and sound. This had really toppled their understanding of the world. If it was said that he had been protected by Qinglin, Qinglin should have long since come to Jade Sea City. Therefore, Qinglin had clearly only just returned to reinforce the inner East Sea. For such a long time earlier, how exactly had Yan Zhaoge been dealing with the Flame Devil King? This caused everyone to be unable to understand it no matter how they thought about it, also casting a mysterious halo over Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Looking at the golden light that shot out from within the Great Hall, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, asking, from the looks of it, City Lord Song doesn't seem to be seeking a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Instead, it seems like he is forging a treasure. His gaze swept past Song Chao and the others. It's a sacred artifact? Broad Creed Mountain had originally already known that they wanted to forge a sacred artifact, even having provided the unfalling ghost rock. Now that the matter was already laid out before them, Song Chao and the others naturally wouldn't deny it. That's right. Our clan has already reached the final stage of forging the sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Yet we have met with such a great tribulation. Song Chao sighed, my father is currently one with the sacred artifact. If the sacred artifact does not succeed, my father will be hard-pressed to extricate himself from it. If the forging of the sacred artifact fails, my father will also immediately suffer heavy injuries, being unable to resist the flame devils. Gazing at the golden light, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, due to the urgency of the matter, I have a presumptuous request. Forgive me for saying it straightforwardly. Can you send me into your clan's central Great Hall? I might be able to lend you a hand. As his words left his mouth, the people of Jade Sea City were all taken aback. At this critical juncture of life and death, while many sectarian views could be discarded, the forging of a sacred artifact could only be done by martial saints. Even transcending mortality martial grandmasters would not be able to interfere in it. It was also because Yan Zhaoge had previously restrained the flame devil King Cheng Huang, accomplishing an inconceivable miracle, that his authority still remained. Otherwise, people would simply feel that his mind was abnormal. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy. 3 things. The first is to send me into your clan's central Great Hall. The second is for my Grand Master to send an aura condensed from the power of our clan's sacred artifact, the clear Qi robe, into the central Great Hall. The third is. Yan Zhaoge surveyed their surroundings. Reverse your clan's Jade Sea limitless grand formation, its power pouring into the central Great Hall. Looking at the solemn expression on Yan Zhaoge's face, Song Chao and the others were all shocked. A Jade Sea City longtime elder murmured, the grand formation is currently damaged. If it is reversed, it would directly shatter. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. However, in the current situation they could only cut off all means of retreat. The Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, and Qing Lin, was injured, not able to withstand a protracted battle. As time dragged on, the situation would become even more dire. The Jade Sea limitless grand formation that was already damaged beyond compare, as long as a single Flame Devil King attacked it now, it would also immediately shatter. However, this grand formation belonged to Jade Sea City at the end of the day. It was not good for Yan Zhaoge to say anything more, quietly waiting for Jade Sea City to make their own decision. Fortunately, the higher echelon bigwigs of Jade Sea City did not hesitate, instantly coming to a consensus as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. All right, let's go all out. Chapter 382. Having already come to a decision, an elder directly lifted his palm, Yan Zhaoge's figure flying towards the central Great Hall. Senior apprentice brother Yu, please open the door. This elder said. A short while later, a crack opened in the formless restrictions enveloping the Great Hall, this elder bringing Yan Zhaoge within. Entering the Great Hall, Yan Zhaoge saw Jade Sea City's Grand Elder, Elder Yu, currently presiding over the formation. Beside him, another Jade Sea City Grand Elder was currently meditating, his face as pale as paper as he was weak to the extreme. That was the Jade Sea City Elder who had first presided over the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, Elder Yu having succeeded him. If he did not take over in time, this Elder would be directly exhausted to death within the formation by the Flame Devils outside. Elder Yu's current condition was also extremely poor, clearly having been heavily injured. Having received the report from Jade Sea City's longtime Elder outside, he already knew the general situation. He nodded slightly towards Yan Zhaoge, yet had no time to spare for words. Yan Zhaoge also did not bother with formalities as he passed through the Great Hall and headed towards the back. There, a layer of water appeared, jade green and opaque, the scenes within unable to be seen. However, a bright golden light was emitted from within. This was the place where Jade Sea City's City Lord, Song Wuliang, had entered secluded cultivation to forge the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at that Jade Sea City longtime elder who had entered with him. The other party first entered the jade green screen of water, Yan Zhaoge following closely behind. Entering the water screen, Yan Zhaoge halted, his entire body enveloped by the jade green water. That Jade Sea City longtime elder similarly halted, reaching out to write a few lines of words in the air within the water. The words seemed to be inscribed within the water, transforming into a faint stream of light after a while before vanishing. The next moment, Yan Zhaoge felt a powerful will emanating from up ahead. Without having to ask, it was clear that it was the Jade Sea Marshal Saint Song Wuliang. While Song Wuliang himself was unable to move, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the outside world. Yan Zhaoge was not clear on what exactly he was thinking, but this Jade Sea City Lord did not show any signs of opposition. Yan Zhaoge immediately nodded, drifting upwards. From the outside, from the top of the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City, a thick jade-green pillar of water rose into the air, connecting with the dome of the Jade Sea above the city. Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared within the water pillar. Raising his head to look at the sparse spirit patterns up above that were on the verge of shattering, then lowering his head to look at Jade Sea City down below, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, his gaze calm and heavy. In the central hall below, Elder Yu maintained the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. As the Grand Formation operated, it transmitted information to Yuan Jingfeng and In Qinglin, who were battling the orthodox flame devils on the surface of the sea. While Yuan Jingfeng did not understand what was going on, he still controlled the clear qi robe to descend streams of clear qi even as he battled the flame devils. Black and yellow dots of light that looked like corn floated up and down. In the clear air they looked like stars in the sky. The Flame Devil King did not understand what was going on, but still made a move to obstruct it. Yuan Zhengfeng unleashed streams of clear qi, illusory and real at the same time, negating the attacks of the Flame Devil King as a stream of peace finally fell into the Great Sea. Within the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, Yan Zhaoge hovered amidst the pillar of water, staring fixedly above his head. As the aura condensed from the essence of the clear qi robe descended, Yan Zhaoge's gaze lit up. Clear qi twined around the dark green water column, fusing into it and drifting about. At the same time, Elder Yu acted according to their earlier agreement, resolutely reversing the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. East Dragon Island that resembled a massive continent shook mightily once more before rising up from the sea's surface once more. The all-encompassing screen of water that enveloped East Dragon Island also began congregating towards its center up above. Numerous spirit patterns, numerous spirit formations, collapsed one after another, manifesting a destructive force. All the jade water congregated in the air above the central hall of Jade Sea City, forming a massive ball of water. East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City saw the light of day once more at this moment. A dazzling fiery light appeared before everyone's eyes, an all-encompassing sea of flames as well as a terrifying force enveloping the horizon. If not for Yuan Zhengfeng and In Qinglin blocking it, East Dragon Island would have instantly been reduced to scorched earth. That massive ball of water began shrinking, the surging jade water following that pillar of water straight downwards, surging madly towards the central hall of Jade Sea City. Situated within the water pillar, Yan Zhaoge also bore immense pressure. His expression did not change as he suddenly took out an object. It was his internal crystal furnace. Just the aura of the clear qi robe and the spiritual force gathered by the reversal grand formation alone were still insufficient to reverse the situation. Otherwise, as long as the people of Jade Sea City had not lost their courage and determination, they might not have been able to think of a similar method. However, with just one more sacred artifact and the power of the reversal grand formation, it was still insufficient. Yan Zhaoge had instructed him on 3 matters. The first was that he had to personally enter the core of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, the reason for this being the internal crystal furnace. Through the unceasing efforts of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, the current internal crystal furnace had improved greatly once more. With Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base as a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, wanting to interfere in the forging of a sacred artifact just by relying on the internal crystal furnace was still insufficient. However, Yan Zhaoge had long since prepared for this. Open. Yan Zhaoge patted the body of the furnace, the lid of the internal crystal furnace opening, the aura of the clear qi robe entering within. The lid closed, the internal crystal furnace shaking mightily. Give me. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath before roaring, explode. Accompanied by his hands clapping down on the internal crystal furnace, the massive furnace descended like a shooting star, shooting straight for the central hall of Jade Sea City down below. Before it had even arrived at the Great Hall, that bright shooting star exploded mightily. Powerful radiance suffused the area, merging with the power of the grand formation that was flowing in reverse, shooting together into the central Great Hall where Song Wuliang was in seclusion. Instantly, the entire East Dragon Island shook intensely once more. Incomparably bright golden light shot into the skies from the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City. The next moment, A terrifying tsunami that was not inferior in the least to when the Grand Formation had been destroyed arose with East Dragon Island as its center. It was just that this time, the waves that surged to the heavens did not expand outwards in all directions, instead converging towards East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City from all directions. Countless frenzied tides instantly drowned East Dragon Island once more, but were very quickly absorbed by the golden pillar of light that arose from the central Great Hall of Jade Sea City. In the blink of an eye, the golden pillar of light gradually transformed into a jade-green sword light. The seven seas arose, a boundless, immeasurably majestic sword intent thus born. Within Jade Sea City, as Elder Yu and the others saw this, they were all overjoyed. A sacred artifact belonging to our Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Pillheart Sword, has succeeded. The long-cherished wish of the entire clan had finally succeeded. Thinking of the tribulation from earlier which had almost brought them to extinction, all sorts of feelings welled up within them as they virtually wanted to cry tears of joy. Within the air, feeling the changes down below, the expressions of the flame devils all changed greatly. Some wanted to retreat just like this, some wanted to ignore Yuan Zhengfeng and Qinglin and forcibly attack Jade Sea City first, while some attacked Yuan Zhengfeng and the others even more violently, wanting to fight to the death. Meanwhile, within Jade Sea City down below, the all-encompassing jade-green sword light suddenly retracted, seemingly having vanished. However, the terrifying sword intent instantly shot straight up, madly attacking the flame devils up above. Having already extricated himself, Yan Zhaoge stood within the air, his hands behind his back, leisurely watching this scene. The people of Jade Sea City below looked at him. After a short period of silence, regardless of their seniority or age, they all bowed towards Yan Zhaoge. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.